gag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
아무래도 잘하는 선수들도 있었고 개인적으로는 우승도 할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고 있었는데
중심은 뭐 아쉽게 됐습니다. 연패를 끊어내지 못한.
각자 팀에서 하던 스타일이 있었다 보니까 그걸 바꾸는 게 되게 힘들었었던 것 같아요.
아쉬움밖에 없는 것 같아요. 팀의 가능성을 보긴 했지만
연패를 계속 하다 보니까 저도 지치고 팀원들도 지쳐서 많이 힘들었던 게 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
7위를 했는데
일로 와! 이거 30번째 킬 아닙니까?
더 많은 경기가 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 했었거든요. 내 폼이 좋을 때 좀 더 보여주고 싶은 그런 생각이 있었는데
이거 지켜보고 있던 장단 처음으로 기어해 갑니다.
코치님이 정말 서럽게 우시길래 우리가 뭔가 해내긴 했구나, 밑바닥이었던 우리가 뭔가를 해냈구나. 저는 약팀이라는 건 부정하지 않고요, 팀 플레이 하나만으로 우리는 같이 이끌어온 거니까 새로운 시작이자 기회인 것 같아요.
폼이 좋을 때는 다 이길 수 있는데 저점이 낮은 팀이었던 것 같아요. 플레이오프에 가도 잘한 거다 약간 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 더 올라갈 수 있다고 생각을 해서
보니까 뭔가 감정이 약간 이상한 거예요. 원래 내가 저기 있었어야 되는데 나 여기 지금 뭐 하고 있는 거지? 갑자기 좀
잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있었고, 그렇지만 저희도 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있었고요. 눈앞에 딱 그냥 손만 뻗으면 잡을 수 있는 것들을 못 잡아서 너무 아쉬웠던 것 같고, 다시 만들고 싶다, 이 기회를 다시 맛보고 싶다라고 생각했습니다.
몇 번째 우승이든 간에 저는 아직도 부족하다고 생각합니다. 스프링 시즌 충분히 경험했고 확실히 보여드리겠습니다.
꿈을 이루기 위해 다시 돌아왔습니다.
제 이름처럼 두려움이 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
이번 시즌 최고의 유망주 기대해주세요. 지난 시즌 소년만이었다면 이번 서머 영화 한 편 만들겠습니다.
이번 서머는 더 높은 곳에서 분명해 보이겠습니다. 이번 시즌이 끝날 때 제가 가장 기억에 남는 선수일 겁니다.
제가 돌아온 이유는 하나예요. 4번 기아를 다시 한번 정상에 올려놓겠습니다.
2위에 만족할 수 없고 이번 우승은 절대 놓치지 않겠습니다.
누가 돌아오든 누가 더 강해졌든 여전히 우승은 저희 겁니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, I am joined by Wolf, and it is day number 2. We're already there. We made it part of the way through the first week. I can't believe day 1 is already over. It still feels like we're on the break that would never end. And thank goodness we're back for more LCK and more teams to debut for this season.
That's right. We're finally going to see Gen G take the stage, Damwon Kia later on tonight. So 2 of our big 3 playing for the first time in this meta. Very excited to see how they play differently from the teams we saw yesterday.
Yeah, exactly right. Plus, we've got KT and Fred Brion, and I made a tweet just before saying that we are going to see some of our top dogs today, and the question was, which of the 4 teams we're going to see are actually representative of the top dogs? Because I think that, you know, those of us that believe in hashtag #BroMomento are certainly, you know, thinking that Fred Brion might be a little bit better, but also, word on the street is that KT have been performing very, very well in scrims. Also, if we remember, The first time that they faced against Gen G last season, it was a 2-0, and it was pretty convincing as Rascal started racking up all of those solo kills. So really exciting stuff. Let's have a look at what's changed between these two squads in our first matchup. KT will have side selection. They'll be on the blue side because everyone chooses the blue side. And no real changes here outside of Jay moving up as a strategic analyst for Gen G.
Yep. The simplest ID you could ever have as an analyst, just the letter J. Good call.
Yeah, I was actually having a chat to him just before, and he's had some struggles as far as convincing the players about certain items to build and things like that.
As it is, you know, in
we need to let everyone know that he's trying to fight the good fight, all right, Wolf? He's trying to fight that good fight to make sure that the players are building the correct items. Yesterday, we certainly had some whoopsies on that front. But
we definitely did.
Spring 7th, KT was versus the runner-up of the spring final in Gen G, and they were left wanting, unfortunately, and that is why they didn't qualify for the playoffs. You can imagine a bit of a chip on the shoulder of old KT.
Yeah, and it was Gen G they had to beat to actually make playoffs, and they failed in that final regular season match, but they were still the only team that was able to defeat Gen G when they had their full roster, because they, as many teams did in spring, had some COVID issues. So, very interesting storyline between these two. Now, this is really the key player matchup today. Number 1 in solo kills, Rascal broke the record. He had 30 solo kills in spring, and he's up against Doran. And, you know, he was solo killed 5 times. Can he get his revenge? Can he recover from what was a rocky playoffs and an even rockier finals is the real question.
Yep, about 17% of the solo kills that Rascal managed to rack up were against Doran. So we'll have to have our eyes glued to that top lane to see whether it can continue. Arya is back. It was Vikla that was playing for the majority of the latter half of the season for KT. Let's see whether the LJL mid lane god is going to prove successful here this time around up against Chovy, who is, he needs no introduction. Speaking of introductions, let's hear from the players and what they think about this matchup.
저희가 스프링에서 1라운드에는 2대0으로 이기고 2라운드에는 2대1로 아쉽게 졌지만 컨디션도 웨인징어지만 젠지전 때마다 좋더라고요.
나를 만났다 해야 되나? 어쨌든 이 젠지라는 팀을 만나니까 이악 물고 하는 게 느껴져서 좀 연예인병인 것 같은데 흐름을 끄는 팀이었죠. 아무래도 저희가 다 이기고 있었는데 뭔가 있나 싶은 생각이 드는 팀이에요.
상대 전적이 저희가 조금 더 좋은 걸로 알고 있어서
사실 젠지는 그렇게 신경 안 쓰고 있었습니다.
사실 그렇게까지 신경 쓰고 있진 않은데 그냥 숨 쉬면 이기지 않을까 이런 생각을 하고 있습니다.
강희가 스킬을 진짜 많이 따길래 와, 왜 이렇게 많이 따? 그래서 어떻게 이렇게 많이 딸 수 있지? 진짜 좀 신기했었는데
제 솔킬 30회 중에 5번이 이제 도란님이라고 하시더라고요.
명품 조연 자랑스럽습니다. 좋다.
실수하다 보면 나올 수 있는 거라 생각을 해서 이번에는 현준이가 역으로 따주지 않을까 기대 중입니다.
저희 강희 형은 이제 철벽의 라스칼이라서 사실 가도 별 소득 없을 거기 때문에 강희 형이 흘려주면은 제가 다른 데에서 이득을 많이 봐서 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
제 만 라이너인 바텀이 제일 견제된다 생각합니다. T1전 경기였었던 것 같은데 이제 상대 레드 쪽에서 궁으로 날아갔었을 때 스트레이 자체는 좋았었는데 아쉽게 됐었거든요, 결과. 그래서 그거 보고 공격적이다 생각했었던 것 같아요.
공격적인 플레이 같은 경우는 상대팀한테 되게 압박감을 많이 주기 때문에 높이 평가하고 있습니다.
룰러 선수는 좀 상대가 이제 나보다 못한다 라는 게 깔려 있는 게 뭔가 보여 있어서
자의식 과잉이 아닌가.
에이밍 선수 상대로 제가 좀 상대 전적이 많이 좋은데 사뿐하게 제가 밟아드리겠습니다.
하람이가 밟히면 이제 또 옆에 있는 정민이가 룰러 형님을 혼내줄 거라 믿습니다.
정민이 옛날에 비해 살 진짜 많이 빠졌는데 죽여 패준 다음에 스트레스 받아서 살찌게 해줄게.
그 형도 살이 진짜 많이 빠졌던데 제가 죽여 빼줘서 더 빠지게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
이번 이제 서머에는 저희가 승리까지 꼭 따볼 테니까 결과로 보여드리겠습니다.
KT한테
2대 0으로 졌으니까 2대 0으로 이기면서 한번 갚아주고 그리고 잘 할 수 있도록 준비해 오겠습니다.
목숨 걸고 1, 2라운드 다 2대 0으로 이기겠다는 마음가짐으로 할 것 같습니다.
저희의 첫 먹잇감이 되어주십시오. 감사합니다.
I'm just imagining Life and Ruler beating the weight off each other. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, very interesting way to describe it. I don't think either of them's weights changed that much personally. I was looking at them in the video and I'm
Life's
like,
definitely looking a bit trimmer, and I think Ruler has been on his weight loss program for quite some time now. So he's getting trimmer and trimmer as the days go on.
I'm really interested to see how this matchup goes, though, because I think the big story is definitely the top lane. How does Doran play? It's a meta that suits him. I think there's a lot of champions he's very good at. Vladimir as well, slowly coming back into the meta. I'm excited to see that top 1v1.
Exactly right, but let's introduce the players to LoL Park for the first time this season, and it's KT making their way out first. They are the home team for today's match, as we mentioned earlier, and no one's sitting at home like we saw yesterday, and the KT jackets back out again. This time, it is just Rascal that's wearing it. He is the guy that does like to wear the jacket almost every single time. Everybody else understands that it's summer and t-shirt is good enough.
Yeah, it's also Rascal's 5th year anniversary of his debut today on his opening match. So 5 years of play here in the LCK, seen a lot of teams, he's seen a lot of high highs, and last season I think was one of the lower points in his career since leaving the LJL and returning to Korea. We'll see how he performs this season because KT looking a bit revitalized in terms of where we're hearing they're at in scrims right now, but it's still a little bit too early to judge just now. The biggest surprise, I think, will be for most people that Arya is returning to the stage instead of Vikla, because Arya's performances seem to worsen over the season, and when Vikla came back in, KT had a big resurgence. So
yeah,
it's going to be a big question for me tonight is, does he play 2 or 3 games here? Will he get subbed out? Where is his form at right now is something that he'll have to answer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting game when it comes to the mid lane, because it's a huge test for KT in that lane specifically, right? The bottom side of the map, I'm actually expecting Aiming and Life to stand up relatively well, but I think Arya versus Chovy is probably the biggest mismatch that we have, outside of potentially the jungle going wrong, but Cuz versus Peanut is a tale as old as time. Of course, they were on Longtree Gaming together until ultimately Peanut sort of kicked Cuz out of the role, which was a bit sad for Cuz. However, when they did go their separate ways, they have been successful on other teams as well. But let's introduce Peanut and the rest of the gang here on the side of Gen G. It will be on red side to start this one off, and as we mentioned, they didn't get a lot of time all together on the Rift last season.
Yeah.
They were plagued by a lot of the COVID issues. Hopefully this time around everything is going to be A-OK all summer long, and they can manage to get all of that coordination sorted out. Because it was something that, even though they did make it to the final of the spring season, it still felt like this team was somewhat unfinished.
Yeah, it definitely did feel that way. The synergy that we were worried about how long it was going to take them to build against the top 3 opponents they faced in the LCK, you could really feel the strain in some of those series. Their series against Damwon Kia, which was so incredibly close at the beginning of the season, had they had a little bit more time together, would have, I think, been potentially more dominant for them. At the end of the day, though, they stayed together, right? Chovy has never been with a team for more than a year since his debut here in the LCK, but he's just recently re-signed for an additional year for Gen G already, so he will be playing for the team in 2023. I think that is a pretty big sign that Gen G's plans for this roster extend beyond this season. The development in spring we saw is going to, I think, show up here in summer, but they're looking for better goals than just, all right, how are we going to lift the LCK trophy? Or are we going to do well at Worlds? Like, what are we doing next year? Like, this team is going to continue to grow, and that's what's so amazing about it. You can trust this roster is probably staying together.
That is very true. It feels like they've got 2 franchise players now, right? Because Ruler has been there forever, has found a lot of success on Gen G, and now it's sort of Chovy that's joining the ranks of franchise player. Looking forward to seeing whether the other players are going to join as well and stay around for a little bit longer to allow Gen G to sort of sort of build up all of that teamwork and synergy that we're kind of wanting from this team, as well as KT. And this is what we were talking about before, right? KT came out of the gate swinging against Gen G in the first round robin of Spring, and then were unfortunately stifled at the very last time of asking, and ultimately made 7th place, didn't make it to playoffs because of their loss against Gen G.
Yeah, and so much of the end of their season was Vikla coming in and looking much improved over Arya. It was almost Gory-esque, if you guys remember when Gory came in over Bay and changed Nongshim completely as another mid-lane transformation, but also aiming. Started to play extremely well in AP Kai'Sa. That was a big fit for him. He did extremely well in the Telecom War last season. Not that meta anymore, though. We're going towards a more hyper carry, Kraken Slayer meta, so it's definitely not going to be the AP variation of the Kai'Sa we'll be seeing from him if we do see it tonight. So it's a different look. We don't have Vikla aiming, not going to be playing AP Kai'Sa. So, and that's something that KT was given in several drafts at the end of the season. And we're so close to playoffs. We'll see if this time around they can once again, in round 1, upset Gen G here, because even though it's early in the season, neither of these teams have played yet, Gen G are the massive favorites. Everybody knows that.
Yep, I have a feeling that you're exactly right, but history has a habit of repeating itself, Wolf, and we'll see whether it does here today when it comes to first round robin against KT. Let's waste no more time and hop into the draft here for game number 1. As mentioned, KT starting off on the blue side because they are the home team. They got side selection and they chose blue. No surprises there. Gen G have often been a red side team. They like to give counterpick to Rascal so that he can dominate his lane, but you mentioned to me earlier that he's been spamming a lot of more tanks on the top side, solo queue, things like this, and he has been outspoken in the fact that he believes that this meta favors more of the tanky initiators, which does mean we might have another 50-minute Ornn versus Sion.
Yeah, he has played...
Just warning everyone.
Ornn and Sion more than anything else in his recent solo queue games. Has played a bit of Kayle, Gwen, Gangplank, the usual, but in more recent games, the tanks. But Taliyah, Lucian banned here, 100% involvement so far here in the LCK. Taliyah has not been played yet. Lucian did sneak into one game. But removing all of the blue side first picks, will it be the third to be Gwen? I think that's the most likely here.
Please be the Gwen. There we go.
There it is.
Okay. I think we've got our red side bans kind of sorted out at this stage. We'll probably see some Lucians and Taliyah sneak through as people do try and test the waters, but I think Gwen has almost been decided when it comes to permaban status. At least I hope.
I mean, if yesterday is any indicator, I hope it continues to be the case here for the rest of the games. Is instead of going for the Ahri Viego that we've seen a little bit here on red side rotation, will be the Senna. And this is Senna with no AD carry picked. We've seen the Senna into the Lucian as a response.
Whoa!
And for the first time, we will see the Jinx come through. I'm surprised it took this long to actually land here in the LCK. But Jinx versus Senna can be very strong. In the early stages, you know, you're going to have some power there in this lane with the Tahm Kench. And then later on, if you could set up picks with the Wukong, get excited, you will do more damage output than Senna. Her strengths, of course, will be in the sustain. Singed right away.
Doing it!
He's been playing it in solo queue too. I mean, I know Senna. I was like, oh, well, he's memeing.
My God, that is why. That is 100% why when the Senna was locked in, Ruler started giggling. You saw it on the player cam, and he was just like, oh God, it's happening. And so they lock in the Singed. This is likely to go into the support position for Lehens. If you guys just need a little bit of a refresher, he was a Singed support, almost like, well, not even support, he was just a Singed anywhere. One trick alongside like Elise support when he was coming up in solo queue, before even the Griffin days. So yes, this is definitely one of Lehens' comfort picks, and it suits his playstyle and personality very well.
But in a game like this where he gets to play it with the Senna, he gets the gold too. So
yeah,
he actually gets to do damage instead of, you know, just being a facilitator like he was in that Damwon series last season. So it's a very exciting way to play this now. Now, the Sejuani is banned here. You can see both teams are pointing towards this is going to a late game. The Corki ban comes in for KT. Might see a, you know, follow-up with the Azir as well. Sejuani ban might see an Ornn. Nope, will be the Lissandra, in fact, instead here. See what Chovy has planned. The Ahri is still open and still very strong with this composition.
Yep, kind of expecting a bit of an Ahri pickup here if Gen G can get their hands on it. Of course, if the Ahri is banned, something like a LeBlanc can come through, and then it's protected by the Lissandra ban as well. We'll see what KT decide to go with. As I think even something like an Ornn ban would make a lot of sense here, just sort of stop Doran from being able to play that very stable tank on the top side, but instead they will at least get rid of one of the options in that mid lane in the form of the Ahri and there's the Azir.
See, this is actually such a smart move for Gen.G. They kind of bait this Ahri ban out by banning Lissandra, because Lissandra is more commonly a LeBlanc counter, but has been in this meta so far a really common response to the Ahri. Like, oh, okay, we don't have the counter pick to that. They're going to play Ahri, so they ban the Ahri, but I think Gen.G were always happy to play the Azir here. It's Chovy, his Azir is fantastic. You've already got a scaling game on your hands, so I think Gen.G played this ban out very intelligently. It'll be the Gnar here for team fight, engage, and setups.
Ooh, looking like a Galio. So Arya going back to more of a facilitator there in that mid lane. I was thinking maybe he could go to one of his old favorites in the Orianna. We've seen Orianna versus Azir many, many times. But still, Azir should be able to take some control of that lane, especially when piloted by Chovy. So instead, just going to go with the Galio and allow himself to support the rest of his team.
Easy gangplank angle here, I think.
Yeah, going
the
for that.
Feel pretty good when you have a Viego on your side here. You have some kill pressure up there. You also are going to add to that scaling damage. And Senna's going to give you so much sustain. So even if Jinx is trying to poke you with her zaps or rockets coming through, there isn't a whole lot of sustained damage on KT outside of the Jinx. So if Azir just goes for double mass build here, you eventually just win out the war of attrition. Gangplank will hit a barrel. He will Q you a few times. You're going to get burned down in terms of health. Plus the singed angle here, because he's actually going to get gold this game. There's a lot of problems that KT are going to run into here. And I think Arya playing the Galio into Azir too is going to create some prio issues that give Gen.G a lot of power in the early game. I think Gen.G kind of really set up this draft well early. The Lissandra ban was beautiful, pulled out the Ahri ban so they could grab the Azir for some extra scaling. I think Gen.G really expertly finagled their way into the superior draft.
I think so. I think KT certainly have a lot of wombo options, though. It is definitely one of these press R and go style of compositions. Similar thing can be said on the other side, but I think KT do have a pretty comfortable front-to-back style of composition. The Wukong goes in, you layer a Galio ult over the top, and that buys a lot of space for aiming to get those rockets off. And he will be more consistent damage than what Gen.G have on the table, with the fact that they do have a Senna that's not going to be getting as much gold throughout this game. So not as much, I guess, consistent backline threat.
Yeah, and the lack of a tank here for Gen.G does mean that you have to play these fights so carefully around that Senna sustain.
Yeah, well, you say that. Maybe the Singe is going to be enough. But here we go into game number 1 of the day. Wow. Well, there's a lot more Gen.G fans in LoL Park here today than KT fans. We'll see whether after game number 1 is over, that game number 2 is going to have a little bit more of the KT fandom yelling a bit louder.
And as it always is with Nightmare as the resident Arya expert, he just sent me a message that said that as far as he knows, it is the first time he's played the champion career. And I trust his judgment. So that's also not, you know, a warning sign necessarily, because we don't know how much he's played it in scrims. It's very strong right now. We saw it yesterday with the Kayle, which I would have liked more than the Gnar actually in this case. But, you know, you will struggle again in the early laning phases. Interesting to see. Because, again, a lot of the debate will be, does Arya continue to play this season? Will he be able to prove himself? The coaching staff, you know, expected that people would be shocked by this choice and kind of preemptively said in interviews that they're just still trying to figure out which spot they both fill, because their strengths are different, is what the coaching staff said. So, you know, Hirai's kind of like sussing out right now exactly where they fit. But my concern is, you should probably know by now. Well, we'll see.
Yep. Also, speaking of Hirai, he does have his people tie on once again. Not sure whether that is a good luck tie or not. He seems to wear it all the time. So it might be like, you know, Michael Jordan's lucky do-rag from what is it his lucky, no, it's his lucky shorts.
Oh, I thought it was socks. I don't know.
And there's someone who has a lucky do-rag in something else. Oh no, that's basketball. Never mind. That's the lucky do-rag.
You just outed yourself of having your own lucky do-rag. I think actually that's just you, Atlas.
No, I don't have one. I'm actually not a very superstitious person. However, I do like to keep tabs on other people's superstitions.
When you had your head shaved off for a little bit, maybe that's when you pulled the do-rag out.
Yeah. Well, I need to use one at that point, otherwise I get get
This
sunburned.
ward, by the way, is getting some pretty serious value here for aiming and life in the early part of this laning phase. And Peanut is not going to find anything here.
Yeah, does get, well, he does find Cuz, so I guess you could include that. However, Cuz is going to be able to take his red buff without any Peanut interference. Peanut just heading back towards that top side, and he'll continue clearing out his jungle. Right now, Gen G finding themselves a fair bit of priority across their lanes. Keeping our eyes here on the mid lane, of course, Chovy just going to inherently, just based on champion matchup, going to have a lot of priority against the Galio, but we'll just see how much of a lead he can build in this early stage.
Yeah. This is an issue I mentioned in the draft that Galio kind of faces. It's not about the CS deficit here that's going to be as a huge problem later on or anything like that. It's just the fact that he will not have prio, will not be able to affect the jungle at all. In the early Senna singed phase as well, you see aiming life, doing their best to control the prio down here. Level 3 is hit first for Lehens and Rula though, so kind of slowing down. But less opportunities because Chovy obviously has this control of the lane. So Cuz won't be able to make any plays unless he's doing so defensively. And this is something that, we talk a lot about in the LCK. Mid-prio is so important across all types of metas, but in one like this where it's a slow game, like your options are so limited as KT, and remember the scaling advantage goes to Gen G in terms of this Azir and the Gangplank. Obviously Jinx will have her own strengths if she can get that pick later on.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting story when it comes to the later stage of the game, because I feel like KT does have sort of an ease of execution advantage somewhat.
Ooh.
As that is a decent full snare coming out from Rula.
Still early days though.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, oh, nice route, but we're still level 3 and don't have a lot of range yet.
Lehens, as the beekeeper, is just doing his best to shove this lane. And as you can see, souls being collected there by Rula. And also, this matchup, much closer than you'd otherwise expect. We've seen a lot of Gangplanks being picked into Nah in the past, especially for the early stage of this lane, where the Gangplank does have a pretty good time. But, as you can see, relatively even between the two as far as the all-time record.
Yeah, really interesting to see that. A lot of those games from spring last year, too, when both of these champions were incredibly popular in the meta. They still obviously were in summer, but not as much. As Doran just setting up some barrels up here. It's going to be a slow meta for those who didn't watch yesterday or haven't been watching the LPL. We don't see as much action in the early game as we used to. We're not going to see any, 4 kills by 7 minutes, unless...
Well, Peanut is at least going to spot out Cuz, as Rascal could be in trouble. Doran's trying to return the solo kill favor just a little bit here. As he does set up the barrel.
Really nice trades here for Doran right before the bar is hit, so he's really prepping himself for being able to handle any sort of engage or all-in Rascal could have been looking for. His health is just too low. Steps back here, has the barrels in the brush. Really well played here by Doran.
Yeah. I like the barrel placement just in case Rascal decides to go for anything. But as Mega Nah, of course, the Gangplank going to struggle a little bit more. As you can see, evens out the CS just a little bit, does Rascal, but he's crashing that wave forward. So Doran going to teleport back to this lane. I believe Sheen should be available here, and there it is.
Perfect timing to back, get that early Sheen. Can harass a little bit more. Rascal trying to shove in to get his own back timing. Very slow game here, as expected. I do kind of enjoy it. I'm enjoying it now. Maybe in 3 weeks, ask me again, but it is kind of cool to zoom in on some of these matchups, though, and actually get to enjoy the laning phase, because for the last year and a half of Casting League, we haven't had as much of that. It's been like a lot of action, a lot of jungle early game ganks where we're watching and seeing whether the gank works or whether they walk away, and now we're just kind of watching minions die and seeing some trades in lane.
Yeah,
Speaking of...
there's certainly a lot of trying to get damage down onto turrets and things like that, and just killing minion waves rather than a lot of early action. And I think it does, it's kind of nice for the fact that you do get to see how team compositions function in a relatively even mid-game. However, you don't get as much action, and that is less interesting. So, pros and cons.
Depends on what you like, And
yeah.
For me, since we're mostly a little bit more action than this, I'm glad for a change. But like I said, ask me again in a few weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a couple of days, and then you might be like, well, perhaps we could have some Sins Out meta back. I don't know. We'll see. Rascal back up towards that top side, continuing to hold on pretty nicely. Checking in on the mid lane, Chovy is just extending that lead, sent Arya back yet again. Gets himself a Kindle Gem, but otherwise not too much more. Lost Chapter done for the Azir. See what build he is going to decide to go with. Of course, we saw a couple of different options. You mentioned the double mask.
Yeah.
DDD went for the Luden's Echo, which has been very popular for quite some time.
I think the expectation here, based on the draft, will be double mass, but there's an argument for Luden's too. Just because if you can burst down the front line, or the Jinx, if you get into a nice angle, get a nice Emperor's Divide, that extra damage will be extremely valuable in the mid game.
Yeah, in previous patches as well, Luden's was just the straight up better choice. Not sure how the math checks out at this stage, as Lehen's just walking towards aiming. Level 5 for life, so doesn't actually have the Devour just yet to potentially save him, so threatening.
I wanted to mention the Cull buy here for Doran also. Not a common thing to see Doran of all players build, as Rascal is going to get another Hyper Proc here. But the slow nature of this meta just means we're going to be seeing a little bit more of this. That one unfortunately does not land. Rift Herald started up here for Peanut with this extra prio in mid. Looks like KT have no intention of contesting whatsoever, just simply because they know that Galio isn't going to be able to do anything unless Rascal has Narbar and he can ult to him or something like that. So I appreciate that KT know this is a lost cause and don't lose any farm trying to contest over it.
Yeah, it's really demonstrating the difference between the spring meta and now what we're seeing in summer, and it is absolutely zero contest for anything in the early game whatsoever. This has just been bouncing waves back and forth, because thinking about going towards Chovy just walking away, that is the closest thing to action that we've had this entire game.
Yeah. And I think the Rift Herald is just going to be calmly dropped in the mid lane to give Chovy some guaranteed gold, because he always does have that prio. The Drake was stopped. I mean, I guess that's one thing that also technically transpired that was not taken from Peanut, but he was able to get the Rift Herald, which is arguably more valuable. And the argument for dropping it for Senna in the bottom lane isn't as strong, because Senna just wants to sit there and take farm forever anyways. She doesn't even necessarily want that turret down. As Peanut's coming up here, Barrage committed.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage is going to slow Rascal down. He gets stunned up by Peanut, and Rascal has nowhere to go. That's the simplest first blood ever, and it goes to Peanut. Genji on the board.
Really nicely played here from Genji.
Ruler's going to get licked. Life just devours him. Okay, let's see whether he has enough damage to take him down, and he does with the help of a Super Mega Death Rocket, and immediately the kill is traded back.
Aiming, living up to his name yet again here. Going to hit that long-range rocket, get that extra execute damage down. Very well played against the immobile Senna in the early game. Devour her early and take her down. So extra gold. Going over to the Kench. Unfortunately, the kill did not go to aiming, but still at least trading something else back here while grabbing the 2 plates for the trade.
Yep, Lehen's doing his very best to grab this farm before it dies, but still going to lose a couple of plates. Top tower does fall down though, so Genji, with the use of the Rift Herald, are actually able to make the best out of this situation, especially with Lehen's at least being able to grab the experience down here on the bottom side and avoiding more than 2 plates going down.
Yeah, the mid turret was the kind of easy choice for dropping the Herald if you didn't want to actually commit to a pick, but getting the kill on Rascal means that they guarantee Doran gets some harder to get gold. This is the Leandri's build, by the way, for Chovy, now confirmed here. This was the expectation, but into the Galio matchup in lane as well. I mean, it's just amazing to burn through that health bar. As Rascal just overextends, the barrage is well placed here from Doran. The Narbar expires. Like you said, the most simple first blood of all time. Now this is a little bit more complex, as Life actually catches Ruler on the rotation back, checks with a ward, knows the timing of this, and also knows he's split away from Lehen's. Greedy rotation here gets punished, and the Death Rocket does connect.
Yep, it was all too easy. And of course, Life actually putting down the ward. I think Ruler just wasn't looking at the area, wasn't expecting that. As you can see, a bit of a gank in Live. As Chovy used his ultimate, Arya is going to flash it. So ult for flash is going to be that trade.
Look at this, World's Finals play-by-play right here. Play-by-playing things that we didn't even see, because he knows exactly what happened. Damn.
That's
sitting next to a legend over here on the caster desk.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. That's why they pay me the big bucks, Wolf.
Just ahead of the curve. We don't even need to watch the replay.
I don't reckon anyone could have known. So I think I absolutely needed
only person in the world right here.
That's what happened based on what's on cooldown. So you guys are welcome for that extraordinary knowledge.
There you go. top tier. Peanut steals this buff away, which is pretty handy for him.
Yeah, very cute.
No objective spawning for a while here, so the gank attempt mid is all that Gen G could have hoped for right now, but they have full control over this game right now. Despite the pick onto Senna, you know, she's not losing really any sleep over it because she's lost a few stacks, right? But not too unhappy otherwise because Lehen's still keeping up in farm. And Gen G are sitting on, okay, now Cole is almost done for a gank playing. Chovy's got his first item and can harass even better than he was before in the early parts of the laning phase against an Everfrost Galio who has unfortunately just really no power until a team fight.
Yeah, Lehen's just going to put some poison down in this minion wave, get that one shoved. And I guess, you know, that's certainly one of the good things about the Singed lane is that you can feel free to shove pretty quickly, especially as these items come in. Only has an amp tome as far as getting some extra AP, but he's got Swifties aiming. Ooh, out of position just a little bit. And Lehen's not going to be able to get the fling as the Devour does come through in time. Fantastic timing there from Life, but now the Devour's on cooldown.
Yeah, that was very, very close to a disaster, but as you said, gets the Devour on cooldown. Some ults traded here. I do really like the Senna Singed interaction though, because you know you prep the wave with Senna, you tag those minions, he clears them so quickly, and it gives you opportunities like this to contest for vision. He has a stopwatch early too in this game. Now the glaive is done for Ruler, so this back timing is pretty perfect for him because he can actually help control vision around this upcoming Drake. It's a really nice setup here for Gen G. I don't know if we'll see it again necessarily from other teams. It's a kind of Gen G exclusive. It's a Lehen's move, but it looks very strong when you watch it actually in execution.
No, absolutely. And Gen G just having full control. I think the Chovy CS hack is certainly part of the issue here for KT because he's just been totally untouched throughout this entire game thus far. And we know that when Chovy is left alone, he farms more than is available in the lane. It's just generally how it goes. He just farms more than seems possible the majority of the time. And I'm glad to see that nothing's changed.
He farmed 3 plates too, despite no Herald committed to that lane because they had that opportunity topside. So they're winning in both solo lanes in terms of plates. The farm advantage that Rascal has is somewhat negligible because of the plates that were picked up from Doran. So the gold is fairly even there. He gets Trinity Force first. And this game is basically all about prio. If Life didn't get that pick onto Ruler, which again was somewhat of Ruler's mistake, then they'd be even further ahead, right? And
yeah.
KT are just waiting for that objective fight. Happens in 10 seconds. They do have some vision around the Drake pit. In fact, a significant amount of which they can use to try to start this one up first. They will also get a turret. So Gen G willing to give up second Drake here. They want to see what the soul is. Will be our first cloud of the season.
Ooh, I hope so. That would definitely be a big treat here for the beginning of the day. Rift Herald goes down in the mid lane though, so Gen G, this is just all trades of objectives, and Gen G are trading up. They made the beginnings of these plays, right? Because they went for the Rift Herald first. They grabbed that, they're looking for a Shirley double charge, and they will be able to do so here. And not a whole lot. I mean, like the Mega Adhesive goes down, KT not able to move up and poke Shelly in the eye, or Shirley in the eye, I apologize. And KT, they are able to grab a couple of Drakes, and unfortunately not a Cloud Soul. But I still feel like Gen G trades up in this situation.
They definitely do.
Massively.
I mean, they can put down the Azir turret there to hold the wave. They got 2 control wards down, top side. Torin.
Yeah, Cuz looking for him. I don't think he can eat oranges out of that one, but it's a decent flash to get himself out of it. Another Super Mega Death Rocket lands, and this time aiming claims the kill.
Can they turn this around? I don't think so. No. I thought Ruler was more nearby, but no, not going to happen. I was going to mention Doran got a lot of side laning done. He caught the wave after the turret was taken out there on the bottom side. Then he stayed a bit long and was punished. So he does go down here. So more gold in the pocket of KT Rolster.
Yeah, and this time going over to aiming means that the Jinx is going to be in a much better position. Chovy comes on over just to poke Rascal out of the lane. Just a little. Otherwise, not too much to worry about. Let's have a look at this one yet again. Yeah, when you get knocked up and thrown around and things like this, it does become difficult as the pirate to just decay.
They had a lot of vision on the top side, and I think he realized at that exact moment when he went back into the forest there, like, oh, okay, back into the jungle rather. Oh, okay, like, I'm probably dead here, right? And there's a nice flash over the wall to try to trip them up, but Wukong can go over the walls now and gets the knockups through, as you mentioned. Can't orange your way out and will get taken out.
Yep. So big lead actually built up for Rascal after the death of Doran there. So maybe the Gnar will be able to find some avenues for some advantages. Currently, you know, it's still about that 3,000 gold lead that has been present for what feels like the majority of the game in favor of Gen G. KT holding on, and if they do manage to find that team fight where Aiming's able to free hit, where they're able to create all of that space, keep him safe with things like the Devourer and stuff like that, then it could certainly be great news.
The slows that Gen G have, like, are pretty insane in terms of what they can set up for Chovy to kind of be in the backline with a double mask that he's now completed and actually do damage is crazy because they have Rylai's actually for Singed. And that is going to proc really easily in these upcoming fights, especially when Gnar is trying to engage, when Galio is trying to engage. He's just going to be up on the front lines, making everybody slowed. And then you have the follow-up damage. You have slows coming through from Doran. And Chovy should be able to actually save his ult for the end of these upcoming fights.
Rascal taking a bit of damage here. The Narbar's in a good position, though. Ruler having to flash to get out of the way of Cuz. As Life going for the engage, jumps on top of Lehens, who immediately breaks his stopwatch. In the meantime, Rascal having to flash out of the pit, but it's Singed that goes down first. And it's just some shellfish here for Gen G as an answer. KT, they've been able to get the majority of the picks around this map.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of building the Rylai's as a support in this case, is you're not very tanky. You don't actually survive this, whereas, you know, Steel Caps on an R is going to allow him to survive that exchange a lot longer, gets the flash over the wall, so he actually escapes. And Gen G put more resources into an unkillable champion in this case, whereas KT are pushing mid and will be able to catch the Singe that's just trying to stave off the pressure here. And this is Lehens getting caught as well by the dive here. Has stopwatch, but there's follow-up chompers, and there's nothing Doran can do. And everybody else who would be able to save him is still kind of tunnel vision there on the Gnar.
Yeah, it was a cute little fling to put Cuz into turret range, but Doran didn't really want to kill him, so didn't really have the option to either. So not going to actually get anything out of it, and Gen G just lose their Singe. But a Singe dying is sometimes actually a buff.
Yeah,
that's what I've seen in the majority of my solos. When there's a Singed involved, whether he's on my team or not. Just the more deaths the Singed have, the more powerful they seem to become.
Certainly true. The more toxic they become often as well.
Indeed. Well, Lehens just tidying up that minion wave quite comfortably. Still yet to see any sort of real 5v5 between these two squads, right? And that's what I think is most of this game is going to come down to, is how this execution is going to come through, and also how much development have both of these teams made when it comes to nailing the coordination of these 5v5s.
Doran has Barrage. He teleports back into this fight and will be able to set up for some nice barrels here potentially. Look at that angle there. Is denied, actually. Well played here from KT. KT have a really nice team fight composition if they can match the Narbar here. Almost set up here for Rascal. Needs a few more autos. That's really the limiting factor here for KT. Arya looking for an angle here. Can definitely set up a nice flank taunt.
Yeah, barely even needs to, right? Because he is the Galio, so can have some pretty easy backline access if Cuz is able to do it. I think the Wukong is going to be super important for the Smite and, of course, for getting towards that backline. But remember, this is soul point for KT. Those two Drakes that they've managed to take, this is a big moment for them. They can create a lot of map control by securing this dragon. Already a bit of damage going down, and in goes Cuz now looking for the backline where he can. Emperor's Divide just to stave them off, and the Dawning Shadow flies forward. Now it's Gen G's turn to go for the engage. Arya's just going to get flung back and then destroyed in the backline. It is the Drake that is secured by KT, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen, as Peanut just destroys the Wukong. Rascal's dead as well, and the first team fight goes to Gen G.
And look at the damage numbers on the Gangplank on the Azir. 2 item spikes have been hit, and the Azir's got the double mask, and as long as Chovy doesn't get killed in that initial exchange, which they looked for him, Wukong ults in, Cuz is trying to get those knockups, trying to lock Chovy down. He's got that self-peel in his ultimate. He pushes them back, and then he eventually, with his Sand Soldier, starts to burn everybody down. Doran pulls the trigger on his ultimate, and this is a very fast Baron here in terms of the take time at 22 minutes because they have those items online, and it's actually heal deny that Doran goes with for his second item here because he knows that in the long war of attrition they should win out. And look at the positioning here. Chovy is actually a little bit out of position, almost gets caught here, but he could just use his Emperor's Divide to then disengage, then run forward here. Cannon Barrage is layered on every single player on KT. They decide, okay, we have to at least get Drake so we can get Soul Point. They commit forward. Costs them a few players, and it's going to cost them a lot of gold. But considering the fight was already lost after Chovy survived, I respect the decision. It's just, I mean, things are pretty disastrous because now Baron buff goes to Gen.G, which is much more impactful than the Soul Point, especially when it's Ocean Soul we're talking about.
Yep. Lehens as well, just looking real comfortable. Of course, he's on his Singe, so he's having a great time. But still, looks like things are just going exactly the way Gen.G had planned, even though there is now a Soul Point available, like we were talking about. So Gen.G, yes, they've got the Baron. We'll see what they can claim for it as Rascal's up towards that top side, just trying to be a menace where he can, as aiming, taking a lot of damage from Chovy. Both of these Masters being online, not only does it destroy the Baron in a matter of seconds, like you were saying, but it also does way too much damage here to aiming, as you can see, just an auto and a Conquering Sands, and he loses a third of his health bar. So Gen.G rotating towards his bot side. It's a big barrel there from Doran, able to soften up the members of KT that are here to defend. Still the Gnar splitting on the top side, and that means they have to give up the inner turret.
Defending turrets is so difficult into this composition too. You've got a Singed on the other side, you've got a Senna who can continue to poke and sustain. And then Chovy, like you said, not only does he basically take a third of the health away from anyone he touches, but you know, he can push these minions incredibly safely and quickly at this point. So you can just siege up these turrets so quickly at 24 minutes in. You know, this has not been the case in most of our games of LCK so far this season, is to actually be able to threaten inhibitors at this point. But with the lead they get, the early Baron, they're making it happen. They're threatening 2 inhibitor turrets at once.
Yeah, and they are able to just rotate in between these turrets very effectively. As you can see, it felt like the work they'd done earlier pays off as they head down towards that bottom side, secure the inhibitor turret. Mid inhibitor is going to go down, and Gen.G just really making KT feel the pressure here. And they're like, what dragon? We just don't even really care.
I really want to go back to something I sort of brought up at the beginning of this game, is if Rascal plays Kayle here, I think they have a lot more opportunities to consistently fight around that ultimate. And at this stage of the game, if they had 3 Drakes, the advantage, and the Kayle was getting closer to 16, could clear those waves a lot faster. You know, could empower the Galio to engage, empower the Wukong on engage. I think there's a lot of ways that could have been more consistent for KT. Not saying it's necessarily better than the Gnar, especially in this matchup, but I do think that some of the opportunities KT had to team fight around a Kayle rather than the Gnar is much easier to do, much easier to execute. And against a team like Gen.G, who are always going to have these sorts of advantages, especially with a scaling comp like this, it's kind of concerning, you know, when you're in this scenario and you're trying to rely on a Gnar bar for your game life here.
Well, do you know what I'm looking forward to, Wolf? I'm looking forward to Proto Belt Fling. That's what I want. Dash Cannon Fling, baby.
There you go. I
Get
didn't
him
even
into
notice
that
that
back
yet.
line. I was wondering what he was going to go for, of course. Leandri's Rylai's is, like, pretty good if you want to, like, do a lot of consistent damage. But Proto Belt? Man, that is, like, that's almost too much utility. That Singed, like, should Singed ever have that much power? I don't think so.
Lehens just, he's got it all, man.
Yeah.
He's got Cleanse and Exhaust too, so like, and Swifties. Like, nobody's stopping this man. He gets aiming if he wants him. If aiming is on the same screen as him, he's probably in danger.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about this Devour. He's going to try and bait that out. He's like, we're having catfish for dinner now, and flings life back in, or something like that. I'm a bit sad that he doesn't have Flash at the ready right now, because Flash Dash Cannon into Fling is like a lot of distance that the Beekeeper can go. Still, so close to a 9,000 gold lead here for Gen.G, looking to try and push down towards this open inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. Big wave moving towards that top side as well. The pressure is mounting here for KT. So much damage there with that barrel onto the minions.
And they could just guarantee this Drake. I think Gen.G at this point are almost frustrated that they have to take this, like, that's the only objective we can get right now. I have to wait for that next Baron. I wish KT could get this Drake so we could fight for an Elder and win the game faster, but instead I guess we'll just rely on this minion wave in mid lane, push top, and then try to get a second inhibitor if the opportunity presents itself.
KT, there's a Singe to chase. As Chovy just avoids the Everfrost quite nicely. Gen.G move over towards this inner turret on the top side of the map, following that minion wave that they had. Thankfully, for KT, they are able to tidy up the wave. That means that they do stave off the pressure for now, especially with no Baron. A little bit more difficult for Gen.G to nail this siege.
And with the peel that Gangplank's old Singed also provides, as well as Chovy's just straight up Emperor's Divide defensively he can use, he now has Azonias. So it will be impossible to pick him in a fight. And if he goes low in the Zonias, like if Ruler just simply continues to heal him, as Senna can do, then he just never dies. And you have tons of damage output in this team. You get 1 kill, and then Viego starts popping off. I think we've reached kind of checkmate, and it's not about necessarily the 10k gold lead. It's the champions that have it, which is the more concerning aspect of this.
Well, Doran didn't get to back, so...
Little things, the little things, you know?
Yeah, that's actually... look, if I was analyzing this game afterwards, if I was one of the coaches, I'd be like, well, Doran, you need to be able to back there as Ruler.
Got a flash and a cleanse,
so
yeah.
that might actually be a big deal.
Yeah.
No facetiosity required on that one as Peanut fighting Rascal, gets gnarred into the wall, takes a lot of damage, goes golden as the Dawning Shadow flies forward. There is the taunt. Really good prediction of the flash there from Arya, who then goes into his Zhonya's. Now trying to find more, but there's just too much damage on the side of Gen G. The wallets are so heavy as Lehens just flashes after everyone. Oh my god, he's such a Lehens.
I mean, he used his cleanse earlier, but he just doesn't care. He's just going to keep chasing. Chovy did so much damage in that fight with a double mask because he was also untouched. And once the engage tools are gone, the cannon barrage was so well placed. Like, Genji are just running away with this one. Super minions pushing into the base right now, and KT are stuck up the creek without a paddle.
Yeah, well, Chovy, he's looking to give them a paddle, but it's not the one that they really wanted. Aiming just going to be shoved back towards the rest of the open arms of Gen G. And yeah, Rascal's going to run for the hills, but yeah, there are no hills for you over this side of the map. Chovy's going to tidy this one up most likely. Oh, it's going to take some time. However,
that no magic mantle value.
He should theoretically die as the teleport from Lance is going to come through, avoids the Gnar as well, and the Beekeeper reigns supreme. He had his dash cannon available. I wish he had have avoided the Gnar with the dash cannon instead. That would have been cool.
Yeah, maybe next time. Baron's up, so that's going over to Gen G. 2 minutes until the Drake. No cross maps here for KT, but they have defended long enough for their inhibitor to respawn in the mid lane, because it was taken so early on in this game.
Yep.
But Gen G are just happy to now, with this Baron buff, repeat the process. As this is where we saw a commitment here to getting both Rulers Flash, and then Lehens had to cleanse the Everfrost. But they overextend here, KT do, into a choke point where look at Chovy's positioning here. He's untouched, like, we can get on top of this guy. No, not really. Buzz is not in a position to ult him, and they have Cannon Barrage in the choke. So Chovy just sitting back here like, okay, these two players who are now trapped in here with us are going to go down, and it becomes a 5v3.
Yeah. Chovy getting over there, as you can see. Lehens getting the sick flash past everyone to set up the poison trail.
This is
very,
just,
very cool.
This is insult to injury here, unfortunately. Chovy goes over the wall. Perfect Emperor's Divide.
He misses Rascal, so, you know, could have been better.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to find something to nitpick here.
You got it. You got it.
Is Chovy not a team player? Like,
I mean, I'm pretty sure this was all about Lehens with his sick Mega Adhesive, and then avoids the Gnar, and then, like, heads back in again. Man, he is so good at Sin.
Put some flex tape on the floor right there.
Yeah, that was just, like, so many mechanics happened.
Chovy's 007 right now.
Yeah, secret agent.
Secretly doing all the damage in this game without getting kills.
Yeah, and secretly taking all of the minions, although it's not a secret at all. As Peanut slinks into the mist, and KT are just trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. And, you know, allowing barrels like that to hit is part of the problem, but I have a feeling it dates back a little bit further than that, as far as the history of this game was concerned. Because Gen G now just bearing down upon these Nexus turrets, and KT look a little bit lost as to what to do.
Yep. Gen G just waiting for the minion waves to crash through. Baron empowered cannons just pushing through these turrets as Chovy burns through health bars. If anyone who gets into his range. Barrage.
Cannon Barrage to come through here. Devour now on cooldown. Aiming just trying to run away to safety as Rascal dives forward. Doran is going to get taken down. It's the monkey that grabs that kill as now Ruler slinks into his own mist, trying to escape from this one. Man advantage for KT, but have they moved too far? And the answer is yes. Life just gets toasted as Chovy throws him into the rest of his team. Lehens is being chased, and he's a singed. KT, it's the oldest adage of League of Legends history. You do not chase him. And Peanut's going to chase Rascal, but he's a Gnar, so that's allowed. And it might, in fact, this chase may be continuing until forever, as the Nexus might go down before Peanut has an opportunity to find him as he missed the stun there over the wall. And Lehans, oh, he might actually die here. Yeah, that's another turret shot that was on the way, but it's aiming that's able to lock that one down. Cuz is extraordinarily low. Chovy is going to destroy aiming here. Although aiming does do a fair bit of damage, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And the Nexus is likely to fall. Peanut chasing Rascal yet again. Reminds me of the Udyr versus Nidalee situation that was very, very funny in previous seasons. But that is the Nexus going down, and Gen G claim their first game victory.
I think a pretty significant draft diff here in game one. The execution, though, was crisp for Gen G, and it's not the first time in our first 2 days of LCK play here where we've seen a team just completely ignore Drake Cryo and go for Herald if they can get it, and just otherwise farming and scaling. And Gen G just showcasing, it's not a Mountain Soul, it's not an Infernal Soul. I'm not that interested. I don't really care about it that much. I don't want to fight for it. I'll fight later when my comp is online. That third Drake was the time they decided to fight, and they didn't secure the Drake, but they absolutely won the fight that was around it.
Yeah.
And Chovy's positioning was so good. I think we're going to be seeing a ton of Azir. After yesterday, I've been checking every mid laner's solo queue. Everybody's spamming Azir games. Super strong right now in this meta where you've got a tanky front line. It's a very slow meta. It's difficult to fall behind. So everyone's scaling. And Azir with double mask, when you've got a front line like this, with a Singed as well involved, who's doing all that AoE, has Rylai's, it gets, a bit problematic.
Yeah, it's a lot of consistent damage, right? And that's kind of what you need to get through the extra tankiness that's been provided by this particular patch. But also, we've just got some really good Azir players. Like, BDD has been playing Azir no matter what meta it is forever. I mean, Faker, exactly the same case, right? We still haven't seen him play.
Tomorrow.
Best believe that Faker is ready to pull out the Azir as well. And as you can see, damage numbers almost unnecessary as far as proving the value here of the Azir. But Chovy demonstrating that he certainly did a hell of a lot of work. And maybe we'll see a switch in the mid laners, because this was not exactly the early season Aria performance that we were kind of wanting to see.
Certainly not. The Galio here, again, made sure that they did not have Cryo, could not contest in the Gnar and Gangplank topside matchup unless they had Gnar bar. So, well, the early game was just decided by that matchup alone.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's what happens when you've got a ridiculously powerful mid laner. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analytical carpet space and, of course, game number 2.
집 못 가게 할 테니까 끝낼래?
끝낼게. 이거 내가 징크스 어떻게든 넘겨볼게. 징크스만 잡아줘 얘들아.
50 멜모 없고.
소지개가 50 속박 맞췄어. 50 속박 맞췄어. 디콜 붙어.
위쪽 타워부터 깨자.
야 징크스 까비.
다른 텔 못하고.
아 죽었다. 나 죽었다.
나 신난다 터졌어. 나 있어줄게 괜찮아.
끝냈지?
끝내 끝났어.
나이스.
안 죽어?
또만 맞췄는데 죽일래?
바다 내가 준 거 아니야 이거?
야 김정민. 나 꺼내줘. 나 죽여. 나이스.
everybody. We are here at the carpet space for the LCK 2022. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler once again. As you can see, he is very unhappy about the current state of the situation here at the League of Legends meta. It is kind of a sad state of affairs that we are back, it feels like, to Azir versus Corki, no rush, 20-25 minutes. We had our first relevant fight at the third Drake of the game, and that was in Ocean. We did have some cool picks, though, at least one Chronicler. What do you have to say about this game?
I liked Singed. That was fun.
Binged.
We got binged! No, the draft from KT, first rotation I thought was fine. As I'm sure a lot of people will agree, where there's still a lot of ways you can go. Wukong is very versatile. You have a great front to back built in. And then the Gnar and the Galio just don't hit at all, right? Like it doesn't really work. If you do want to go for something like that, Blind Camille is risky, but at least it would fit well within your comp. Gnar I don't think it's a great blind pick. It's kind of hard. I honestly would have liked the GP as a blind pick. GP is in a state where it's really hard to like consistently counter pick him unless you're willing to take big risks. And the Gnar just don't really fulfill a role. And then the Orianna that was mentioned, for example, would have been a much better fit because Galio is definitely reliant on you as a team being very proactive. And like, no one really facilitates that. KT had a comp that kind of wanted to engage into Senna, Azir, GP, which is a nightmare, and also they didn't really have engaged. So it was just, the comp didn't really do a whole lot. And then Gen G, I mean, the Singe was really fun, but overall, they outranged them significantly. The re-engage with this comp should be amazing, as we're going to see in one of our highlights later, was also exactly what we wanted. And it worked out wonderfully for them. The game itself, though, was a snooze fest.
Yeah, a little bit of a resident sleeper, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, definitely not the most entertaining game, but yeah, I mean, if it was something like a TF instead of a Galio, but TF was banned, of course, by KT on blue side, so they didn't have an opportunity. Something that's a little bit less committal, like the Galio, they just were not able to utilize that at all in this current meta and in that game. So we're gonna take a look at highlight number 1, and this is, again, pretty late into the game. This is like 25 minutes in, guys.
Yeah, the first real fight that we do get, but what it really, really nicely highlights is KT, I think, make the record, they need to go in. A lot of their comp doesn't really work, their entire top side, unless you engage, but the Gen G doesn't actually give you that much space. Your engage is not that good unless you get a really good flank off or a really big Mega Gnar, right? And they don't really find that. And then you're also playing into Azir, you're playing into a Senna and a Singe, and even the Singe is kind of obnoxious to engage into. And then the re-engage from Gen G is wonderful, right? Chovy can still do damage even with his health that low. You have the immediate Senna ult, you have the Gangplank ultimate, so the retreat is just stifled. And that was the only relevant fight. I mean, that was it. That was the game right there. That was the moment.
That was actually the deciding moment of the game, and it was the first real fight that we had. We were sitting here thinking about, you know, like, what highlight are we going to grab? You know, should we get one of these pickoffs?
What are highlights?
Nothing happened. And then we were like, okay, just wait. Something will happen. And then something did happen, and it was that. We do have a second highlight, though. We are going to show you whether or not it's relevant. You guys can decide for yourselves. This was a little bit later on when Gen G did have a nice little lead, and KT saw an opportunity to take a fight that eventually didn't work out.
Like 2 ultimates get thrown into Peanut, and he dies eventually, and that's cool. But KT, you're funneling through a choke point into Gangplank and into Azir. Like you don't want to do that. Like it's never going to end well. It's just not going to work. And for your entertainment, you know, for the audience at home, we wanted to give you something that was enjoyable about this game. This chase was great. You know, throw some sirens under there. Rascal trying to desperately escape, and he holds on for a lot longer than he should.
This was a great escape. I'm not sure why we sped it up there. I was actually hoping for the slowdown, a little bit of a slow-mo.
Like the
really extended for like a good 30 minutes.
We really needed that, yeah. Maybe a lot of jump cuts. You know, I like those a lot in action movies.
Yeah. Maybe in the next game, well, you know, we're not 100% sure. Could get mixed up. I think that, well, actually, no, because KT did lose in their home, so they're probably just going to select blue side again. Perhaps they will try something different, though, because, you know, you can mix around some of the bans, you know, maybe try to leave something like a TF open if you want to be a bit more proactive, or maybe just try something entirely different?
The key thing for me here is as much as we joke, it seems that the current read on the meta, as expected, when you do have a durability patch, is just slow gameplay, right? And immediately opting into scaling. One thing that I do really want the LCK to be careful about, because we do love just handshaking deeper and deeper and more late game, and like before you know, the Vegars and the Vladimirs and the Nessus are getting brought out, and I think that's good, but it's also something that hopefully we're going to have some teams, I expect T1 to still be very aggressive, that kind of keep that type of behavior in check, because it wouldn't be the first time that the LCK is like fully committal on a Azir Corki meta, and then we go internationally down the line, or more aggressive teams can then really reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You know, if everybody's kind of doing the same thing, you don't ever get checked on your biases, on what you're doing right in the game. You don't ever have to change what you're doing. So hopefully it's not just scaling versus scaling all the time, although you did mention Veigar. That would make me very happy. Some more Veigar in the meta. Perhaps some Nasus as well would be nice. But either way, guys, we do have the player of the game. If there is one, in this one, it will be Chovy.
Yeah, well, when in doubt, vote for Chovy. that was my approach.
He was in the game, so
he was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he had a good game. He was by far, in terms of damage, the biggest contributor on his team, and really showcasing that you don't need to get big scoops off to be effective, right? But this was a team effort. It was really just one really good team fight from Gen.G, or could have voted for Lahens as well if you wanted to go for the.
Look, it's the same two fights.
Yes, yeah. I wonder what happened there.
That's crazy.
Barring the one kill that was found on him, I think Ruler had a good game on Senna as well. Just both Chovy and Ruler really making great use of the space that was bought for them by the rest of their team, and then just consistently pumping out DPS indefinitely.
I have a question. How many people do you think voted for Lahens' Singe? Lahens' Singe, yeah.
You mean binged?
Yeah, binged.
3?
3? I'm gonna say 2.
Oh!
5!
Whoa.
There was a tiebreaker!
It was 6! Oh man.
Oh wait.
Wow.
There was actually, there was
wow.
6, and 1 vote there for the jungle. We know that Pina has a lot of Chinese fans, perhaps that played a little bit into that. You know, jokes aside, it was difficult to vote for a player of the game. I think that the interesting pick from Lahens was nice. He did flash in that one time. It looked pretty cool. But Chovy did a lot of damage, so he ends up picking it up at the end of the day with the tiebreaker. Either way, guys, this is going to do it for this section of the carpet space. Hopefully the next one brings you a little bit more of those hard-hitting educational topics. But until then, back to Atlas and Wolf.
Don't sell yourself short, Valdez. I learned a lot from that particular carpet space segment. I learned that this game was not interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was like more interesting than they did, but you know. Look, I know Chovy did the boom boom damage, as Valdez likes to call it, but he also did the stay back you back, like binoculars range positioning as well. Like he was watching those. He was watching those fights from far away. Like Chronicler
mentioned. He did the boom boom and the zoom zoom.
Yeah,
you know.
Like Chronicler mentioned, like not only Chronicler mentioned like he doesn't need to get big scoops to actually be effective, but he's almost discouraged from doing so in a game like this, where the enemy is trying to get on top of him. He saved his stopwatch for the first fight. Second fight has Zhonya's. It was a masterclass of the composition. I do really enjoy the point that Chronicler rose about what happens if we become infected with this slow meta as a region. But I think more of that, you know, as we crest the first round robin. We're still in day 2. Things could change, okay? Like it's not.
Oh man, we got there's a huge copier problem here. I hope you guys are taking whatever you need in order to stave off some of the same issues that we are suffering from at the moment. You know, maybe we'll see a faster game here. Well, maybe it'll be a quicker one this time around. Senna's banned, so no, I don't know. I have a feeling it's probably going to remain relatively slow. But let's see what's going to change when it comes to the bans, because already things have been adjusted.
I don't think Gen.G will change anything in terms of the bans, because KT picked blue side again, shocker, and the same champions are very strong, and KT didn't have any standout picks in the last game that Gen.G should worry about. The Wukong first pick was in a very slow-paced game, completely, I don't want to say worthless, but just not scary. Like it was not.
Yeah.
It was not something they're like, oh, better make sure they don't get that game too. No, it's just going to be Talia, Gwen, Lucian here once again.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't think any of those champions should be making it through.
It would make the
KT
game
have
more
made
interesting.
a few adjustments.
Oh, the Gwen and the Twisted Fate.
This is very interesting. We might actually see both Gwen and the Lucian get through.
Yeah.
Which would be absurd.
Very different game in game number 2 here. That's what I like to see.
God, it's been completely shaken up. The whole meta has been rearranged, Wolf. Oh my goodness, we're going to see so much action. There's going to be a gank in 1.5 minutes. It's going to be absolutely insane. You guys just wait, as Gwen's just going to be banned, and then they'll ban the Lucian on the red side, and then it's just going to be basically the same.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, so Wukong first pick,
Yeah.
but...
Oh, no.
Okay.
KT not believing in the power of the Wukong this time around. Ezreal just going to be locked away here for aiming. Certainly one of his favorites.
It's one of his favorites. It's a style we've seen permeated through the LCK. It's one of the safest blue side picks you can choose because you can build a scaling draft around Ezreal always. Will be the Kai'Sa response we've seen so much. The Kraken Slayer Kai'Sa working out well in these team fights where you have a strong front line. Wukong is going to start to be the beginning of that here for Gen G.
Yep, I'm really hoping that Cuz goes for like Viego here and then we get Ahri as Ahri. I think that that would be sort of the best way to get KT onto as much comfort as possible.
Completely agree.
But we'll see whether they actually do pull the trigger on that one. Looks like the Viego's coming in, but is the Ahri going to be also paired alongside
I would love to see it because, well, this is also strong, but, you know, I was going to say Gen G is kind of coming at you a little bit too. There's a lot of utility in the Ahri as well, but Sejuani will be picked before it could be banned in the second phase, so one of those tanks Rascal's been spamming in solo queue to play weak side top.
Yeah.
Hyperproc's going to be very strong against this in the laning phase. We saw this exact matchup yesterday, but with the Sejuani having the Wukong on her side, taking Ignite and trying to get kill pressure did not work out. This time the Wukong's on the side of Genji with the Gnar, so we'll see if Rascal in fact takes the Ignite once again, or we'll look for another summoner spell.
Yep, it's because of Arctic Assault giving you so much mobility. I think Ignite Teleport is basically all we're going to see on the Sejuani. But, you know, I might be wrong.
And we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation too, but would love to see something different and more interesting as the Yuumi is going to be taken away from the Ezreal. I think the Karma will follow, especially considering that they have a Sejuani Viego that will get so much value from it. No shocker that the Azir is gone here.
Yeah, I agree.
Might even see a Victor to follow, to be honest. We're going back to, like, that's the kind of game we're watching.
No, it's definitely Azir Corki bans from KT.
Could be Corki, too.
I don't think they'll allow Chovy to have that option. As I think that Karma that you were talking about probably should come in, but Renata is still up as well, and something that they could look at. But no, it's just going to be denial of the Ezreal Karma lane for all of that free shove that you do get.
I think the problem with Corki rather than Victor in this comp is that you face a lot of, you're very fragile and you're not going to be able to do as much consistent damage. You're based on Rocket Burst, which can be blocked a lot by Sejuani in the front, and you won't be able to hit Ezreal very easily, whereas Victor will be able to help burn through Sejuani's health bars. Also, Swain, I think, is a strong pick here for Genji as well, considering the Sejuani pick. Not going to be as amazing as we saw it yesterday with the insane front line just kind of walking into that burn damage, but looks like he's going to save that pick for last.
Yeah, this is actually one of the ruler life lanes that was one of their favorites, which was the Kai'Sa and the Rakan. They were certainly the most successful on this particular bot duo. They're going to be taking that into the Ezreal and X, whatever it's going to be that Life decides to go with. I'm hoping that it's a little bit more of that aggressive choice, right? Like a little bit like going for one of these Enchanter supports. Yes, there is a bit that has been banned away, but there are some other options. I would have definitely hated to see the Tahm Kench, and thankfully we're not going to see that. Lissandra going to come in, and that will block things like LeBlanc and the Ahri.
Yeah, and based on the comp here for Genji, I like it a lot. Zillion here too, this is really strong. Lissandra would be unkillable if the focus wants to be there. Otherwise, you know, you keep Ezreal alive, you have a lot of speed.
No!
No, this is not the way. This is not the way. No! That's not fun at all.
Oh, God. It was looking so fun until it was really not.
I think Swain is quite strong here. You know, into the Lissandra,
yeah, I agree.
You feel very good about this one. You're great into Sejuani, Tahm Kench front line, Viego running at you, and I've obviously been waiting to see Chovy Swain.
Yeah?
Victor, I think, is my alternative in terms of the scaling damage you could do to break through those health bars. What's it going to be? Nope, he goes for the Karki.
I knew it. I knew it.
You knew it all along. I was like, nah, man, there's too many tanks in the front there. He's not going to be able to hit those rockets on the Ezreal. I wasn't liking it, but I mean, Lissandra does change things quite a bit because you're going to feel pretty comfortable in the laning phase. You're also going to be able to harass 2 targets. You know, Lissandra, if she's at the front, which she kind of needs to be to utilize her kit well around 5v5 team fights, if she gets burst down low, has to ult early, can cause a whole slew of problems. So that does kind of change things a lot. And Genji, their comp scales well. Again, they're running the Gnar, which again, execution a little bit tougher than a lot of the top laners we have in this meta right now based on Gnar bar, but they have a lot of time buying tools, you know, especially the quirky. So
I'm hoping that Ruler just goes for the AP build and they just poke forever. They never engage. It looks like a dive comp, right? Like outside of the Corki, it looks like a dive comp, but if you just play AP Kai'Sa, you just poke and never fight. And then the carpet space will have absolutely no replays at all.
Yeah,
and
it's
that
a hard
would be
meta for
very
deskers.
funny. It would be very funny.
It is a hard meta for the deskers, the carpet spacers, man.
Yeah, no, it's tough.
That's
However,
you and me tomorrow. We're gonna.
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping, like, I know we're going to get punished tomorrow, so therefore I want to make sure that this is perhaps just the most difficult possible desk, because then they might come up with like a Corki skin tier list, which I think would be quite amusing, or something like that. We'll have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Let's go to the Rift of Game 2. Genji fans definitely winning once again when it comes to the fan cheers. So good to have them back. If you guys, you know, only recently started watching in the last couple of years, you may not be accustomed to the Hunter duel sets. Of course, fan chants were banned based on COVID being such an issue. Things have alleviated somewhat here in Korea, and now fans are able to cheer once again. Which is definitely fantastic, helps the atmosphere quite a lot. I just find it very interesting that now fans are allowed to cheer when the meta has slowed down to a snail's pace, and there's less things to cheer
there
about.
have been a few. I have heard a few like volleys of claps for cannon minions and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So-
we're gonna get to like control ward kills and like huge amounts of applause and things like that. Oh my god.
So to go back to the Kai'Sa discussion, I do not think it will be AP Kai'Sa because it's been nerfed quite significantly, and also.
Oh yeah, it was memes.
Yeah,
It was memes.
but you know, I mean, in like last season, it would have actually been a real option. This time around, that's going to be, as you guys could see, the runes here. It's going to be the Kraken Slayer variation. There'll be Halo Blades for the laning phase and all that, and. Very strong Kai'Sa.
AP Kai'Sa also took Hail of Blades.
I mean, yeah, because you kind of had to. She's not taking Comet, you know. But she's like, I'm gonna press the attack. No.
Yeah. Just like no actual points in your queue at all. It's just only W.
When you lock in Kai'Sa, it just changes your runes for you. Just like when you get locked into when you autofill jungle, it turns you into Smite.
Yeah, well, that's a flash very early here from Lehens. Ruler also taking a lot of damage as aiming and life bearing down on them. Level 2 hit by the KT bottom lane. And Genji a little bit too far up.
Yeah, it's going to be early summoner. Nice usage of the Ezreal Kench push to get that level 2 advantage here. Not going to be the most impactful in this meta to lose flash early on. A champion like Rakan already has some inherent mobility, but you know, we're trying to find something, you know, like the first 3 minutes of summer is down, we're like, woo!
No, exactly.
This is a crazy game.
It's huge. I'm surprised Lehens doesn't have Hex Splash, because I feel like he'd be a player that would just take Hex Splash on everyone, but he's taking the Guardian, so not going to have as much room to go for that one. Chobi just getting a bit of harass damage here onto Arya. It's going to be the Electrocute variant of the Lissandra. We've seen some more of these defensive ones in the past, but it's going to be far more damage focused. Certainly was popularized at MSI, not needing things like the Aftershock to be relevant, as Rascal could be in trouble yet again. I've seen this gank before. It was a different champion. He's going to block the Arctic Assault. I don't think it's actually going to be enough to net them the kill, as the flash forward from Doran needs to get 2 more autos, and Rascal just walks away. Oh,
look at Doran's face.
me.
That was the most Doran move I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You've already won the exchange. You've already gotten, you've already gotten him pushed out. He's going to have to leave lane, and then you flash to lose a kill.
And that was 2 flashes for an Ignite.
Yeah.
That's
well, look, good news for KT fans.
Oh yeah.
Is that count as a solo kill if you're by yourself?
I mean, yes.
1v2.
No one got an assist. I mean, the
go.
turret did a fair bit of work there, and Doran did a fair bit of work, but I think it still counts.
I think it's kind of BM. We're watching Rascal's first-person view. We should be watching Doran's.
Yeah. That's a giggle.
Look at all Doran flashed on me under turret chuckle. Every player's had one.
Yeah, he basically just said yummy.
And now Rascal is actually in a fantastic spot, has his early lucidity boots.
Yep. Is Doran, okay, not going to get hit by that one, so he'll be all right. And yeah, this Sejuani going to be having a much better time than the last one we saw.
Certainly true. Well, anyways, around the rest of the map, things are going as normal.
Ari has a CS advantage over Chovy.
Yeah, just slightly. Chovy backed here to grab the Cull and the Tier, so going to be building that Muramana early as fast as he can, and started Longsword as well as the early Cull here because he knows that basically nothing will happen.
Yeah, Peanut on vision here as the Abyssal Dive comes through from life. The exhaust goes down immediately, and Peanut, his decoy on cooldown, and he's going to get taken down all too easy. Cuz locks up the kill. Genji, the bottom lane, could not get there in time.
This is starting to become a problem because Cuz is already fed, the his CS advantage. He's farming better. He ends up grabbing the Gromp there as well, and is now in position to take early Drake. KT have topside control in a matchup where you don't necessarily get it because Hyperprocs can be very frustrating for Sejuani. So this is KT now with bot prio, a little bit of control mid, and topside control leading into Rift Herald with early Drake. So these are the advantages that KT would struggle to get normally with a comp like this, but actually have now kind of gotten them for free due to some small mistakes on the side of Genji, an overextension from Doran topside.
Oh yeah.
And this is kind of the bane of Genji in this KT matchup. Sometimes they just get a little bit overconfident.
Let's have a look at it one more time as Life just gets so much work done. I mean, his Tahm Kench so far in both of these games, especially in the early stages, has been very good.
It's so common on blue side when you have prio advantage to, as you often do because you're blue side and you picked a matchup that you like, to just go for the kind of blue buff Gromp invade, see what you can get, and Tahm Kench can engage from so far away.
Yeah.
Pretty insane.
Worked very, very well in this case as Doran stealing this minion wave, crashing towards his turret. Voidseeker connects onto aiming. Too much more to worry about there as Circle of Frost comes down, but Chovy able to trade back very nicely there onto Arya. Bossbomb doing a fair bit of work. Rascal walks over a ward, and Peanut just going to get bullied out of his jungle. Rascal's just being frustrating. Bristle and Sejuani just on the hunt.
Yeah,
and there's the reset.
Peanut can't get 6 critically here, which is really important leading into this Rift Herald fight. 40 seconds to go. He has no farm he can take. He needs that red buff to hit 6, and he just is being denied it. This is a perfect timing for Rascal to come over here and do this because he had that top prio like we were talking about from just moments before. So yes, Peanut will eventually get this red buff, but this gives additional time for KT to set up here. Notice the rotation over. Arya's back to lane already. Will catch this wave right before the Herald spawns. Chovy heading back home.
I mean, Rascal did lose an entire minion wave for that, but of course does delay Peanut quite a bit, and that is certainly valuable. Also secures the Rift Scuttler as well, which will allow Cuz to have a slight advantage, as you can see.
Yeah, he has the vision cleared out here on the Herald itself. Does unfortunately just slightly miss that ward to the left side of the pit. Well placed. But a lesser experienced jungler than Peanut might actually die there or end up losing the red buff. Peanut handled it very well, did back away. And you can see Genji are going to try to trade this for a red buff steal cross map because they know they have no contest potential elsewhere. They can get some deep vision down and may be able to convert this into a pick onto aiming, who's being greedy down here. But if he just backs off after grabbing this minion, as he probably will, as he probably will.
Yeah, he's moving in.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, okay, so just going to put down that control ward. Not too worried about anything else. Winter's Wrath coming on through here from Rascal, getting a bit of damage onto Doran. But now I think that, you know, after Doran was put in his place a little bit in the early game, he'll probably be a little bit more reserved as this game continues. As there's a bit of a wallop, just to get Rascal away. And the Everfrost is going to come through yet again. Rascal's struggling with the mana just a little bit here, but the Hyperprocs chase him down. Doran showing that he's not going to go down without a fight.
The vision was removed.
Okay, that's an ulti. Doran going to have to flash to get out of the way of that one. The Ignite already down. A lot of commitment there for Rascal. However, he didn't have to flash. Managed to get one from Doran, which is very, very good. No flash Nars or anything like that to worry about for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it just goes back to that Ignite take, you know, in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, generally, Sejuani top is always going to take that, as you said earlier, but still, the value of this is you have a lot of kill pressure into a champion that's more reliant on their flash for long-range engage and also escapes later on. Vision was removed by KT that Genji set up around the red buff because they were able to accurately predict that that would be Genji's call. They instantly sent Ezreal to try brush, control ward, then check red buff with life, and so they clear that out, so Genji doesn't have that deep vision, so they had temporary control of that part of the jungle, but it was cleared away. KT just showing such a good control of this early game. I mean, it really all kind of started with that initial failed flash forward from Doran, but, you know, domino effect here, that kill there on the bottom side of the map as well.
It's all kind of working out here. KT do need to keep it up as Lens dives forward with the grand entrance. Able to exit with the Battle Dance comfortably, but still KT avoiding a lot of the issues. At least for now. Smoke Tread's picked up for Doran. I think he's discovered that that's going to be very, very valuable in this game.
Yeah. It definitely is. Lots of CC. Yeah, and it's great for Gnar in general.
I'm expecting Chovy to pick that one up as well as, yes, Korean Lissandra. She is just noisy. I don't know what to tell you. It's one of these things that we've dealt with for many years.
Reminds me of like Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah. We needed a Lissandra skin with the cucumbers on her eyes. You know? Oh my god, that would be so good. Oh man.
Wrong lever!
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie.
It's such a good movie.
I need to watch that one again. We could have a viewing of Emperor's New Groove while we're in the lull states of these games, right? We just have it in a lower third. Could we get the rights? I wonder whether we could get the rights. We'll need to talk to Dave Spade about it or something like that. As package used to clear out a minion wave. That's where we're at right now. That's the way we do it. It's Doran and Rascal still fighting this one out. Nah, not going to land into the wall as Peanut going to flash forward once again. This time, they're going to be able to lock down the kill. Second time's the charm here for Gen G as they're now on the board.
Now this does allow KT to get a second Drake. We'll see which of the three remaining it could be. It could be Hextech, which would be pretty massive, or the Infernal. If it's Ocean again, not as consequential. Meanwhile,
yeah, bit of a fight here as Life trying to get himself out. Blasco not going to be able to do it, but he flashes, and yeah, I guess Gen G weren't interested. They're going to put down the Rift Herald as well, so KT will be able to collect that, and aiming is here to reap the rewards for that one also. Lahen's going to knock up Shelly. We're going to see whether they can take her down, but still, she will get the plates.
This is a really decent position here for KT. It is the Hextech Soul to come through, which is pretty good for their composition, considering how much of a front line they have with the Sejuani and the slows that come with it. Last second of that recall, not going to deny.
Yeah. Not able to stop it that time around.
Would have been massive if Ruler actually picked up that kill and, you know, always secure your kills, guys. Just one more auto would have done it. He gets over the wall, Life escapes, they get the crash there on the turret, extra plate gold going over to an Ezreal. Kraken Slayer is done for Ruler here, but it's a range issue that could be compounded here in terms of how much these matchups are going to collide. And will Chovy be able to hit those rockets again with the Sejuani in the front line? A little bit tougher to actually land those onto the AD carry. We know Chovy is insanely adept at this. He showed it to us across multiple metas throughout his career last season, very recently. But we'll see.
Yeah. I think trusting in Chovy's core key is certainly something that you won't get punished for too often.
Yeah. It's pretty good blind faith to
yes, have. You could imagine that one's relatively safe money. And there's not a lot of safe money these days.
certainly not.
And talking about investments, things like that. But Chovy, certainly a decent one. Genji agrees. It's why he re-signed for the entirety of 2023 as well. The very first time that he's signed for more than a year, as you mentioned, before game number 1.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff.
And I guess I say blind faith as well for Chovy, but it's not really blind because he's proven himself a lot. As this is just Rascal kind of overextending. He goes to the right side here thinking, okay, if I dodge this wall, I'm fine, but he doesn't dodge it, gets hit by the house, and Peanut is able to flash forward here for the kill. Didn't have enough vision control. The right side there, that tri-brush ward getting a lot of value, had 2 wards in the river, so thought he was safe to continue that trade, but was incorrect.
Yeah. Also as well, it's really cool to see that Doran is rocking Kuve's skin as well. Of course, Genji player of old, and chose Na as his world skin after their victory in 2017. Cool to see.
Yeah, very, very good year for Kuve.
He was just such a god when it came to the Gauntlet, and I will always remember the Gauntlet fondly, but I'll also always remember it as pretty much a tournament owned by Kuve. He was just too good.
Samsung in general in those,
doing that.
Pretty good Gauntlet team. Well, the game is still at a snail's pace, obviously.
Yeah.
Those watching, you didn't need me to remind you, but I just want to make you feel sad again.
2 minutes until we probably have the first team fight of the game, if last game was anything to go on. This time around, everything is much more even than it was last time, but Genji, they have even gold, but they've taken 0 turrets.
Yeah.
0, like no objectives really, so there is some standing gold on the map right now for Genji to take. But still, it is map control going over to KT. Genji here towards the bottom side still are able to get in, get control vision.
There's a lot of
for the Drake.
Defensive vision here for KT, especially for aiming. He's always had that tri-brush warded. Knows this defensive ward that right where Kuz is standing right now. I think the Korean observers are kind of highlighting this as well. Makes it very difficult to punish aiming. And you just see the awkward triple longsword here for Ruler. It's just one of those indicators that he's not at the economy he would like to be at this point in time. Didn't get that kill on the Kench earlier. Not to say that he's extremely behind, but he's significantly behind in terms of what his impact is going to be versus an Ezreal, unless those rockets hit or we have a really nice Thorin engage, right? Whereas Ezreal, with his range and with the tank front line that he has, is always going to be able to do a lot of damage around these objectives.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an aim game, right? Like the aiming cues and his ability to hit those versus Chovy's rockets, right? In these kind of poke fights.
I agree. Lehens this time has Grand Exit in order to get him out of the way of the Tahm Kench, moving on forward. And we're very close to aiming, picking up that 2-item spike. And of course, that is going to be the advantage of having the Ezreal, is that you do get that, as Miramana is going to be completed relatively soon. As you can see, the tier already stacked up.
Yeah, just grab that first turret too, on top of the plates he picked up earlier. So
yeah,
he's really sitting on a significant amount of gold right now.
Lehens taking a bit of a love tap there. The aiming's ward is going to be taken down.
First strike value coming in again.
Yeah.
They just cannot kill aiming. The vision control is too good. His defensive setup, like his team is always prepared when they are rotating around here to look for a potential pick. Now it does push them away to allow Genji to take this first Hextech Drake.
And Chovy with the package available. Kuz going to move on in, but it's just the Drake secured. And KT just caught napping there just a little bit. Not able to get into position for that one. Chovy not finding the rockets that he really wants here, because I believe a big one went a little bit wide. Doesn't have a lot in the tank right now, as the package is just going to be used to move him back towards his turret. Doran setting up where he can, but Shirley gets a lot of work done. Glacial Prison not imprisoning anyone at this stage, as Rascal does go wide, but airball or not, they're still going to be able to get this minion wave towards the outer turret in the mid lane. But KT, 5-man stack, still not able to defend their minion wave, and therefore Genji gets them away from the turret.
I really appreciate how patient KT played this. They don't try to force it too hard after the Sejuani ult misses, because, you know, Chovy, as you mentioned, still was holding onto that package there, and the flank from Peanut could have led to a really nice wombo combo. Doran almost had his Gnar bar. Like, Genji were so ready to turn that. KT did not overstay their welcome, backed off at the last possible second.
Kuz lying in wait right now is Lehens. He did the walking in a straight line method to avoid all of the skill shots. I very much liked it.
The tricky switcheroo.
Oh yeah, that's it's definitely the way that you do it. KT do have a slight advantage, but it's not above 1,000 gold at this stage. And Gen G have a lot of tools when it comes to later in the game.
All right, teleport here committed, so they can actually try to force this turret down. Bit of a heavy commitment, but it's going to really limit what Chovy can do outside of side lanes in terms of farming. And they're actually going to try to punish him too. This could work out.
Yep, Peanut is in position, but Cuz actually going to be found. And that means that Chovy's going to be A-OK. The control ward getting a lot of value here.
Peanut and Chovy work so well together as a jungle mid duo, and this is just another example of these types of cases. A teleport is committed from Arya. They want to collapse on top of Chovy and get that turret. And Chovy is being greedy because he knows Peanut has his back and can actually continue to push despite knowing that everyone is grouped up in mid, and they completely get away with it.
Yep, I actually really like this as well, staying around. And KT, maybe they'll think that it's going to be a classic Chovy situation as Doran throws some boulders towards Rascal, but otherwise not too much going on. And Rocket is going to stop Cuz from being able to go back right now. But this one should go through just fine. But yeah, what I was saying was, it's really cool that Chovy stays up there towards the top side and the rest of his team actually lies in wait, just in case KT think that Chovy's being a little bit greedy for that CS, which is something that he has done in the past. But this time, the rest of Gen G are there to support it and allow Chovy to be up there and continue to get absolutely gigantic on this Corki.
Yep. Defending that turret pretty well, though. RKT, Arya goes up there, clears the wave. Chovy gets a little bit of gold off first strike, but Life going to commit here once again, try to get something.
Yeah. Ruler comes on forward. Popcorn chickens were the priority there from the Acathian Rain. And now Chovy might be in trouble, but Valkyrie is going to
nice
way, and yeah, that's a really nice sidestep to avoid the stun, but he was already at relative safety anyway.
Yep. Had cleanse and flash available.
I hadn't even accounted for the fact that he's got like every summoner spell he needs.
When Chovy is out there like that, you often feel like maybe he's in danger, and KT have oftentimes been like, all right, we can grab him, right? Like, no, you never can. Like, Chovy knows his limits so extremely well, which is why his CS numbers are always so high, because his team facilitates him, and he also is just very well aware that, okay, there's no way they can get here faster than I can react. Has defensive vision below him, and
he's got Leandries now as well. So this is, I guess, the answer to the Sejuani being in the front line. Chovy will just burn him down.
Yeah, this is not common. We normally see the Ludens here.
Yeah, I think it's a slight adjustment based on what the meta has been doing. And look, there are certainly some Leandries enthusiasts here in Korea, so I am very happy that he has gone for that one.
I like it into the Sejuani in particular. This was the kind of issue I was raising, like, will he be able to burn through the tank line? Will he actually be able to stop Sejuani from blocking all of his rockets? A Victor, you know, offers something a little bit different. The Swain offers something a little bit different in terms of breaking through that front line, but, you know, this is the answer. It's a great adaptation here. The item builds Jay was talking about, you know, maybe a little bit.
There we go. Shout outs to Jay. I don't know whether it was exactly Leandri's Corki that he was going for. Still not sure whether I'm sold on that one. But still, he's going to go for it as, okay, Peanut diving forward. Cyclone only lands onto life, but they might be able to grab this kill. He goes golden for the moment as Arya looking for the backline. He should be able to get it, but the Frozen Tomb launches himself forward. Peanut getting taken down low, but he does. Oh no, it's aiming that secures the kill. Doran gets into the backline, but now he doesn't want the fight. 1 second until the Drake and KT have a man advantage.
Yeah, and they're looking to wrap around here.
Okay, Life dives in. Oh my god, so much CC, but Lehens is able to do it. The flash out of the way of the True Shot barrage, and somehow Lehens and Chovy survive, and Lehens still have flash.
Yeah, flash still up. They are going to be able to take this Drake out, though. KT nearly with not only a Drake, but a massive team fight win as a boomerang steal attempt here from Doran. We've seen those before.
Oh dear, Doran was over the wall, so it's going to be a dead Lissandra. However, traded back, so 1 for 1, you'll take that.
Yeah, that's definitely some mistakes on both sides here, let's just say, but at the end of the day, KT very aggressive, also utilizing their comp very well. Arya's flank. Some emotes here.
Yeah, it was actually really cool from Arya.
The flank was very risky, but it was also bold, and it was extremely well coordinated around the rest of his squad. He flashes the wall. He's got a really nice angle. And this is the kind of move that we don't always see from KT, where they're usually very timid around these mid-game objectives. And to see him actually try to pull this off was, you know, quite impressive. As it's a very long exchange here. Here comes the flank I was talking about with Arya on the other side. Chobi goes in onto him. He gets over the wall. Flash actually completely unnecessary in this case, but is on top of Peanut and takes him out. Then KT are trying to figure out, okay, how do we follow this up? Life, once again, look at his angle here. They don't know where he is. Catches them on the back with that ward he's got over there. Double knock up here, and if those flashes are not up, very disastrous situation here for Gen G. There'll be a trade, of course, of those flashes. It could have been even better for KT.
Yeah, this time it was Arya sort of preparing his exit of the pit, but there was a door in there lying in wait. But getting the kill back, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much for the mid laner of KT. So they put themselves into soul point position. Things pretty good here for KT right now, but it's still not a gold lead whatsoever. And Gen G's engage looked not great, especially from the outset. Cyclone getting almost no value. They did break a stopwatch from the Tahm Kench, but otherwise that was about all they managed to achieve. So I think that there is going to be more available from Gen G in the next team fight.
My issue with the Gnar is similar to some of the other games we've had in the Gnar so far this season in the first 2 days, is that you're so reliant on your Gnar bar, as we talk about all the time, especially me. It's almost like my new wolf turret thing to talk about, but the meta is so slow, and the team can just outweight you in a lot of these team fights around objectives. You go, oh, you have your Gnar bar, that's very cool, but what if we just sit around and actually just throw Qs at you, and you throw your Corki rockets, and then once the Gnar bar is gone, like, your options are limited. This was a different scenario, obviously, because KT went for a flank engage, but I'm worried about what Doran's impact is going to be in this next Drake fight, which is going to be so critical, because it will be the Hextech Soul. Chobi.
Oh, yeah. There's the Abyssal Dive. That Glacial Prison was optimistic, to say the least. However, I think Peanut is probably still going to be taken down. Still gets a whole bunch of knockups and does create the space that he needs. Void Seeker connects, but Ruler not going to be making the aggressive play right here. So KT going a little bit too far, as Doran was just splitting on the top side, as Arya was in the mid lane.
I mean, that was some real trust that Rascal had where Life was going to land. It was going to be a follow-up stun there.
Yeah. Definitely some optimistic predictions.
Certainly. That's
if it had worked, though, Wolf, it would have been very cool.
Yeah. Put it very kindly. I really appreciate how you put that.
I'm trying to keep that glass half full.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a struggle, but we're doing the best we can. As Doran going to preemptively ult and straight up miss Rascal, just going to give him a bit of his own medicine there as the Hyperprocs come in, and Doran's going to be walking real quick, so he manages to escape comfortably.
Yeah, we'll be fine here. This Hextech Soul is so incredibly powerful for both teams, but I would argue that Corki is going to love it the most. Life. Oh,
no.
So close.
Not tongue lashing any Corgis this time around, as Chobi completes his Hydra.
But losing this soul for Gen G in the position they're in this game right now could really kind of solidify KT's position to continue to win upcoming fights around Baron. So they really can't afford to lose that one. KT have had and continue to have control of the Drake Pit vision. They're taking away topside vision here on the Baron Pit to make sure Gen G can't trade Baron for Drake, limiting their options here. Gen G will take the opportunity to then clear that vision on Drake. But this is only the second Drake for Gen G, so if KT lose this, it's not the end of the world. But Gen G have to be here. They have no alternative options.
Yep. Must defend, as Rocket is going to go wide. We have to keep our eye on that next one. Is going to connect there onto Cuz, but not going to get big damage or anything like that. Wants to be able to land it onto some of these squishies, as Chobi's doing his very best to stay in position, stay threatening. Aiming, taking a bit there. Gen G, decent position right now. Doran as well.
Arya has flash.
Gnar at this point in time, and the Mega Gnar is coming. It's on the way, but
so
he's
low,
taking
though.
a lot of damage. Exactly right. The Hawk is going to come out, and Arya just deletes him. It's still a fair bit of damage available, though, and Gen G doing some work here just to keep those health bars low. Doran, he's having a rough game. The rest of Gen G, can they stave off 5 is the question. That big one onto Arya certainly helping out. Cuz at full health, teleport back to get all of the health back into this fight once again. Rascal can come through for the flank. Glacial Prism still on cooldown, but
Now Rascal, I mean, with full health here in this fight and the teleport back from Arya, I think they should be able to secure this one.
Yeah, Chovy is still just playing frontline Corki right now, though, keeping these health bars as low as he can. They started up the Drake. Peanut trying to get into the pit, the Cyclone. He flashes to get himself out of the way, though. As Ruler dives into the back line, can he actually get some kills, though, as Aiming is eventually taken down? Peanut getting some work done here as well, and Genji, they give up the soul, but can they just straight up win the fight? And I think the answer is yes, as Arya is going to go into his ultimate, but I don't think he has any more available in the tank. Doran going to be able to take down Cuz, and yeah, there is an escaping Miss Piggy, but I don't think she's going to get too far as the rockets coming on in, and yeah, Gatling gun, that'll do it. Glacial Prison just to delay the inevitable. That one actually landed though, Wolf, and that's certainly good news. And the Ignite comes in, I love that.
I like
finally.
Because if he doesn't Ignite that, there's a chance if he actually hits, if Rascal actually hits that stun, he actually kills Lehens and trades it, so very well played. The whole fight though started off with Doran eating so much damage. This once again goes back to the Narbar angle that I was talking about, because Doran is so desperately trying to proc it. He has nothing to auto here. There's no buffs up, as Genji will secure this Baron. Yep. But Doran is very low here, and then Arya, he has flash, like I mentioned. He takes the Gnar out. But at the end of the day, this Leandri's value for Chovy is what really wins this long fight.
Well, there's also some stuff that's happening. No one's dead, but there's a lot of damage that's being done. Baron was secured. I wonder whether we can just jump back into the replay.
Well, you know, I tell you what happens at the end is Chovy hits a lot of rockets and phosphorus bombs, and the Leandri's damage eventually burns everybody down. And yes, Genji lose the soul.
Yeah, back into it again. This is what we missed, everyone. Here's the action.
So watch how much damage Chovy does in this fight. We don't have the numbers up on the screen for you guys, but you could just watch him hit these.
Oh
and Peanut actually almost gets into position to steal, but is unable to. KT stop it for a little bit to make sure he can't smite, steal it away, then secure it. KT made a conscious decision to basically ensure they get the Drake even if they lose the fight, because it's a huge tool for them now. And then over here, I guess this is just a lot of boom damage.
Yeah, it was just a delivery service here on Aiming. Is if that rocket out of hit, I guess Aiming's dead. And by I guess, I mean Aiming is definitely dead.
100%.
But the Devour comes through from life and he survives.
So when the dust settles, Genji have map control with the Baron. However, they will have to face that Hextech slow for the rest of this game, which makes a lot of Chovy's ability to weave in and out, hit those rockets, a lot more difficult, because when he gets hit, or if Doran gets hit and the slow chains to him, he's vulnerable. And that was another moment where Arya can strike.
Yeah, just when you thought that it couldn't get any slower. Cuz gonna do a fair bit of damage here to Peanut. Peanut just clearing out vision where he can. Doran moving on up, wants to charge up that Narbar once again, but honestly, hasn't really been the pivotal part of these team fights. It's just been Chovy sitting back and getting so much damage down with these rockets.
Well, if Doran is the focal point and people continue to put all their damage into him, especially Aiming and Arya, then it means that Chovy can, during that interim, actually hit those rockets because he has a front line that's tanking all the damage. So it works out. Even if Doran looks silly for it, he's doing his job, albeit not in terms of a flashy engage, but actually just tanking it up.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it's worth it.
He should just build Force of Nature now.
No, straight up. I don't know, what was this Black Cleaver even going to do? Like, he should just build as much tankiness as possible.
That's just a personal, I don't like Sejuani choice, I guess.
Yep.
Side lane options there, I guess. Good, he's got his moon plate.
And honestly, it is. It's been sort of the theme of Nars these days, is to be able to side lane effectively. And certainly now with Dead Man's plate completed, he's going to be able to get down those side lanes even more quickly.
He will be able to slap a little bit harder when he does hit that one auto.
Oh yeah. That's what we're talking about. Ruler completes his fourth item here as well.
Undo on that because he wasn't sure if he could afford the stopwatch, and then decides to buy it anyways, and then gets his chainmail. It was a little bit weird, but eventually those items do come through. Yep. So he has a stopwatch, Corgi has a stopwatch. This fight for Genji, for Elder, is more important than anything in this game. If they win this, they're completely in the clear. Like, they should be able to finish the game, basically, with it. At least take out some inhibitors.
They also, they have an 8,000 gold.
Yeah. Now, that is significant. Don't get me wrong. But I think what's more significant is the fact that they have map control around the Elder before this fight even starts. So they're going to be able to hit rockets and chip away at the health bars as they're doing now before the fight even commences. And KT are not in a position to actually hit any of those slows or start to actually do that as real damage. You can see one Mystic Shot connects here, but it's at the cost of a fourth of Aiming's health bar.
Yeah.
And this is problematic.
They're like, but Chovy's running out of rockets. It's going to be fine. But you're running out of health bar, so it's not as fine. Yeah, it's kind of seems to be the issue here as Winter's Wrath comes through from Rascal to try and slow down Peanut, who is looking to try and get in here. Doran dancing back and forth as Cuz takes another Hyper Proc, and he's going to go back home. It's all to buy space.
Look at all the wards.
That Elder Drake like you were talking about.
And to approach the Elder for KT, you will take rocket damage. It's just a given. I mean, Chovy missed that last one. I cast her, cursed him, but...
I think it's a monkey, not a gibbon.
Yes.
Sorry.
No,
the game, it slowed down so much. Oh god, okay, that is not the Hex Tech gate that you wanted to take there, Rascal. And Doran finds a big Gnar into the wall. Cyclone to come down, 4-man knockup from Peanut. That, honestly, the Hex Gate was the problem, but Genji's follow-up was absolutely the solution. And they will just walk down the bottom lane.
The fight on the third Drake there, or the fourth Drake, that KT secured but lost the team fight meant Genji got a game-winning Baron. All the vision control and all the extra money they had from that allowed them to just chip away and finish the game. They won it on the approach for KT to Elder. KT were trying to contest Elder and they were defeated before they even got there. The Elder is not taken. And Genji win the game off of superior vision. That chip damage to Leandri's build, I think, was absolutely the correct choice for Chovy.
Well, I need to tell you a story here, Wolf, because Korea has phenomenal delivery. Also, Korea has phenomenal pork, just in general. And that pig being delivered to Genji was just the most efficient fast food that I have seen in a very long time. Big mistake from Rascal at the end of that game, but sometimes the Hex Gates can be a big problem, and he was looking for a flank.
Yeah.
The rest of Genji were there to punish.
He has no... I mean, it was definitely not the correct choice, but from their vision and their perspective, I think he has very few other options because you're walking into Leandri's damage. If it's Luden's, you get hit with the Luden's proc once and you can kind of keep pushing way forward. You're a Sejuani, you're like, I'm tanky, whatever. But you get hit repeatedly into that Leandri's damage while you're walking into... There was, for one moment there, 3 wards in the brush. You can't clear all of those. Then you're just going to lose half your health bar. He's like, maybe I can flank, but they turn on because Genji's one step ahead. They're ready for the flank. They know the Hextech Gate is an option. And they just played it so well. They're like, oh, if you guys don't come over here, we take Elder and win. So they checkmated them so beautifully there.
Yeah, it was really nicely done from Genji. And yeah, it's some jokes here at, I guess, Rascal's expense, unfortunately. But he was just trying to make a play.
There was no great play.
There was a lot of desperation there from KT.
Yeah, exactly. And there was no great play to make. He made a choice, and Genji did not drop the ball.
They certainly did not. And that is a 2-0 here. Our second of the season thus far. And that is 2 back-to-back wins on Red side as well. I think Red side needs a look at. It is extraordinarily
Oh no, we're going the other way now.
But still, it was a great performance from a team that we were expecting more and more of. Of course, moving into summer, they've had a lot of time now to get themselves together again after that heartbreaking loss in the final against T1. Looking better, but I think there's still some more room to grow. Chovy does it exactly the same way. In fact, this graph looks like we've just changed the pictures of the champions, but otherwise it's identical.
Yeah.
I guess Lehens did more damage last game.
Yeah, Ruler I think as well too in the first game, but...
I mean, that's a flat line though. Look at that goal graph.
Yeah, what all happened at that Drake fight? Notice the Baron take at like minute 29 in that graph. That was the moment the game ended because Genji had vision control from that point on. You cannot give that up. And even though it seemed like the right choice to get Soul and be willing to lose the fight, it was actually not in the end. They should have actually just given Genji a second Hextech Dragon, which is so insignificant for Genji to not lose the fight, actually. But they thought, okay, if we grab this right now, maybe we can win the subsequent Elder fight too and win this before Chovy just gets out of control. But Chovy was already out of control at that point. This was one of the best moments for KT this game where they almost secured multiple kills. Life had a fantastic Tench game from the early kill to a lot of these engages. Arya as well looked a lot more comfortable on the Lissandra, one of his more comfort picks. But still, I think the draft is superior for Gen.G. The execution is better, and this is just what we expect, right? Gen.G is a top 3 team. They're in the big 3 for a reason. And they outclassed them here tonight. No upset to be seen.
Yeah, they did. I think KT kind of played themselves a fair bit, but we are going to have a listen to the players in the final moments as Doran finally gets that Gnar that he'd been searching for all game.
Look at Peanut shaking with how hyped he is in this final moment. Oh yeah. He's whacking those keys.
Bottom lane here, Gen.G just always laughing about something. I swear. It's actually extraordinarily wholesome. You know, you've got like Peanut, like you were saying, like focusing, and then Ruler and Lehends are just larking about.
Yeah, good start, they said there at the end to the first, rather, good start to the first day of the season for them.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we saw Corki, we saw Azir. It's time to start worrying. It's time to start panicking.
I mean, to be honest, I was a little bit worried even after yesterday, but our fears have been a little bit confirmed. Let's confer with the Carpet Spaces to see what they thought about that Gen.G victory.
Yeah, we're scared too. It's very scary right now. Too much Corki, too much Azir. We're getting to the point now in this current series, at least, where great players can pick up scaling champs and just sit there and scale and win the game. Obviously, there was a bit more to it than that. What do you think, Chronicler?
Corki is here, man. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, honestly, it's a very similar trajectory where both teams have like some scaling elements, but a team with more scaling just wins. In this case, it's Corki. KT opt into a Lissandra. The benefit of Lissandra, opposed to the Corki, is that in theory you will be able to actually apply side lane pressure and set up reactive plays, right? Like your target selection, in theory, should be enough to get your Viego resets. It's a very snowbally styled team comp. And then KT just kind of sat there, and then you're just always going to lose this game. Because in isolation, your matchups look really bad.
Also, you're blinding Lissandra, assuming that, okay, well, if we do this, then they can't play Ahri. I have news. Ahri doesn't matter anymore. Like, we have a new top 3. It's like Victor, Corki, and Azir, and maybe like Veigar and Karthus or something, because,
you know,
we're going kind of very deep in this hole right now.
Back in the day, when Gen.G would draft scaling, at least they drafted Renekton. Where's my Crocodile? Where is it? I want it badly because there was 3 kills 20 minutes in, right? And I think it kind of leans into the worst of the LCK habits, where we just hang back, wait for free item spikes, and then start playing the game.
Yeah, well, you know, new season, new meta, you know, it's all that fun. Guys, we do have highlight number 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 24-minute break fight.
24. We don't even get to talk about the Heralds anymore. They don't matter.
Yeah.
As a really late teleport from Doran here with his Narbar almost evaporated, and a very disjointed fight means that this looks pretty disastrous for Gen.G, but this is something you're gonna see KT struggle with very consistently. They're also not great at starting fights, right? You think, in theory, that with the core of Sejuani and Lissandra, find target, pick target, start your resets, get your Frozen Thralls, get your Viego, but instead, it kind of killed no one. It's a little bit of a mess, and then in the extended fight there, we even see Gen.G be kind of fine, not really too bothered by everything.
Yeah, no, they were fine. Got a little, you know, Drake went over, they were like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And then we went on later to a soul fight, which we will jump into now and take a deeper look at another fight that, one of the other 2 fights that we did have in the game.
It's not Doran's day. This was the game that started with obviously him dying on the turret level 3. It's like 4 Mystic shots here for no reason. Not great. Unfortunately, and this is like the one actually cool moment of this game, the continuous peppering of rockets from Chovy, augmented by the extremely confident play that Ruler is going to have her in a minute, is like, this is the one cool part of this. This is like, we're like, okay. So there is some need for gameplay in this meta, but it's only momentarily. It's when Arya is going to get, aiming rather, is going to get chunked down here with a plasma stack on top of him. And then Peanut actually does a really good job staying alive here. Ruler goes over, then immediately flashes to make sure that Rascal can't get to him. Still is able to get aiming, and the rest of Genji will then kind of follow up. There's not enough damage available, especially not with aiming gone. And KT then get the soul, but lose everything else. Ruler blast cones over the wall. He has no vision. He like throws it down as he lands, and it's from this point onward, Baron gets taken, map goes over to Genji, and like the game is done. And that's it. That's all. There is not more gameplay for us to really show you.
Keep in mind that, you know, it was a soul fight that KT took. They got 4 dragons in this game. It was a Hextech Drake soul, and it did not matter at all.
Yeah, and
it certainly helped them like stave off some of the fights for a little bit. You know, it kind of kept them in there for a little bit more. But at the end of the day, Genji scaled, they got the Baron, they got the objectives that allowed them to push it in the game.
I do also think that as much as we're, of course, we've only had a few games, need to be a little bit careful, because I see this comp from KT, and if this is piloted by a better team, Genji don't get away with nearly as much as they do there, right? I didn't like the Lissandra necessarily, but a better team will take that Lissandra and actually utilize it. I don't think Arya was really utilized there at all. And that comp, in theory, even though I think it will always lose the late game because of how good the Corki is, at the very least, it should be able to get more done in the mid game. KT just can't really get that done.
Yeah, definitely struggled a bit, not even just in this game, but also in game number 1. And again, they're up against a really strong team, so you can understand, like, Arya's having trouble laning against Chovy. That's not only the first time it happens. We get it in game number 2 as well. So we'll have to wait and see how the meta does develop as the week does go along and we see more matchups. But we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up, as it will be Corki. Congratulations.
Yesterday I voted for Ornn. Today I voted for Azir and Corki, and I don't have that much of a choice. I'm not liking it, but I think the individual level of play from Chovy here was still very, very good. As much skill expression as you can get with a Corki, right? Of course, like your rockets are always going to be good, but it's about how do you utilize your Valkyrie, when do you go in, because especially not just rockets, but rockets combined with the Gatling gun and the phosphorus bomb all together often get utilized by like really great Corkis that are able to know, okay, they don't have cooldowns, I can go in now and just output the max amount of damage. And Chovy did that very well here. Always stayed safe whenever he needed to, and I'd expect to see somewhat of a split vote regardless. I think Ruler was my other vote in terms of like the impact that he had, but no.
There was one vote for Ruler. I believe that is Jonas Strong there in the first position of the observers, and he plays AD carry and he loves AD carries. Ruler did have that one nice moment, but other than that, just, you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes. Everybody else had to succumb to the Corki votes. Very sorry you had to do that, Chronicler.
I didn't want to, but I had to.
It's just the way it goes sometimes with that one. But that does mean that we will be hearing from Chovy and... No, Chovy.
It's just Chovy.
Yeah,
it's just Chovy.
So looks like we do have that interview ready to go right now, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of Genji, Chovy. Congratulations! You guys secured the first victory of the Summer Split, and you are the solo POG. How do you feel? Yeah, this was our season opener, and then I was able to, you know, get the POGs, which means we did pretty well, so it feels great. Game number 1, yet cinched support secured for Lehans. So we kind of thought that it's gonna be Senna, Kent, you know, just like sharing those 2 picks with blue team and the red team, but it was actually cinched for the partner for Senna. Well, I was also pretty shocked, you know. I thought it was a mistake, you know, because I wasn't expecting that to come today. But looking at the comp, you know, I kind of believed in Lehan cinched. Well, we were actually thinking that this could be actually a singed mid for Chovy. I don't think Singed can perform against Jinx Tomkench, but I just believe that maybe that's something Lehan's prepared, so I wanted to give him a shot. Well, and in the mic check, we were able to hear Lehan saying that Singed teamfight is OP. Do you also agree? I mean, you know, in the middle of a teamfight, there was a Galio thrown in front of me, so I was like, what is going on? But still, he did a decent job, so it's okay. It was not impressive though, you know. Well, the sticky ground was pretty good though, but well, yeah, that was Singed. So yeah, you were tied for a POG in game number 1 between you and Lehans, but we had a tiebreaker, and you were the POG in the end. So did you expect to win the POG on Nazir? I mean, I thought I did alright, but it was not a POG level kind of a performance, so I was not expecting it. So I was like not actually like deserving it, so I wasn't too like happy or too surprised with the result. What about Lehan's then? Do you remember any of his reaction? I didn't see any, but he's a support, so he never really gets a chance to get his POG. So I guess today was his kind of his last chance maybe, but maybe next time. Looking forward to seeing more of a crazy pick for Lehan and also his POG, but Chovy, your performance in Azir was on another level. Your DPM was actually 981. You are like playing Azir like an AD carry. How do you rate this champion right now? I think Azir will definitely become a meta pick. And a lot of teams have to be good at it, and also you also have to be good at playing against Azir. And we had a lot of, you know, major updates coming into this summer split. What do you think is the most important lane or role in the current meta? Everything, you know, every lane matters, but bottom lane is no longer a 2v2, you know? And they have bigger impact in game, so it's gonna be way more important than before. In game number 2, the start wasn't that great for Genji with the accident happening in the top lane. They were like, I'm gonna block the Sejuani Q with my flash, and then I thought they got it, but then it was Doran actually dying. I guess they kind of messed up, but I was just focusing on my mid lane. Did you feel a little bit more pressure to play better on the mid lane? I was just telling them Corki is scaling well, and I could tell that they were happy to hear the good news. And also, it's always the Chovy Corki in the late game, demolishing the opponents. And I guess this will be the start of Genji's momentum of the summer split. And your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. Tell us about that match. Hana Life, you know, it used to be my team. I mean, it is my former team, and we had some good memories. You know, I'm not getting why the fans are laughing right now, but I mean seriously, you know, I'm not gonna be paying too much attention to my opponent. I'm just gonna focus on my own play. And we have so many fans out here for Genji, so any last message over to them. You know, COVID is finally almost gone here in the LCK and Korea, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of you here at the venue, and we will do our best to bring the best performance possible. And this will be the end of the interview from Chovy, and back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation, as we did have Chovy up there wishing all the fans well. We're going to take a look at the standings here, as we do have one more team that is up on top there, tied with DRX in first.
Yeah, win streaks.
Hell yeah.
Expected outcome, even though KT beat Genji in the first round robin in the spring. Seeing this outcome, I think shouldn't be too surprising. KT clearly still having some of the same issues where the team on, I assume, other days is going to look much more decisive and much more in control. But Not the best start of summer for them. For Gen G, it's nice. They picked Singed. That was fun. Chovy looks good again, as per usual. Doran looks a little bit flippy, as he always has. So for them, nothing really changed.
Not much has changed. I think that, as Chovy was saying, you know, Azir will continue to go into the meta. We'll see more of the Corki for sure. We'll see if any of that receives bans in our next series. Fredit Brion versus Damwon Kia. I voted for Fredit Brion in this one. We'll see if that risk does pay off, as Damwon Kia with Nuggery in the top lane will be the favorites. But don't wait, guys. We will have about an hour of a break, and we will be back with that second series.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Rowe. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just back to guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we have what could be an extraordinary series coming up.
That's right. Fredit Brion, the Kingslayers, the Damwon Slayers in regular season. Might be one of they're probably top 3 in terms of win rate against Damwon since they started as an organization here in the LCK. They have upset this team many times. It's a meta that's extremely strong for Fredit Brion's playstyles. We'll talk about as we get into this. Upset is possible. My prediction is still 2-0 Damwon Kia. Nuggery's back. He's starting today. But, you know, I think we got a fun series on our hands potentially here.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm only laughing because saying that the meta favors Fredit Brion and the meta also favors just doing nothing and being extraordinarily slow is just kind of funny to me. I'm not going to lie. There's also a birthday to celebrate. Sword's birthday is today, and he's been given a day off to celebrate, as Morgan will be playing instead. Let's have a look at any of the changes that have occurred here for both.
The biggest one of the season.
Indeed.
Nuggery
and it's the only
in.
one.
Yep, Nuggery in, and that is the only change. Well, of course, what is not pictured here is, I find that is very sad to me, is Hoya is out, of course, but you don't need 3 top laners on your roster if you are Damwon Kia. Hoya had a kind of last-minute performance there in the playoffs. If you guys remember last season, it was pretty cool, but otherwise was mostly absent. We'll see if Birdall does slot in from time to time, but I mean the biggest roster change of the whole season is Nuggery coming back.
Absolutely, and I love this. The teen drama protagonists of spring. You actually heard Lord Morgan. It was before our first series. You actually got a bit of that interview with some thoughts of a lot of the players, and Morgan said it's more of a live action rather than anime.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about that though, because he said if like spring season was the anime, then summer is the live action. I'm like, ooh, but those live action adaptations have been pretty bad, haven't they? Across the years. I'm like, they're not well received across any region. The Japanese live action one's not as well received, you know, the Netflix one's not so much. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We're gonna maybe like reword that next time.
Yeah. Let's say the anime starts now or something like that. But yes, the 2020 World Champions have been reunited. Nuggery back from China, back from a break in the spring season, and has now rejoined Canyon and Showmaker there to make that extraordinarily powerful top side. They're still without Beryl and Ghost, of course, from that 2020 run, and Beryl has certainly been instrumental in building DRX. We'll see how that one is going to go, but of course the mid lane matchup going to be important. Let's hear from the players right now.
이번에 담원의 너구리 선수가
너구리 선수도 복귀해가지고 엄청 잘했던 선수고 다시 돌아왔을 땐 어떤 또 멋진 모습을 보여줄까 궁금합니다.
안녕하세요. 이번에 담원기아로 다시 돌아오게 된 탑 너구리 장학원입니다. 확실히 근데 쉬면서 롤이 하고 싶더라고요. 그래서 복귀하고 싶던 것 같아요.
저도 복귀한 그 느낌으로서 복귀 자체가 좀 쉽지 않거든요. 좀 응원해주고 싶은 마음도 있어요.
또는한테 많이 당해져가지고 PK들이 좀 무섭기도 하고.
6대2가 제가 6인 거예요? 아 진짜요?
이제 6대3이 되지 않을까.
너구리 선수가 라인전이 엄청 세거든요. 근데 뭔가 할만하다?
과거는 과거일 뿐이니까 많이 당해서 조금 닉네임 볼 때마다 흠칫하긴 하지만
그때 한 시즌 쉰 그 텀이 있기 때문에 그 텀을 제가 좀 잘 메꿀 수 있지 않을까요?
오건 선수가 항상 픽손이든 좀 이렇게 팀적으로 도움도 많이 주고 되게 잘하는 선수라 생각하고 있고.
아, 근데 너구리 선수의 칭찬 이거 귀한데요? 와.
원래는 1, 2등의 그 정글킹과 미드킹이 이렇게 서로 순위 싸움을 하는 거 봤는데 어느 순간 보니까 이제 쇼메이커 선수가 1, 2등을 다 먹어놨더라고요. 그래서 와 진짜 대단하구나.
옛날에도 한번 줄 세우기 한 적이 있는데 그때도 약간 폼이 나쁘지 않았다고 생각해서 이번에도 이거 성공했으니까 좀 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있지 않을까라는 생각이 있긴 합니다.
보면은 좀 불타오르는 것도 있어요. 약간 얘를 이기고 싶다 이런 생각도 많이 들더라고요. 그리고 내가 얘보다 기여도가 높고 싶다, 솔랭 잘하고 싶다. 이런 점에서 되게 동기부여가 되게 많이 되는 것 같고.
라바가 질 듯? 우리 라바가 지금 금화에서 허우적거리고 있거든요. 한번 또 혼내주셔가지고 우리 태훈이 정신 한번 차리게 해주셨으면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다, 쇼맨님.
경기가 엄청 중요하기도 하고 저희가 불연전을 정규 시즌에 좀 많이 져가지고 꼭 이기고 싶네요.
저희가 좀 강팀을 만나도 쫄지 않고 하는 그런 것 때문에 좀 이겼던 것 같아요.
라바 선수에게 제가 거의 롤킹이라는 별명을 만들어줬다고 해도 과언이 아닐 정도로 아쉬운 모습을 제가 보여드렸던 것 같은데 좀 이번 시즌에는 그런 상성 같은 얘기가 안 나올 수 있도록 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 연습한 대로 할 수 있도록 담원기 한번 꺾어보도록 하겠습니다.
처음에 이기고 들어가야 나중에도 좀 편할 것 같아서 무조건 이기겠습니다.
담기만은 파이팅!
Umpty is my absolute favorite. Just saying, yep, by the way, Lava's struggling in Grandmaster. If you could teach him a lesson, that'd be great. That was definitely my favorite part. Of course, Nogari also just talking way too much. It's what he does. So good to have him back.
He's such a great personality for the LCK as well. Like,
Yeah.
beyond his play is the most exciting part of having him back, but having him in these interviews and if he gets POGs and him talking on stage, these are some added benefits that we're going to get here in the LCK. So glad to have him back. My first time casting him in the LCK because he left right before I got here.
Wow, yeah.
Yep, very, very
my
hyped.
I didn't even realize. This is Wolf's first Nogari session. Let's see whether that's actually going to be a good one or whether the LOL King is going to be able to fight back. Because, of course, he has had Showmaker's number in the past, and as we just saw in that interview, Showmaker wants to destroy him in every way, is I think kind of what the quote was.
Yeah. I mean, also Sword having the winning record over Nuggery is really interesting to see, obviously, from some of those peaks in Sword's career back in the day. He will not be starting today, unfortunately, to continue that sort of discussion. But, hey, he could sub in game 2. Would not be the first time Frederick Brion has made this choice, and I don't think it'll be the last if it does happen today either.
Yeah, exactly right. But let's introduce the teams. First, of course, is Frederick Brion. They have the home team advantage. They have chosen the blue side, I believe.
Yes.
But of course, Delight Henna there towards the bottom side. Some grins on their faces, I think, beneath those masks. Lava, Umpty, and of course, Lord Morgan, that I am sure most of you are extraordinarily excited to watch.
There has been such a almost mysticism, this anime protagonist style of discussion that's happened so much about this team because as much as it seems like it's impossible for them to crush the odds, they often do, almost like they have this sort of plot armor when it comes to teams like Damwon Kia, and they play to the strengths of their opponents. But what Frederick Brion is most famous for is playing slow, not taking risks, not overextending, and not taking poor trades on early objectives. And this is why a slow meta like the one we're in right now, a meta where we see a lot of late game Azir, Corki, a lot of scaling champions here that Hen is also very good at, is one that I think extremely plays into how this team wants to scale towards that Elder fight. And, you know, with a team that's built up a ton of synergy over the last year, because this roster was mostly unchanged even in spring, I think this could be the season of Bro. It might be time for some hashtag Bro mementos. My outlandish prediction is this team gets top 4 this season. I'm not kidding. That's my outlandish prediction. I think there's a good chance Lava, it's a good meta for him too. Just putting it out there. I'm saying it on day 1. We'll see how it changes.
I disagree, but I do like the sentiment. I do like the sentiment because, in theory, a lot of those things are correct. However, starting off with this game is a real tough one because I think that Damwon Kia are going to come in with a lot to prove, not only against Frederick Brion, but against the LCK in general. This is a team that is very used to being in finals. They're very used to winning finals. And they were unable to make it to MSI this season. Showmaker, you heard it in the interview, right? He was like, it feels so weird not actually being in the LCK final, let alone going to MSI. So you can imagine this team's got a lot to prove. And now with Nogari back, they're seeming to be very formidable. So many teams predicting Damwon Kia as the team to beat this season.
Well, what's so interesting is there's a lot of alternate timelines for Damwon Kia in terms of the super team they built. They got the bottom duo away from Nongshim. They got Dukdam and Kellen, but Khan retired, right? He had to go to the military. They wanted Kana. They couldn't get him. They wanted the Shy. Didn't work out. And then they ended up settling on having Birdall and Hoya in the top side of the map. But now it feels like the final piece is set. The super team is complete. It's like Gen G last season where you look at these 5 players and go, okay, there's some pre-existing synergy, there's some history here, and you have 5 of some of the best players, top 3 in their role across all 5. And now with Nuguri back at the top side of the map, this should be a fantastic season for Damwon Kia. On paper, this team should easily be able to make top 3. I mean, I don't think anyone is having their expectations below that, and it might be even higher. A lot of teams even favoring them to win the season.
Yeah, there have certainly been a lot of predictions, of course. The predictions were 1 for Gen G, a lot for T1, and the rest for Damwon Kia, right? And the split between T1 and Damwon, in my opinion, was much more heavily skewed towards Damwon than I was expecting. So looking forward to seeing Damwon show us exactly why so many teams feared them. As you can see here, match record, not too bad here for Fred Brion, to be honest.
And the win in that round 2 was the one that got them into the playoffs, which is what's so cool about this storyline is Fred Brion had to play with their challengers team. It looked hopeless. We were counting down the matchups they had left, and we were like, all right, well, now they have to beat Damwon Kia to make it into the playoffs. They beat them 2-0 in a hard-fought battle. Then, of course, Damwon got the revenge in the playoffs, but still, it does seem like this is somewhat of a kryptonite team for Damwon Kia, and we always try to theorize why it is. They will be blue side, as mentioned before. Is it because Damwon underprepares for this team? I don't think so. I think that the slow nature of this team doesn't play well into a hyper-aggressive Damwon Kia around Canyon's early game. So
I also think Edgar Diff is big. I think Edgar's just really, really good. I think he understands how to get the most out of his players very, very well, even within the draft, right? I actually think that Fred Brion has been one of our more creative teams as far as executing on a draft and also putting together the right pieces in order to give them an avenue to success. So I think that he deserves a lot of credit, but I think this is going to be an uphill battle here in Game 1.
I mean, Lava has been quite a savant in terms of leading champion pools. One of the first players to pick Ahri, one of the first players to pick Veigar. Last year, one of the first players to pick LeBlanc when she was coming back into the meta. He often picks champions a few weeks before they actually become the standard and often first ban material pick. So in a meta where we're evolving the mid lane, Talia, very popular, Swain coming into the meta right now, and 2 scaling mids he's fantastic at, the Azir and the Corki, both in his wheelhouse. So something to fear a little bit here in this mid matchup.
Well, Gwen is going to be banned immediately. I think that makes a lot of sense against Lord Morgan, but also just in general, as far as red side bans are concerned, guys, it's basically Talia, Lucian, Gwen every single time. Lucian going to be a blue side ban though, so Damwon Kia with a little bit more flexibility in that department.
Yeah, certainly true.
I think that's very interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, especially with
saving that and first picking it if you can is a really good idea.
Especially with Henna being a very good Lucian player, Twisted Fate also strong option to first pick. So trying to leave a lot of unusual picks open here. Now, Kalista is one of the ones I'm looking at here because Kalista is often in the first bans on blue side. Yep. It's Henna's best champion, in my opinion. I think it's by far the most he's excelled on as a player is this Kalista. His early game has been great. They banned the Senna, and so this could be a Henna Kalista first pick angle here, considering the way these bans have gone.
Yeah. Damwon, they have the ability to ban it away with that Lucian now being banned, him alongside Senna as well, which is thematically pretty beautiful, but Damwon, do they actually target the Kalista? Because we've seen her, as far as like the tier list is concerned, definitely up there as far as bans that we've seen. 1 second to go, Damwon will ban Kayle instead. I was half expecting this one from Noguri, not gonna lie.
Same here. But this does leave open the Kalista pick. If Frederick Brown would like to go that route, the Ahri still open, Wukong, a pretty standard pick. Henna could just go down the Ezreal route here too. It's a pick that he's been pretty decent on in the past.
Ooh,
now this priority is quite unusual.
Yeah. We have seen her prioritize, but not this highly, right?
Yeah, not in first pick rotation. So hiding a lot here is Frederick Brion, which is pretty common for them to do, in fact, in these drafts when they have something prepared.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Damwon Kia have planned for this one. Dr. thinking about his Ezreal. Certainly will be a very comfortable pick. Also picks it away from Fred Brion, as Renata and Ezreal as a combination certainly have a lot of power.
Could just go for Ezreal Karma here, which is going to be solid in almost any game, and then kind of respond, but you don't have to actually pick up the Karma this early because they've already picked their support, and there's still that extra time, so taking a priority jungler in the Wukong here for Canyon. Now, Canyon's Wukong we haven't seen yet since Wukong made his return to the jungle here, so I'm very much looking forward to it.
I really want this because its flex to topside is actually kind of interesting this meta, but it's not going to happen. There's the Kalista that you were talking about, not going to be picked away or anything like that by Damwon Kia. And this means that Henna and Delight, a very powerful bottom lane to start this one off, as well as Umpty getting the Viego, which has been a very classic pick into the Wukong.
Not only that, but it's also Kalista into Ezreal, which has been considered as a soft counter pick oftentimes in the early laning phase. Get that early Dirk if you can, and then you can really start to push this lane in. The Karma will come through. We talked about it earlier, but still feels like a pretty solid 2v2 down there on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Mitigated a lot by the Karma. And this means now that Viego's on the table, you got a Kalista, and the power of the early game is here. I think Ahri probably not going to be on the cards here for Fred Brion. I don't think Damwon Kia will allow it.
We'll see what Fred Brion are going to focus on. Of course, Damwon will have that first pick out, and likely will be Showmaker's pick, and then we'll save counter pick for Noguri. There is the Corki being banned. We're just a Nazir away from getting rid of both of them. But Corki against Lava, of course, is a very important ban. He is very, very good. And there it is! Okay,
Yeah.
no Corki Azir. It's just not happening.
I think it's a really strong ban for Fred Brion here, since they have the final ban to actually remove the Lissandra and open up a lot of options here for Lava. The Ahri then becomes more powerful, the LeBlanc. So both of these picks very strong here. I think LeBlanc with this Kalista draft so far is very powerful. Into what Damwon Kia are running, very squishy draft. As long as you can avoid the Wukong, but you find the Karma, you find the Ezreal. If you have vision control, very powerful. They take the Ahri away.
Yep.
Now you can just ban Lissandra if that's your plan here. GP, though, away from Nuguri, that's a classic.
Yep, certainly will remove a lot of power here from Damwon Kia, and is a much more comfortable, like we were talking about possible blind top laners. Chronicler mentioned it earlier that GP is still pretty capable of being blind picked. There's a Sejuani though. So
Yeah.
Noguri probably just going to go the tank route and save counter pick for Showmaker.
Lissandra is open, so the LeBlanc angle now is great. I like this Orianna. Really strong wombo combos with this draft. You know, the Orianna ult into Renata's ult. The Ornn is a great follow-up here.
This is so much comfort for Fred Brion right now. It's absurd.
I think this is one of those Victor/Swain angles again I was talking about in the previous set.
I think Swain would be definitely a good choice.
You have so many slows, and you can get sped up with the Karma, get shielded, but the Victor is just much easier to pull off here, and is going to allow you so much front-loaded damage into the Ornn when he's trying to get up there and set up his ult. So, yeah, we're not Azir Corki scaling, but we're scaling over here on Damwon Kia's side. And Fred Brion are just looking for mid-game spikes here and some power. The Ornn will give them a lot of late-game insurances with the ornaments, but more so it's about his ability to control choke points and objective fights in the mid-game that he's really going to be spiking with this Kalista comp in.
Yeah, and look, we got rid of Azir Corki, and a lot of claps for that, but then we get Victor Orianna. So I guess we just go back a few years, and then you get, like, this is the most classic Kuro versus Faker matchup.
Yeah.
From, like, Rocks Tigers versus SKT 4 years ago, 5 years ago, however many years ago that was. We've just taken a control matchup, scaling matchup, and just added a different one. And of course, Lava, very comfortable on the Orianna, completely makes sense. And then Showmaker gonna handshake and just allow both of these teams to get towards a later game situation. Of course, Kalista doesn't exactly thrive in the super late game, but I mean, there's an Orianna. There is so much insurance for the late stage that it doesn't even really matter.
Once she gets her Runen, she can still be relevant, you know, later on. It's a squishy comp they're up against in the back line if you can break through the Sejuani. My concern is so far the trend in our first 2 days of LCK is the team that comp looks more like this one, the late game one, has been winning more of the time. So I'm a little bit worried for Bro here.
Yep. Well, I mean, Ornn's going to give a bunch of cool items if we get to the ultra late game. So I guess that the Lord shall giveth. And we'll see whether it's going to be enough to get them over the line. My goodness,
we got the Nuggery fan chants in there.
Yeah,
right?
we got the Damwon Kia ones, but I spoke over Fred Brion's fan chants, and I apologize. Still getting used to it, guys. So many apologies. Game number 2, don't worry, I'll be right on top of it. And Henna, he's going to take first damage here this game. As you can see, we're first striking a lot. I kind of thought Noguri might take first strike on everything. Feels like
Klepto times.
Yeah, it feels like like Klepto's back, and Noguri would just want to take it. But unfortunately, Kale was banned by Damwon Kia, and I thought that would be like the ultra Noguri option because, of course, he loved Klepto Kale. Back in the day.
I think that there's definitely some Kale for Nuggery in our future.
Okay, Umti's going to miss that one. Canyon moves on in, Nimbus Strike to get a bit of damage there, command attack. But it's just some tussling.
Could have been worse. The observing here is very zoomed in. It's really bringing us to the forefront.
Yep, I'm immersed, severely immersed.
It's all good here at the end of the day. Start here on blue for Umpty.
Ooh, that is the classic counterplay.
Yeah, this is like, you get this kill and the lane is over, but not going to happen, of course.
Yeah. Well, Delight has been spotted here. So Damwon not going to move into the brush, and Kellen puts down his ward after the sweeper, which means that it will survive. Showmaker able to get a bit of damage here onto Lava, as you can see. His win rate on the Victor is quite good. His win rate in general, also quite good, but only 2 losses on Victor is pretty impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, and a lot of the games from that were actually from 2021. We saw a little bit of Victor in spring, obviously was still fairly popular, but wasn't really Damwon Kia's thing. But yeah, it was a lot of the dominant wins we saw in 2021 where Damwon Kia got those back-to-back titles.
Whoa, that is aggressive from Doc Dom. Gets Henna down to sub 200 health.
Well, this is kind of a disastrous start,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
I would say that this is in the cons column if you're a Fred Brion fan. Handshake comes through, misses.
Something to mention, by the way, yesterday we saw a lot of teleport on AD carries, which was kind of unusual because we didn't see that in other regions as much. And today it's just back to heal.
Yeah.
That was just kind of a weird thing that we saw, I think, mostly in our first series, but was quite curious. And we were like, huh, is this a new LCK thing? And the answer was, for a day, I guess. Not anymore.
And everyone's like, oh, no, kind of over it. Do like it, mixing it up a little bit. Does play into slower meta, of course. As Vision available here for Damwon. Canyon lying in wait. Umpty going to rotate over, so the Monkey will be able to get first strike advantage here. As decoy comes through, flash immediately. Umpty not wanting to risk it here, but that does mean that he gives away the crab as well, and a possible double crab situation here for Canyon, starting things off well.
And when we were at MSI, you and I were unfortunately not there at the same time, but when the 4 of us were kind of alternating LCK duos over there in MSI, the only thought I had watching Wukong come into the meta was, I really want to watch Canyon play this champion. His owner was very good, obviously, you know, from the Korean perspective, but I was like, I think Canyon will be an insanely good Wukong player, and he's got his first chance in his first game here.
Yeah, well, Kellen is actually going to throw out an Ignite here onto Delight just to try and get him out of here. Good Mystic shot, lands from Doc Dom, but Fred Brion once again on the rough end of the trade. Okay, in comes Canyon once more. Lava taking a lot of damage, but is going to be all right. Able to trade some damage back, and it's just Canyon trying to give Showmaker a decent back timing here as they miss the cannon. That's a zoom in.
Yeah. The amount of pressure that Canyon has put off in this game is quite high so far, and I think he's showcasing once again that Wukong can be powerful in terms of even just trades and pushing lanes and making impacts, small ones, in the early game, even if you don't actually get those big flashy kills, whereas a lot of our Wukong players so far first 2 days here have been a little more passive. If they don't have kill pressure, like, just go farm instead. Canyon is getting involved.
Yeah.
I like to see it a lot.
Lava walks on back and is just going to chill here in the mid. He's feeling pretty comfy at this point in time. Had teleported back earlier because Showmaker has thrown down a fair bit of pressure. Even on farm right now between the 2 mids, but the more recent teleport coming through from Showmaker. Noguri here, shoving the wave forward, only ahead by a few CS as Morgan has some rough times here with these minions.
Yeah, not shocking to see Morgan also take Grasp in this matchup, as well as the composition instead of the Unsealed we sometimes see, just not going to get as much power in this slow scaling game. with things like the exhaust and the heal.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath landing over and over again. But the harassment onto a Ornn, probably not the end of the world. This is a wet noodle fight, 100%. It is just, yeah, just smacking each other with, you know, blow-up dolls and just things that don't hurt very much.
Yeah, gonna be some bomby burns coming up soon.
Yeah, it's not really all that interesting.
No, certainly not.
There is at least an Ignite from Noguri, so that's cool. Add some fire to the matchup.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna make it all that interesting.
I like that Morgan, he thought about getting bombies, but he realized it's not going to be that impactful now. Decides to get 2 crystals and a refillable pot instead. So he'll have a little bit more sustain in this lane that way. And also will have, of course, the control ward he picked up for a little bit more vision. I like that he thought about it, then he decided, oh, actually this is a better use of my gold.
Well, Umpty's here, so no engage. Canyon still looking for that level 6, doesn't quite have it yet. Great handshake there onto Kellen, takes him down to half health. But he gets a Mantra Q off, and that is going to even out the trade. Just karma things, I guess.
Yeah, Karma's pretty strong, and you know, obviously Kalista is very strong in this matchup, but when you're into the Karma Ezreal and with the additional resistances, it's a little bit tougher to actually kind of bully and have that lead. Plus, you're laning against Dr. and Kellen, so that's another problem that you have, but it just has not been working out as well of a counter pick that Fred and Brown were expecting to pull up with, as I guess they planned in the draft.
Yeah. Of course, this is not the time that Fred at Brion are powerful.
Nope.
They get better with age. You know, it's all about the vintage when it comes to Fred at Brion. And, you know, it's about 40, 45 minutes that they really hit their stride. So we're not looking for them to really put on too much of a show in the early stage. I'm actually expecting that it's Damwon Kia that are going to be the ones that are calling a lot of the shots. And Fred at Brion, they're generally a response-based team. And if they can have the good adaptation to the moves that Damwon are making, that's when we're potentially going to see one of these more impressive games.
And
like we saw sometimes last season.
Yeah, Dr. is one of the best 2v2 laners across a lot of champions. His Ezreal is on the list. His Aphelios is the one he's most famous for. But he almost never will have to rotate early for Herald because he's going to have bot prio and will pin the enemy duo down as Herald spawns. This is, again, one of those cases. Even though it's the Kalista, he has a Karma to back him up. Look at the trades here. Like, he's just repeatedly forcing them to stay here as long as possible.
He's hunting.
If he's threatening kills, he's like, nope, my team has Herald prio, and I'm probably going to get an additional plate here.
Well, the back does come through, but I'm going to be a little bit staggered here between both Delight and Hannah.
And still in the back that goes through is still going to cause him to lose a lot of farm, and he will do the 2 plates, plus Damwon still have prio on the Herald. So normally it's the 2-plate trade for Herald, but Damwon Kia are like, no, I get 2 plates plus Herald. That's my deal.
Yeah. That's it's pretty impressive stuff here as far as pressure in the early stage.
They don't have it yet, but look at the 3 wards they have on all choke points. Well, now 2 as 1 is replaced, but 2 wards in chokes here for the Herald setup. They have top prio. It's looking good here for Damwon Kia in this early game. 1,000 gold, the leaders, without any kills.
Yeah. Certainly going well. But they still need to take the Herald, and right now you can see Fred and Brianna have successfully removed a lot of division around this area. Umpty's going to move in and actually start Shelly off. And Noguri pushes a wave in and is able to move out of the lane if he would like to, but Canyon sort of nowhere near this area, and instead will just start off the Drake. So it's just going to be the Herald trade for a Drake.
Yeah, they had it completely set up, but they decide not to go for it. They didn't have enough control over mid, and this is a very unusual call. So far here in the LCK, we've seen teams who have a lead and a little bit more map control actually leave Drake and take Herald, but this is the first time we've seen one actually where they leave the Herald and take the Drake. It's a, you know, solo Infernal Dragon.
Yep.
And it will go that way.
Ocean Soul this time around, so I might get the Cloud.
Finally, maybe. Whew.
I'm not going to count my chickens, not before they've hatched. However, you know, there's a decent chance. You know, it's 1 in 3. We're doing all right. As Delight and Hannah just desperately trying to defend as more plates are being threatened. Dr. Arm went back. He's pretty close to getting that Trinity Force online. And yeah, that's 3 plates. So even though the Rift Herald goes down, it's not really going to be able to get Fred at Brion back towards parity as far as the gold is concerned, because those 2 plates that Shelly does guarantee have already been claimed by the bottom lane of Damwon here.
Yeah. It's true, and you know, Showmaker, who could have also picked up some plate gold, has a 13 CS lead and some extra first strike gold he's been picking up. So, you know, the economy is really in Damwon Kia's favor, despite the Herald drop. And the question is, where can you find a good drop location when you have a lack of prio? If you can get a pick here bottom side, maybe, but there's a control ward to spot this out, and so the Herald is going to stay in the inventory a little bit longer.
Yeah. Could use that for some quicker backs or something like that. It's real fun.
Yeah.
As Docdom, Mystic Shot connects onto Delight, and it's just Henna and Delight doing their very best to stay in it at this stage. Damwon's bottom lane certainly winning out very effectively. Umpty farming here, collecting some popcorn chicken for himself. I wonder how Fred are going to get themselves out of the hole that they've dug on the bottom side, and whether it is actually just going to be perhaps some scaling, you know, hoping that eventually Henna will have a lane that he can farm after the laning phase is over.
Some pings went down here on the bottom side for Damwon Kia, and Kellen is just identifying, like, I know Umpty wants to make a play here so he can Herald, so I'm going to replace my control ward, which he did. So Kellen lost it, placed another one. Okay, we're going to have a little 1v1 here. But he replaced his ward there. It's now been destroyed again, but he's like, I know that Viego is near. I'm just letting you guys know they want to make a play here, but they actually delay it enough that it does not happen, and Umpty's just going to drop this mid, where, you know, no real minions to back this up. We'll guarantee the plates, but nothing else.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a decent charge for some money. But still, it's just those two plates that we were talking about. Canyon going to spot Umpty here. Immediately, Nimbus strike forward. As Umpty slinks into the mist, and he'll be able to get himself out of there. Lava not able to actually show up and change anything. Leandri's complete here for Showmaker.
Yep, again, this is the item of choice right now for the scaling mid laner because the fights are long. It's not a, you know, team fight meta where Damwon Kia wombos it and ends it in 3 seconds.
Yep,
it
more
has been
spells can happen.
Yes. He's going to hit a few death rays.
Yes.
Fight.
I would agree. Also, pretty valuable as far as being able to poke. Death Ray actually decent range if you can get it angled correctly. So Showmaker is going to be able to help soften up some members of Predabrion as this game goes on. As you can see, Lava already suffering as far as that is concerned already.
And Orianna will be one of the only champions that probably should be building the Leandris, or excuse me, the Ludens in this case, because she wants the burst damage. It's going to be all about that AoE combo. We could arguably see her try to go Leandris, but then you're really just kind of like wondering why you picked Orianna in the first place if you're thinking, oh, well, we are going to have to burn through the Wukong and the Sejuani. We'll see what Lava chooses here, but I think the Ludens, considering how this comp is going to try to work around the Ornn Horn and the Orianna ultimate and the Callista Fate's Call, like, probably Ludens is advised because you need that extra damage, secure that kill, win a 5v4 or a 5v3 if you get the big wombo.
Yeah, and you can also... like, the Q-Max certainly is like a lot of spells that you can throw out, but the range isn't quite what you want. So being able to reliably get a lot of value is, I guess, not exactly there. But we'll see what Lava does decide to do, because the theory is still there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Leandris has not been a common pickup for the Orianna ever, really. Yeah. So don't think it's going to be the case here either, but only time will tell us. But Leandris will get more value out of the ornament upgrade, too. So there's another angle there for why you could pick it, but he picks the Ludens as we predicted.
Yep.
Not a shocker.
Nope, not at all. So should be able to get some orbs through, and I'm just looking forward to 25 minutes when we get our first team fight, Wolf.
Yeah.
I'm just super psyched about it. Soon, in about 18 seconds time, Damwon Kia will take an uncontested Drake, and then the one after that, ooh baby, that's the one we're looking forward to. Could come actually a little bit earlier, as, it might be more like the 20-minute mark. But as you can see, actually, Predabrion, I tell a lie completely. It's going to be Drake Prio here available for Predabrion. First turret does go over to Dr. Arm solo. He's completed his Trinity Force. He's very, very strong. And with Showmaker making his way back to the lane, it was just Drake very comfortably picked up. And it's going to be Hextech Soul. I'm so sad.
The best part about it is, and I know you guys can hear this at home too, because we got the crowd mic'd up, but like, the golf clap that accompanied both the uncontested free turret for Duckdom, but the uncontested Drake as well. Like, fans of both teams were like golf clapping, like, okay, you take the turret, we'll take the Drake. Like, gentleman's agreement, yes, we're still 10 minutes away from the action. I like how it's very calm and we're all going to golf clap. Like, the whole studio did a very small golf clap there.
It felt a little bit like Damwon were like, oh, but Ocean Drake, just one Ocean Drake, I don't even want that. Like, can you guys take it off the Rift for us? And Fred and Brion are like, already. And they do so. So this triple stack of Hextech Drake is going to be what's on everyone's minds from now. As Shirley has been started up, Umpty just looking to collect both of the sisters here. As Showmaker just walks towards Lava. Chaos Storm just to get himself out of here. And True Shot Barrage is just going to sail by majestically. I believe spotted out Henna.
They want to contest this. That's why he commits his ultimate here. He has the choke point controlled too. I don't think they're going to get here in time to defend it. Lava is still at half health.
Well, Canyon's just going to walk up. This is his strategy. Just move in. Umpty is going to secure it, though, as the Glacial Prison comes down. Cyclone there only onto Umpty as the Ornhorn's there. Flash from Canyon to get himself out. And Fred and Brion are like, nope, you're not allowed to take this Rift Herald. It is ours.
They just barely get there in time to defend. Lava's on the edge there, and they will actually be able to hold on to this one. Significant gold lead here for Damwon Kia, but some map control could be gained.
I'm hoping, Wolf, for a 30-minute first blood. What do you reckon? Do you reckon we can get there?
What is our slowest again? I'm pulling out the paper.
I'm not sure. Hang on, we can. It's right here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So our latest first
21:59.
21:59. So we're 5 minutes away. 5.5 if you want to be, nitpicky.
This is expectations, though, for Frederick Brion, and then Frederick Brion is actually playing the higher tempo comp, so that's how you really know that we're going to break some records.
Oh, God. Nuggery's up here. Canyon moving on in, and guess what? Not a whole lot's going to happen. Once again, mid lane is going to be where the Rift Herald is going to be placed, and that is going to be the first turret for Frederick Brion, certainly a very high-value one. And that's going to be secured, so one turret apiece, evening out that gold, pretty much.
Look at the positioning here of Showmaker, showing so much respect, knowing that the possibility of Umpty being nearby and with no vision there. He cannot defend this turret. This is a really nice attempt from Frederick Brion. Lava's pushing this super hard, hoping to bait him in. Umpty goes over, clears that vision. Look at the pings coming down for Damwon Kia, those triple ward pings. He's like, oh, yep. Guess what? Umpty was over here. I know he definitely was. Vision was cleared. Showmaker waits, loses waves, but will not die because he knows that there's just no one there to defend him. That's a patient call from a mid laner right there.
Yeah, that is definitely a...
that's a veteran.
That's a post 21-minute first blood call.
That's
right there.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. As wait, was
here it is now. This is the
so far this season.
Yes.
No.
This is 2022 spring's longest game. Yeah.
Yes. So of all time, we're looking for 21 minutes, but from this year, we're looking at 17, and we've actually just eclipsed it. So really cool. It was also in a Frederick Brion game, which is just so fitting. It's precisely what we want. As Noggery, oh, look at that. The W connecting for almost 0 damage against this Ornn. And I think the Ornn pick is just absolute genius. Just going to freely get towards the ornaments. 0 answer, just nothing happening.
If everything else was so good at scaling, I'd feel really good about it too.
I mean, Orianna scales great. There's that.
Yeah, I mean, her ultimate, she's kind of a press 1 or 2 buttons in the fight, and she's going to do a lot for you, and you can layer it with the Ornhorn. And I think there is right now a big spike for Frederick Brion on this third Drake fight, where if they can control choke points or vision, like they could absolutely take this before Damwon Kia starts to really hit their strides in terms
Get
of
it,
Victor.
Bristle! Get it!
Turret going down.
Oh my goodness. So good to have Noggery back. Just, did you see the elegance in which he flailed down that turret?
He slapped it real good. Can't wait till he plays Bel'Veth and slaps with a different champion.
Yeah! Oh, Stingrays. Scared.
It's a manta ray. It's a manta ray, right?
Sorry, that's true. Manta rays,
You're from Australia. You're supposed to know these.
I swam with a manta ray, actually. And it was terrifying. They're huge.
Yeah, they are massive. They are bigger than they look in the pictures.
And they can grow real, like they're really old. And actually, so at the beach that we like to go to when I was growing up at Phillip Island, there is actually a resident manta ray that swims around, and like the snorkelers all know this one manta ray, and it was really, really cool. And I actually saw it, and I've never swam faster in the opposite direction in my entire life.
It is
I was
so big.
scary, and it was like, I don't know, it just looked like a, I don't know. It looked like a submarine was coming at me, and it was flapping its submarine wings, and I was like, submarines don't have wings! And I was very young, and it was scary.
The first time I saw one, it was in the back of my parents' boat, like very small, like fishing boat, and it followed the boat. And I was like, what the hell is that? That is huge. It's coming after us because we were going really slow. And oh, man.
Yeah, no, they are daunting. By the way, some turrets and dragons were taken.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. We're still waiting for a team fight.
Still waiting for Belveth also, not this week.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
So that latest First Blood, that is going to be in 1 minute and a half.
Yeah, minute 30 to go on that one.
So 90 seconds, and then we can wait until the 30-minute First Blood, which is the one that I'm hoping for. And I think that there is a really high chance that it's going to happen, guys. Both of these teams just happy to scale, and we're going to be scaling till maybe tomorrow.
Could be.
Yeah. So let's settle in. Have you been writing any light novels or anything like that, Wolf? Because you could start reading it.
No, I don't have any on me right now. You know, I haven't worked on my material too much. I wish Kronk could pass me a poem or something.
Yeah, I know. He is a bit of a poet, isn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe you can provide something for us for Game 2. And in fact, like, if this game continues on its course, they could just read poetry instead of doing the carpet space. I think we'd all appreciate that. I'd really like to see some of it.
Is in this position.
Is he going to get too early on the First Blood? Is Umpty just... Yep, no, it's not happening. But the on-horn, the Lord, the knock-up, the escape. The
So anyway, yeah, I mean, I wonder what the topic of the poem would be, though, because...
Yeah.
Maybe
it could be a lull in the action, or something like that could be the topic. As Canyon looking for a little bit more. Here's the decoy comes out. We do have
Almost
it ticking down. 15 seconds. Come on, quick. Just stop. Don't do anything. This is a record that we need for this season.
Okay.
Trusha Barrage does not.
I think we're going to break it.
No. Yeah, here we go. And this is the latest First Blood that we've ever had in the LCK.
Wow, this game is so much more interesting now. It's a record-breaking game.
Record-breaking, amazing game.
Record was shattered this game.
How many records does Umpty have for the longest things?
Well, here's the other
2 at least.
Crazy thing to think about in this game, too, is every second that passes now, the record is broken again.
Oh, my goodness.
It's
a record.
breaking 60 seconds.
Okay, we're not going to do it. We're not going to count every single second, but just
60
know.
records broken a minute.
This game went from so uninteresting, we were talking about manta rays, to now we just need to talk about records being broken every single second.
Now, I just want to see, I don't remember what the record was before the 21:59 record. Like, how much more will this record be broken compared to the last time the record was broken?
Yeah, that record we need to keep track of. What was the previous latest First Blood record?
I want to say
it might have been the 17-minute one from
yeah,
Spring
that's what I was going to say,
season,
because I think Valdez and I were casting it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember it being a 17-minute game, if I'm, like, that's what's in the minutia around the edges of my brain, but I don't know, maybe production could confirm it, maybe production CDF on that one, because it's not that interesting.
I really don't think that they should be wasting.
They are checking.
Wasting the time. You know, their time is more valuable than that, in my opinion. Damwon looking to siege the mid-outer turret.
Look at you going back to talking about what's happening.
Yeah, I try. I gave it an honest
Damwon,
shot,
I mean,
didn't I?
their 2,000 gold lead has not gotten any bigger. They're trying.
Ooh, Nogari! Stabbed. Ooh, Winter's Rock. Hit by an ability.
What does, I mean, where do you go here as Orianna? I guess you go Void Staff next.
Oh, the wood! Thank you, Jonah Strong. He's keeping it interesting.
Yeah.
Are we at this point? Are we actually at the point where we're zooming in on ward kills?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Good God. Well, 24 minutes. Let's keep it going. Records
if we
stacking
hit 30,
up.
I mean,
I will have just definitely cast a blessed the absolute wrong thing. True Shot Barrage!
Yeah, Delight's at almost half
health. Champions are relatively close to one another!
20 seconds until this Drake spawns. Fred and Brion have the prio. If they have this choke controlled with Orianna, she's got ult. Okay.
Yeah.
Could actually kill somebody, maybe. Look at the ball placement.
But it's now Fred Brion's turn to get a dragon. This is not soul point for them, so Damwon Kia can let it go if they'd like to. As the Drake is going to spawn, I think we may have a 5v5. We may have a First Blood as we're ticking over 25 minutes. Canyon spotted in this tri-brush towards the bottom side. His flank angle is decent.
The orb is placed so well here.
Yeah, exactly. Lava Can connect it if he would like to. Is okay. There it is. Hostile takeover comes in. Not a whole lot of value there as Noguri doesn't also find his ultimate. As the Drake is secured by Umpty. That is going to be 2 apiece for both teams as Canyon trying to do something. 2-man Shockwave not going to do quite the damage it was looking for as nobody dies. Just leave.
Nobody dies. 25.5 minutes in. It's a bloodless take here of the Dragon. Umpty doesn't even have to flash out of the pit. And that is going to be tied 2-2 on Drake's. Mid turret will also even us up in that regard here. Damwon Kia taking a 1 turret lead, but we're now turretless in the mid lane in terms of the outers.
Wolf, so Chronicle is here, of course, because he's about to do the carpet space. Maybe you and him should be casting this game, because I think as a play-by-play, I'm kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you're pretty funny at least. Like, I don't know.
Look, I think we could just have... Like, he could have prepared a poem or something like that, right?
Look at the
This
Noguri
is
ult.
the least hostile takeover that we'd seen as well. It was just like Sejuani walking. Not a lot of hostility there. 2-man Shockwave is alright though.
Yeah, I think Canyon may have been able to push the issue a little bit further there onto Umpty, but Umpty had flash, decides not to push it. Not even a lot of summoners. In fact, I'm like looking across the board, I'm like, not even one, I don't think, was used in that exchange, so those are still all up. Wow. Minus, obviously, the teleports.
We're 3 minutes away, by the way.
I know, like, it starts to feel more and more like this is going to happen.
And also, the Drake is not going to be up for another 3.5, so the likelihood that we get to 30 minutes before a first blood is, like, way too high, actually.
And Damwon Kia has set up the vision equator on their side, but Fred and Brion have the same. Like, we have kind of a line of vision across both. Now, Damwon Kia is taking away, as I say this, some of the top part of that vision here for Fred and Brion. So they currently have a ward lead in terms of vision.
Ooh, the value of that True Shot Barrage.
It's got to get that first strike money.
Yeah. By the way, Wolf, if you were to watch paint dry, what color would you prefer to watch?
A dark color, because you could see it easier whether it's drying or not, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's like more shiny or something?
Yeah, it's more clear to see the shine off. If you're watching white paint dry, like, you're not really sure if it's drying. You're like, ooh, I don't know. Like,
yeah, and then you lean against the wall and you're like, oh no, my white shirt got white paint on it. It's a disaster. I know that. I know that feeling. Dr. I'm avoiding some pierces as he walks around in circles. Here just K-ramming it against Fred Brion right now.
If you were to watch a plant grow or a type of grass grow, what type would you like to watch?
I'd go with a cactus, I reckon, as Noguri just to Narnia with that one. As, okay, Lord Morgan throws down the ult, does get the knock up onto Kellen, who is going to flash to get himself out of the way. Chaos Storm is there, Morgan going to flash himself. Yep.
I think the players are starting to become aware of, like, wait a minute, like, we might actually have a historic game on our hands. Everybody just calm down for a second. Like,
maybe this could be the first time we have a game where there are 0 kills and a Nexus dies.
Yeah, that would actually destroy, the record would be removed from the record books. We would no longer have it anymore.
Oh god, yeah, it would be infinity time until the first blood.
Although I guess you could say that the time the Nexus falls as the timer, I don't know. Time before first blood, it only went up to X time when the Nexus died. I don't know. That's for a statistician to figure out, not me.
Yeah. Well, some Hex Gates being taken here as Dr. I'm going to Arcane Shift over that wall. Whoa. That was cool. He's going to take another buff for himself as the Lord retires towards the bottom side of the map here.
Retires is the best the best word to use. We're 1 minute away, 60 seconds to go. We got 60 records to break.
Why did I say it, Wolf? Oh my god.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's not even much to analyze here. We've already set the stakes in terms of scaling and what's going to happen with the double mask build here with Victor versus the Orion's ability to set up, you know, her scaling is in her engage later on and the damage that she has. And we've already talked about the vision that's been traded. Damwon Kia's overall when they have Prio taking a little bit of a lead, but they haven't been able to turn it into anything. 45 seconds to go for this Drake, so we'll break the 30 minutes, then we'll talk about what happens if there is a fight here, which there will be, but will anyone die? It's anyone's guess. I mean, Victor's got a 200 gold bounty.
20 seconds. 20 seconds, Wolf. 400 gold bounty on the Doctor. That's a lot of value if they ever kill him. But so far, it's not even proven that champions can die in this game.
They're just putting wards in the mid lane as well for some extra vision control, teleport control.
Well, Umpty Nogri just going to get him out of there. Okay, we've ticked over the 30-minute mark. It's go time, boys. Canyon, you can get in there. You're allowed to. It's okay. We're not going to, though. We're going to move down towards this Drake as Damwon Kia are likely to grab this one. Fred and Breon just going to gentlemanly agree.
Fred and Breon are way better on the defense than they are on the offense, so when they set up like this with this control ward here, it's very difficult to approach for Damwon Kia. Lava's positioning is fantastic.
Glacial Prison available here for Nogri. Let's see whether he pulls the trigger. Fred and Breon leave. Lava's going to walk towards the top side. I can hear Sunke. He's trying to be excited. He's trying to look for those things that are interesting in this game. They do not exist at this point in time.
I ran into Sunke. He was the first person I saw when I got to work today. He was like, ooh, it's a pretty long day yesterday, you know? I was like, oh, you have no idea.
Yeah.
I was like, it's your first day. And then he got that first series, which was pretty quick. So
Yeah,
this is his first
I
time.
was speaking to him as well. And he was, I was like, yeah, it's pretty quick.
퍼블도 안 나왔다.
Wait.
레전드야 그냥.
We need to, I think he said we didn't even get one kill. This is legendary.
Yeah, what a legendary game. Not even a single kill.
Yeah.
They know. They know. And I hopefully they're speaking in all chat. They're like, guys, let's just see how long it can take us to never kill anyone.
This is when I know like Achilleos, who was part of the last like longest, craziest game, is going to be tweeting like, well, you know, back in my day we had a 90-minute game. I hope he is so that we actually get the 90-minute, no first blood, 90-minute game here.
Oh my God, that would be absurd.
I mean, Kestra might have to get involved if these teams just never fight each other. We might actually have to like have a discussion about what it means.
Yeah.
Like the referees are looking at the rulebook right now. Like it's okay if they don't kill each other, right? Like.
We refuse. It's passivity. We have decided that we don't want all of this violence and aggression. We are against it. Not in my Rift. Not in my League of Legends.
This is the most LCK game that like we could ever have.
I know.
We've peaked.
And we were talking about Cuvée in our last series. I wish he was here because I feel like Cuvée is like the perfect player for the longest game.
Look at Umpty go like, wait a minute, I was there for that game. I made the sick play.
No, yeah, no.
This time he missed his
definitely
stun.
was. Yeah, he missed his stun there. He's not playing Kha'Zix this time around, which is what he was playing. As Lava takes the turret. Oh baby, look at that.
And he's gonna back off here, buy an item.
How many minutes? Like this is going to be an unbeatable record.
Well, wait until you see the next Meta Riot stuff, man.
Oh, God.
You haven't seen the script for 2024 season.
Oh, my. Well, like, also, it's only, like, we've only had, like, a day and a half so far of this particular meta. It might get worse.
Wait until it's Fred Breon versus Gen G.
No, exactly. As Canyon, ooh, he almost took over half of his health bar.
His clone almost was killed.
Whoa!
But it just vanished instead. This is the game we'll call the Ward Massacre, because that was the real loser is all these wards, all these cute wards that keep getting dropped down and destroyed. Umpty's going to take another one out.
Yeah. No, this is it's actually just ridiculous the amount of wards that are being taken here.
Over 100.
The amount of ward aggression, I think, is almost unacceptable.
101 for Kellen. He's leading the charge in terms of vision score.
Was that an invisible True Shot Barrage that just slunk past the members of Fred and Breon?
Just unseen.
It's like the abilities are so, like, they've done so little this game that, in fact, even the coding of the game is like, we don't need to show that. We just don't need it anymore. As Dr. Arm, he's starting some aggression by himself.
This game is like a salad with no meat and no
He's
dressing.
like Arcane shifting forward. Glacial Prison goes down. Henna's going to flash. Morgan might die. Flashes the wall. The Showmaker's chasing after him. It might be the first one. No, they're just going to let him go. And I think that's the right call. I think that's the right call. As Lava, the Gromp even is like, no, I shouldn't die.
This game is no longer about Damwon versus Fred Breon. It's about the record.
Yeah. It's about the LCK versus the clock.
Yeah.
At this stage. We're playing PvE.
I can't wait, because everybody's going to be talking about this game tomorrow. Everyone's going to be like, well, I feel like they definitely could have played this more aggressively. The LCK is doomed.
Yeah.
They will not win worlds like
this. I mean, this Baron is just evaporating. True Shot Barrage doing a fair bit of damage here. It's Delight off to the side. The Baron is taken. Not too much of an answer. Here's the bailout comes through. Can Lava get a kill? No! First blood at 34.5 minutes. Morgan might go down as well. But remember, Fred and Breon got the Baron. It's a double kill for Showmaker, but it isn't enough. That Glacial Prison's going to land. The Winter's Wrath is going to connect, and Henna will be the third kill of this game. It is so many kills, so much action. It's absurd. absurd. As Damwon Kia gets so many more kills than Fred and Brian have been capable of this game.
They wanted to get the Rend kill there onto Kellen, but didn't get enough spears through, and it wasn't all.
Oh my God! Is this a Baron for Nexus?
Baron for Nexus trade. I mean, we're 35 minutes in, and I think with Henna being that delayed on the respawn, there's a good chance here. Lava has his ultimate in 14 seconds when he respawns, but I don't know if they're going to have that much time.
Did First Blood actually happen 1 minute ago, and now the game is over? And the First Blood, and Baron also was taken? Okay, like this is the silliest game I have ever cast in my life, and it is now over. Damwon Kia take game 1.
Can I see the replay before I choose
No!
POG?
No! I think we should just go to the carpet space and get into game 2.
Could I see the replay before I pick POG? Because I really just don't know who to pick because there was only one fight, and I really just don't know. I really just don't know what else happened.
Let me tell you, Showmaker
got 2 kills.
The first blood, and it was the latest first blood of all time. There we go.
Mid pick, bam, done. It's done and dusted. Turns out if you die at 35 minutes, the game ends. Oh, what a very weird one. Damwon Kia, again, had arguably the better scaling comp, but it wasn't about that. In the end of the day, it was just about the... Fred Brion finally said, you know what, I'm actually gonna finish Baron, and I'm gonna stick to it. And Damwon Kia said, nope, that's the breaking point. They engaged in the choke, stopped them from getting away. 3 kills is all it takes.
This
that
is
time was that long.
This is why building up expectation over and over, like it never lives up to it, right? It never lives up to it. And to have the latest First Blood at 34.5 minutes to then just be equated to a Baron for Nexus trade, like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody's been talking about this tomorrow. Everyone's going to be VOD reviewing about it. I know the IWD tweets, the Cagel tweets are coming. The LS tweets probably already out there. Everyone's talking about, everyone's going to be talking about how, like, this is not a good sign for the LCK, or, oh, what does it mean for this meta? But it was just a weird one. It is a passive meta, a scaling comp versus a team that chose a more tempo-based composition, but is not known for that style of play. They're out of their element.
Wow, I'm surprised anyone did champion damage this game.
Well, I'm not surprised Duck Tom did a lot of damage because he kept just True Shot barraging on cooldown. Showmaker did a lot of damage on that last fight and had a lot of first strike procs in lane.
Yep. And so that was a 35.5 minute game with a 34.5 minute First Blood. That's actually that's what happened.
Morgan's damage for the first 15 minutes was higher than his last 20 minutes on the Ornn.
Yeah.
That might be the first time that's ever happened. Oh, very interesting.
It was a very interesting game. You know, for a game where there was a lot of nothing until it was over, it was, yeah.
Nogri 1-0.
Yeah.
Great return.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the analytical carpet space. See you later.
끝나. 이거 와봐. 내가 한번 죽어볼게.
영대 3위.
못 끊었어. 바로 너프야.
괜찮아. 이거 끝날 때 12초야, 12초.
이형 조식에 있어.
나 만화
대주 못 내면 끝날 듯.
대주가 못 되고 하나.
대주. 지금 대주.
나 만화 없다.
될리나? 대주. 돼. 잘 가.
아래 거.
아래.
양치자. 50 힐 줄게.
무조건 돼. 5초.
무시해.
질 안 나.
무시하자.
무조건 돼. 그래서 야 재밌다.
야, 너
beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. Taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello, everybody. This is your teacher, Valdez, here at the Meditation and Mindfulness Circle. I am joined today by Assistant Chronicler, who will be teaching us some Dutch meditation methods, and he is very good at that. How are you doing today?
Welcome, lovely star children. Today we are gathered to take a look at plants. You know, for many the source of life, source of sustenance, and also a great way to get into a slower, more mindful pace, as nowadays the world is moving so rapidly. And I think it's really important that we here at the LCK Mindfulness and Meditation Studio try to provide you with some methods to calm down.
Yeah, so originally we wanted to start off with this match that we did prepare for you guys. As you can see, the draft is perfectly formed to bring not only the best in terms of meditation, but also bringing that calm,
bring peace,
cool peace to your life. Starting off with that Renata Glask that did not make any sense.
No, there's no need to blind pick Renata, even though it's a pick that can be good. Generally, you want to make sure that you pick that at the right point in your life, because even things that are good for you, you need to time them well. You need to make sure that you are in a headspace where you can kind of accept that that's not the way to go. And the rest, I think, was much more in line with that. We had the Sejuani, we had the Victor, a lot of first strikes as well. I was a little bit disappointed in Nuguri, as he was a big fan of the old Klepto rune, didn't pick that up. But it was all for the greater good of making sure that this game was the most tranquil and peaceful environment possible.
Very much so. And thankfully, our great assistants, the casters on the desk, they did offer us some good opportunities to show the plants and, of course, the paint that was drying. As Wolf mentioned, the brightness of the white paint, it's kind of difficult to see that one drying. But we do have some replays as well where we will show no fighting and no action. Here's number one.
And truly a more advanced form of League of Legends, moving beyond the base need for actually taking down people to gather objectives. And objectives being taken, that of course is still within the larger mindfulness space, but most importantly, don't throw your ultimates at people. Only use them for zoning. Zoning ultimates are the best type of ultimates, and not hitting people, that's all part for the course. Excellence there from Morgan.
Unfortunately, I think he could have done better and avoided the red buff. But again, we all make mistakes, and that's okay. It's just important to look inward and make sure that you do better a little bit next time. Unfortunately, from there was a little bit of action. We did have one fight that was over the Baron buff. The Baron was actually destroyed and eliminated before any champions were taken. And we're going to take a look at that replay now and bring that to you, where unfortunately our players decided to have a little bit of action.
To actually fight. And we can find solace in the fact that soon afterwards the suffering was over, as the Baron taken before First Blood, but the subsequent fight being played out expertly by Damwon. Note Morgan unable to get the second activation due to Showmaker, one of the most pivotal plays in the game that was signaled by so little actually happening. Picks up a double kill, the chase comes down, and as only Damwon could do in the heat of the moment, they follow the flow, they follow their breathing, and are able to put an end to the horrible violence on Summer's Rift by ending the game immediately with as little further bloodshed as possible.
Yeah, I was overwhelmed with a sense of calm after watching them essentially ignore the rest of the champions and only attack the structures. Of course, that is for the betterment of all of us here, as they did take down the Nexus with only 3 kills on the battlefield, and that is also a record. I know there was a lot of focus on the First Blood, but before that, we had 4 kills at as the record, but that game had 3. We do also have the player of the game who did the most damage. We're going to take a look at that. It will be Canyon, who was 0-0 and 2.
Canyon, maybe more so than Showmaker, also embodying what we wanted to see in this game. Achieving true mindfulness, of course, a student of the Wuju style in the Wukong, able to find that peace and tranquility by drawing a lot of attention, able to get onto the enemy backline, disrupt them in crucial choke points, ensuring that the rest of his carriers could find those kills that clearly were all they needed. Because again, immediately afterwards the game was ended. I wonder what the voting will be, because I'm sure that there will be. Yeah, that's perfectly
perfect. Everybody gets an award. Great participation. Unfortunately, nobody voted for Nuguri. I suppose he had enough attention on him because he was new to the stage, back with his former team. So I hope you guys did enjoy this segment. We certainly enjoyed the calm. We were enjoying this like water just flowing like a river. I'm going to hand it back to our assistant casters, Atlas and Wolf. Please take us away.
It would be my pleasure to take you away, Valdez, and welcome back to the commentary desk. Allow me to also take away from any sort of excitement that was happening.
Yeah, if you guys got excited for a second, let's just reel it back. For
Yeah, we need to reel it back just a little bit because, in fact, the latest First Blood was 38 minutes in 2018. That was in a Jin Air match, I believe.
This paper was a lie.
Yep,
I trusted you.
If you could just calm down.
Sorry.
The tranquility that was brought on by the carpet space is being eroded very rapidly.
Also, it was Valdez was technically incorrect. The KSV versus Rocks Tigers also had 3 kills in 2018.
Yes.
Match 83, game 2. Yeah,
that may have actually had lava in it. So you can tell that, you know, when these forces of lack of any sort of action collide on the same team, like Umpty and Lava being on the team together, you do get it's more of an air of just not a lot of things.
Duckdom's family came to watch him do nothing for that long as well. Just another added tragedy.
He won. He won. And he was actually doing more than most of the other people.
He was doing a lot in the laning phase of pushing and killing plates and hitting the turret a lot. So,
yeah.
If we had damage to turrets, he'd probably be up there.
And I think that was actually the most relevant, was damage to turrets and things that weren't champions. So next time, I think we'll try to have a damage to things other than champions graph instead of damage to champions, because I just don't think that
damage to really... Nexus for all the 5.
Oh, yes. All right, so here we are into game number 2. Fred and Brion remain on the blue side. And now that they know that they didn't actually break the record, because that actually happened in 2018, as we mentioned. I believe it was Kingzone versus Gennaro.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Yes, it was. In fact, yes, Kingzone, set 1, 2018 spring, Jin Air versus Kingzone. And then, of course, KSB versus Rocks with that 3 kills. So we haven't actually broken any records. We equalized with a record, but...
Well, I mean, I myself, during the break, I went and took one of the vinyls that they have backstage, and I actually broke it over my knee out of rage. So I did.
Oh.
I broke a record personally.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
we have broken records. We have.
Just not any longest first blood or lowest kill records.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. All right, Damwon Kia, they're going to ban another champion. It's Kale. That's the same
this
bans
looks
that
familiar.
they did last time. Yep.
Yeah.
This time, Twisted Fate, Renata, and the Lucian have been banned. It means Senna is available. Umpty has decided that Wukong is the best right now. And in fact, it did get player of the game, even though he was behind in gold against Umpty at the end of it, apparently.
Yeah, minus 83.
Yep, the 002 Wukong POG. Absolutely love it. Nogari's going to consider locking away the Ezreal.
Could just be the Ezreal into Viego here, and then pick up the Karma. But since there's no support picker for Fred at Brion, you could also just lock away your Karma here.
Yep.
And then take the Viego on 3rd rotation since they already locked in the Wukong. So that's actually the proper order to do it in, you know, most technical sense. Alternatively here, there are some priority picks you could go for. This is not one of them, but if you want to hide your hand a little bit and not tip anything away, I suppose that's one way. We're just going to get Nuggery Lilia. Finally, first tank Lilia game of LCK Summer.
Yeah, I like this. Possibly
and before Canyon just plays
prancing around on the top side of the map.
Yep, will be the Kaisa here for Henna, and the bot duo is locked away now with the Nautilus actually being committed to this time around.
I'm feeling intimidated with the amount of, engage, like the hooks and the fact that Kaisa has killer instinct. I feel like that is named incorrectly for the series that we are having thus far. Showmaker going to lock away something like a Karma right here, but Braum being considered instead. And showing the door would certainly be in line with the passivity, but decides instead that Rakan is the answer, so more aggression.
Yeah, and you know, so to explain Lilia, she builds Frozen Heart and Riftmaker, and she becomes very difficult to kill. Depending on the matchup, she might also build Force of Nature. There's a lot of different builds you can see, but she's very difficult to kill, and she heals a lot, and she gets running really fast because of her passive, and she gets big sleeps off, so she can kind of do a lot of everything. Burn damage, sleeping the enemy team, you know, speeding up and getting into the back line. So a lot of opportunities for her here. You have that on top of the Rakan and the Ezreal that comes through for follow-up damage. Really do like this quite a bit here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, GP going to be banned. So this is Fred Brion thinking that Canyon may be the one piloting the Lilia. Of course, we
haven't been watching Challengers.
Yeah, we do assume that this will be going to Noguri, but it is still a flex pick. So just trying to cover as many bases as possible, I guess.
Yeah, and when you pick it this early in the draft, it becomes powerful in that way. So, Ahri banned away here from Lava, and there's the Azir ban. Just wanting to take away some of the scaling opportunities here for Showmaker and Nuguri with the already very strong late game power they have in the Ezreal Lilia, depending on how Lilia is played. So, options here for Damwon Kia are pretty open. They could either save counter pick and show where this Lilia is going right now, or, you know, pick the mid laner and then finally decide it's going to be top Lilia or jungle Lilia. And it will be jungle Lilia. So
Okay.
Gnar locked in here. Very unusual pick right now in Korea to not see the Lilia go top.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised, but still just wanted to flex that one around for a little bit. That is Camille Galio just locked in straight away. They just do not wait. They do not mind. And when it's not a blind Camille, it makes it much easier to pick, as that's Jax.
He has been playing a ton of Kassadin and solo queue.
I mean, it's Showmaker, right? He just loves picking Kassadin.
And it's a slow meta. But, however...
I mean, Aatrox is fine. I mean, when in doubt, just pick Aatrox like R5. Just R5 Aatrox. That's how you do it.
Well, this is going to get pretty interesting. So it's not going to be Gnar mid for those who were really scratching your heads. It'll be the Aatrox played by Showmaker here into the Galio. You have a lot of power to set up really aggressive lane plays here, and you could set up prio and then be very annoying around first objectives.
This is a really tough matchup for Galio as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of agency here at all. He doesn't have a lot of agency in most matchups in this meta, but this is one of the more awkward ones. I mean, Fred Brion all-in on the idea that, okay, Camille into the Gnar, if you have any ganks at all from the Wukong, you're going to have a lot of power there. The orange buff memes coming through. Galio can, of course, roam top with his ultimate, but he'll need prio to do that, which is what I'm most concerned about here. And then obviously Camille Galio to kill the enemy AD carry is a story as old as time. You pile in on there with the Nautilus ultimate coming through, Kai'Sa's flying through with the killer instinct. It works on paper, but the execution again has to be more crisp. And once again, the weirdest part about this is Fred Brion trying to play this style of comp, which they haven't really shown us when they're most successful in those slower games.
Yeah.
I mean, don't kill versus being rarely offensive, right? That's the moniker for this one.
Yeah, that's precisely what's happening. Although, being rarely offensive, they're going to have to be a bit offensive if they're going to win.
They need to this time, right? Which is why
100%.
I'm worried.
Yeah, they've put together a dive comp with a lot of, you know, AoE CC and needing to start things, and I think this is probably what Edgar did. He's like, guys, you just weren't able to start fights. Let's give you as many tools as possible to try and start some fights. You know, Morgan can hookshot his way in there. Remember, this is Camille and this is Morgan, right? He had the historical run through the gauntlet in order to get Harmonic Life Esports to Worlds. Whoa.
You'll get there eventually.
I straight up failed. I think my brain has just left the building after that first game, and I just wasn't able to. Yeah.
Even G-Sun's calling you out,
she's calling me out hard. I want to redo. I really want to redo. Hopefully we
That's 2 strikes for you now in the first week.
I know.
You only have 1 left, all right? Let's see if Valdez can best
No, it's
you.
3 strikes, because I did it yesterday too.
Oh, that's right. You did twice today. Well, 2 strikes for today. We'll reset it for you.
Does that mean I have to go?
Well, you better hope this doesn't go to game 3 because the chances of you getting booted are pretty high. But then again, like you said, we might not need a play-by-play for this series, so...
Yeah, no, I think you're probably fine, to be perfectly honest. You could actually just, you know, you saw the video of the guy painting. You could just have him just to explain some painting and things like this. As we're just going to watch Delight wander majestically through the jungle.
Where's Bob Ross when you need him?
I know. Like, honestly, the best commentator for this series would be David Attenborough.
Yeah.
As the hook connects.
Yeah, they got
in
a
fact,
slow here.
that's actually Showmaker taking a fair bit of damage, but okay.
I mean, it's at 130, so it's pretty significant. He is Aatrox, but will actually relieve a lot of the pressure here for Lava. So
yeah,
that actually is quite significant for level 1 in this matchup. So it's, hey, not a kill, you know, or anything like that, but it is big.
Yeah.
Big if true, and it's true. It's factual.
Indeed. Quite factual.
Satisfactual, even.
Oh, it's not good. It's not going too far.
Look at Lava clear the way first and get
I
first.
know, wasn't that cool? Showmaker does have a fair bit of sustain in his kit, but we'll need to utilize it.
He's got a pot.
Yeah. Lava misses that CS. That could be pivotal at 35 minutes when we get our first blood. Delight thinking about throwing out this hook.
Well, that's the other thing, is we might actually get a longer record. Like, we have another chance now.
Yeah, I know. In fact, every day is the opportunity for a new record, Wolf. Have you realized that?
Yeah. Oh my God, we got a whole season this year?
Yeah. We could even have the earliest first blood. Every time we head onto the Rift, there is a chance that a record is broken. And that is so exciting. I'm personally hoping that we break the record of the longest game of all time. Of course, that's 92 minutes.
The earliest first blood is not on this paper, but even if it was, I wouldn't trust it.
No, don't
the
trust
paper's
it.
been tainted.
Yeah, it has. Dr. Arm is going to Arcane Shift Buffer in order to get out of the way of the hook. Nice reaction time there.
So Delight had a huge resurgence at the end of spring. I do want to do some narrative about this with his Rakan in particular, but also his Nautilus. 2 picks that were very popular, obviously all year long, but still 2 that he really started to pop off on. So he's hit 2 nice hooks. The first one a little bit more impactful than that second one there, but good start for him.
Nogger just fighting against Morgan here over and over again. It's historically been an alright matchup for the Camille.
It's very nice if you have any sort of gank assist, you can kill the Gnar almost every time because of the hook shot and the follow-up slow. It's very easy to get kills versus Gnar. Not in the 1v1, but if you have any sort of follow-up whatsoever. And Wukong is looking to facilitate that in the early parts of this game.
Ooh, Canyon, we'll see whether he searches in that brush with the bowling ball. Decides that he would not like to.
I'm curious to see what build Canyon goes for, because, you know, the most popular build right now, even in jungle, in solo queue, is usually that tank build I was talking about before, but doesn't necessarily have to be the case this time around. It's Conqueror Lilia, you do see here, and
there's never been a time where I've missed Rod of Ages more than now.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, good call.
Yeah.
I've always kind of missed Rod of Ages, though. I thought it was a really well-created item. It was just too strong.
Yeah, no, but also, you know, the idea of you just wait and it gets better.
But you, like, rush it, too. You try to be greedy. I like it. I thought it was a fun item.
It was definitely, like, it and Archangels together, you know, that power spike when you get to the Rod of Ages as you finish stacking up your Archangels. What a time to be alive.
The Rod of Ages always looked like it had, like, chocolate chips in it or something, too. It reminds me of Monte Cristo for some reason.
Rod of Ages?
Yeah, whenever I think of Rod of Ages, I just think of Monte Cristo explaining something.
Nogari's going to do some damage to Morgan here. Morgan's going to be fine. Just hanging out underneath his turret.
Any OGN Monties in the chat?
Yeah, we need some. We need OGN Cackle. I think that's 100% needing to come back here. We'll have to get the LCK on it, see if they can bring back some of the old OGN emotes. They were real good. Maybe we could. Maybe the statute of limitations on like their ability to hold onto them by themselves is almost over. As Nogari is going to demolish that turret.
This is where things can get dicey for the Gnar if you don't know where the enemy jungler is, but Red and Brion are actually taking an early Drake, and this has been sussed out, so he's actually really trying to push the issue here.
Lava, I think, was unseen. as he's wrapping around looking for Canyon, and Canyon's going to see the gargoyle there, and the Justice Punch is actually going to avoid the Q, which is pretty cute. Winds of War, do a fair bit of damage, and it's just going to be Canyon making his way out. So no action at all, but it was cute that Lava knew where he was.
Fred Brion get the early Drake, and it's not showing up on the screen for some reason, but they did take it, and you can see it on the thing that looks like a Chocobo head that is actually the dragon counter that's new to our UI.
Yeah.
It really just looks like a Chocobo head to me. I don't know, no beak,
does.
but so did get the solo Drake, 1 plate traded for that for Nuggery. So, you know,
very cool.
We'll see how impactful that early Drake ends up being in this game. I honestly do not recall which one it was.
Yeah.
I keep like trying to figure it out. I'm like,
I think someone on the graphics team fell asleep during the last game.
Well,
and honestly, not a lot of blame. Not a lot of blame coming from me.
I have a theory.
There it is.
There it is. All
We've
right.
got a bit of lag, but I think they've got time. So
there it is. Okay. So it was a Mountain Drake. Anyway, no need for my theory anymore. It's not that interesting.
I thought it was very interesting.
Okay, we're going to see this Cryo push around blue from blue side. We see this all the time.
And also, that this is some power of friendship being employed by Fred Brion here, making sure that Umpty is able to get this steal off. Canyon respects it.
I do like that Canyon. This is especially strong against squishy junglers like Lilia, so, you know, you are very vulnerable if you don't figure this out and know it's coming. But obviously when the bot duo is missing, you know what's going on. So just using that early laning control to grab an early Drake, steal a blue buff. 30 seconds until the Rift Herald, and obviously with the control that Nuggery has on top side, Damwon Kia should be poised to take this.
See, Showmaker just hanging out here, has managed to accrue himself a slight advantage because, of course, Lava had spent a fair bit of time outside of lane. Delight misses the cannon creep. That's a bit of a sad situation. But not the end of the world. There will be many more cannon creeps, I am sure, before anything happens. As Morgan tries to find a tactical sweep onto Nuggery.
Lost chapter here for Lilia, and making me wonder if it is going to be a mask build here, actually, to burn through some of that Galio health in the front line. It is still too early to tell, but that's my expectation.
Yep, and he is also soul magic damage right now, outside of a bit coming from Ezreal, I guess. And so he does need to be able to do a fair bit of consistent damage.
Yeah, and with
like
the Gnar,
would be good.
And with a Gnar and an Aatrox up on the front, I don't think you necessarily need to go for tank Lilia. It doesn't make as much sense as it would in a lot of matchups topside. So,
oh yeah,
it's something that you see a lot in solo queue, but it's a solo queue thing. In this case, I think this makes a lot more sense for the comp itself. Fred Brion starting this up first. Damwon Kia a little bit slow on the rotation, but this is where Aatrox shines in the early game.
Ooh, avoids the hook blind there as you got the Rakan dashing on in. Showmaker very, very low, but surviving with that ultimate that he has, and first blood goes to Nuggery. Showmaker still trying to make his way out. That first blood was absurdly early, and they add an extra one to it. Canyon also stole away the Rift Herald, and this game is out of control.
It is infinitely faster than what we saw in the last one, and this fight is so well started by Fred Brion. The punch is decent. Lava's ultimate, not the worst you've ever seen. The problem is that there's a ton of AoE damage here for Damwon Kia. Duckdom also has a true shot barrage that sails through the team fight, and Henna has no such impact from the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile,
yeah, that's a Gnar, and Morgan trying to hookshot his way out. A bit of burn, but it's not going to be enough, as Morgan will make it to safety. That is refillable that he was chugging.
Yeah, he got that refillable pot. He's taking a sip and will just barely get out of there. But close call there on the top side. Still almost forcing him to back. He's trying to catch this wave. Oh, dear. And he will neither get the minions, nor will he accomplish it. Like, he just kind of delayed his own back there. It was a bit of an interesting choice he could make, but
still an experience range, I believe, for that wave, I guess. So there's that.
Some small victories. Let's go back to this crazy fight here, because Fred Brion have positional advantage, you could argue. And Showmaker dodges the hook, goes in here, double knockup, and then the Umpty ultimate hits. And the ult layers on top. Look at the knockup here. And also, like, the fact that the True Shot Barrage comes through and Canyon gets several Qs off.
The Canyon damage was just insane.
Like, watch Aatrox in this too. Showmaker almost dies here instantly, just barely survives.
Oh, the True Shot Barrage barely missing was very sad.
Save me, save me, save me, save me. He's like saying it after the fight's already over.
Yeah. I think you just liked how it sounded.
But, I mean, that's Lilia for you in a crazy fight like that. Imagine if Showmaker was actually able to hit all of his combos during that, and that's why they contest. Now, Fredit Brion still had some really nice knockups there and chained the CC together onto Showmaker, so he was like, save me, save me, save me, and they did. But this could have been even worse for Fredit Brion if their start of the fight wasn't so good.
Yeah. It was a big sleep coming through from Canyon as well, although it only really netted them the kill onto Umpty. Everybody else was getting sleepy. Delight proves that he can actually hit it. And now Henna, Killer Instinct coming on through. Infernal Chains connect, and Umpty does have the Nimbus Strike, and that's going to allow Henna to grab that kill. So, Fredit Brion on the board, their first kill of the series, their first kill of the season, and they'll augment that with this second Drake of the game as well.
Very impactful.
Relatively close, actually. Decent effort.
Yeah. It was actually one of the closer ones we've had. We've had a lot of attempted steals, but none really coming as close as that one. Infernal Drake here, and it's a 2 Drake lead for Fredit Brion, plus that kill that they got. So significantly behind in gold right now, but the objective lead can be quite powerful later on, especially if they are able to, or it was Infernal Drake, not Soul, excuse me. I think I misspoke on that, but my point is that they are closer now to that Soul. And it's a Wombo comp, so they're going to be able to, if they can force that Soul fight, be able to potentially lock down the 8 carry. Showmaker hasn't made that much of an impact just yet in this game.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you know, this is another moment where he just gets kind of CC'd together. This time Delight actually does hit the hook, and with the Glacial Augment slows him down. Bottom side.
Oh, yeah. Henna is looking real dead. Canyon puts him to sleep, and thankfully he was asleep as he passed away, so that is humane of Canyon there. As Delight hooks his way out, Dredge Lane going to allow him to escape. Dr. Arm is going to equalize by just taking down some plates. And by equalize, I mean also get plates, because I forgot that the steal was successful on the Herald.
Yeah.
And it's even more here for Damwon's bottom lane that are performing very, very well at the beginning of this season.
Very strong start, and that's 3 plates down bottom side, plus the kill there. That goes over to Canyon, who has a really nice lead here over the Wukong. His Leandri's was finished, and then heading towards that second item here. It's, we're going to go back to this, just caught backing here. Very greedy.
Yeah, Kellen actually flashing on him as well as Canyon hits the bowling ball, so flash was probably unnecessary for Kellen, but after a 34-minute first blood, you're probably going to try and secure the kills.
You make sure you get them. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were a lot of missed opportunities last game.
I think so.
Not this one, though.
Passivity not exactly the aim of the game this time around. Kraken Slayer done here for Henna. Divine Sunder just
the plate
for Umpty, and oh yeah, Nuggery trying to come back, trying to collect that plate, and he does get it. There you go.
He almost missed it, but he would not.
Not Nuggery. That's gold right there.
And people said he wasn't going to be in form. People said they were worried about how much he was playing during his break.
That's so silly. Did you see how many ultimates he hit in the last team fight? As Kellen finds a nice little grand entrance there.
I mean, there's just so much layering of AoE knockups and CCs for both of these teams. It's just kind of a very different version of the game we saw last time, where it's kind of slow, a lot of tanking, not a lot of kill opportunities. This is like all setup, all kill opportunities all the time.
Yeah. I think both the coaching staff on both sides were just like, guys, we need to do things. Like, doing more things would be great here. As Morgan looks for Canyon. Hookshot doesn't really do too much there. Canyon just walks it out.
Yep, doesn't have to use his sleep. Did have stopwatch, so it would have been kind of scary if they continued to chase there without any vision of who was nearby for Damwon Kia, so they just let him go. A wise choice. Gore Drinker is an item we don't see very often in this meta, but Showmaker's got it completed.
Don't know what else you'd build on Aatrox, so I guess that's it's just going to be his weapon of choice here.
Yep. Not a Divine Sunderer champion, not really. And they will have second Herald completely under their control, have map control. There's no way Damwon, or rather Fredit Brion, can contest this one. The game is slowing down quite a bit here.
Yeah, it really did. It peaked a little while ago as the first Herald was taken. and has since sort of gone back. And I'm really glad because, you know, we had our meditation session on the desk, and I didn't want to give them too many things to work with because I really liked, you know, the painting guy and watching the plant. And I was just hoping that we'd get the next episode of that. Also, Valdez's soothing voice that he was doing was, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was a big fan myself, and Hannah.
Oh dear, he might get sleepy.
They could commit.
True shot barrage. Oh, he does move out of the way.
If they sleep him in true shot, it's a kill, but that's 2 ults. I guess they don't necessarily need it. They
too
guarantee
much aggression, Wolf.
Yeah, they don't need to kill him. They just need to kill the structure, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's not about. You don't have to just kill the champions all the time.
Break
Like
the
this
concrete.
turret,
Yeah,
that's what you need. Yeah,
the inorganic material. That's what you want to blow up.
Yeah, straight up. Umpty's going to get himself out of there. If you kill the decoy, that's fine. Shirley gets double charge though, and that's it feels good for Damwon fans. And this Drake should belong to Damwon as they are set up for this one as well.
So I just wanted to point out, as was shown earlier on the gold graph, Damwon Kia in a 3-to-1 kill game while they're down 2 Drakes have, across the laning phase, you know, found themselves in a 5,500 gold lead. Actually, even more than that now. So the money is coming in big for Damwon Kia. They have an Ezreal to fall back on. Their Lily is well and truly online. So Frederick Brion, yeah, it's been a slow game, and yes, there are some win conditions later on with the pile on top of the Ezreal style of play, but it's going to be a game all about circles, and Damwon Kia is going to have the heavier wallets and a lot more damage later on. So I feel like Frederick Brion just really haven't done enough.
Well, Nogari's looking for an R against the wall, does try and get himself out of there, but it does not work. There are too many people here. Showmaker tried teleporting in, but he's a little bit late. Lava not going to get pulled back by the Infernal Chains, but you can see Showmaker still wanting it. World Ender still running, but Delight gets out of there, and Frederick Brion do achieve the heist.
Yeah, so I said they didn't do enough. That's one step closer to enough. Yeah. Gonna remove Nuggery off the map.
One step closer to enough, and I'm about to break a quote from Linkin Park from back in the day, if you guys remember.
Yeah. This is just a really simple setup here, lots of CC. I mean, that's normally going to be on Ezreal later, but when you're looking for some early game aggression, pretty textbook there. Potentially another sleep setup here for Canyon.
Yeah, that's
a clone.
Sleepy clone. As Damwon do lock down the inner turret in the mid lane. A lot of extra map control now for Damwon. As I feel like we're going back to real commentary mode, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Things have certainly moved a little bit quicker this game. By a little bit, I mean infinitely quicker, because at this stage, we were still sitting at 0-0.
That is my favorite Lilia skin. That's the one I use.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but it's really cool and I like it.
She does prance a lot.
Looks like it's kind of got some like Shinto vibes going on. Yeah, I mean, right now, Frederick Brion are starting to get to a point where their comp will struggle to work in a real 5v5 fight, and the problem is that we're heading towards that territory. Baron is spawning in 1 minute. Damwon Kia have a decent amount of damage with this Lilia build. Like, I don't think they're starting it at 20 minutes, but before 24, if they have enough control of the map, which they have currently now, they will be able to start that. They will be able to turn a fight. Frederick Brion won't be able to get onto the backline very easily. But, you know, that is the Frederick Brion territory. Like, okay, late game objectives, we're going to have a scrappy fight and win it. But it's Damwon we're talking about, best team fighting team. Most would still argue.
Well, Nanti's going to dive on forward. Does get the Cyclone. Looks for even more, but Canyon goes into his Zhonya's. Now Kellen dashing around with the quickness. Canyon actually tries to get out there, but Hannah does have the killer instinct and gets a double kill now. As it's Showmaker trying to get in there and do the work, but Hannah is still free hitting. Can he do more? The answer's absolutely not. Double kill comes through for the Ezreal, and Doctarm's looking to make it 3 as Morgan is just getting 1v1'd in melee range, and there's the triple kill. Damwon Kia answer back.
Damwon Kia, so much damage at this stage, and Showmaker is able to buy enough time. Duckdown completely untouched throughout the later parts of that fight. So despite the setup here in Brush, there's a ward here. Damwon Kia know what they're getting themselves into. Canyon barely able to stopwatch, uses Smite to survive to flash over the wall. Then they get on top of Nuggery. So right now, 2 for 1, only a support down for Frederick Brion, but Hannah just does not have the damage on this Kais to get the executions. Duckdom and Showmaker can basically 2v5 here, and that's exactly what they do. There isn't enough sustained long-term damage in the comp after that first real initial engage where you blow somebody up. And it took them so long to kill Canyon and then Nuggery that Duck Time's damage stacked up. Now he's 3-0-1, 500 gold bounty on his hands, has a Zhonya's complete. So killing him is going to be so difficult. I mean, I love the choice considering what he's up against.
And also considering the double AD solo lanes as well.
Yeah.
Like you just added a bit of extra AP and you're an extra magic damage source. I think it's kind of cute. And
armor's gonna help.
I also think that he's playing into the memes a little bit as it's a timepiece, and time was definitely of the essence in our last game. So I think it's absolutely fantastic. Fits the whole theme.
Yeah, he really is on script, isn't he?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I love a player that's self-aware. As Canyon going to steal away some popcorn chickens. Absolutely delicious. Baron still on the card. 6,000 gold the lead for Damwon after that team fight victory. And 35 seconds on this next Drake. It will be soul point for Fred Brion if they're able to get it, as Kellen takes a bit of damage there from the devastating blow, but not too worried about it.
Showmaker has teleport. They're set up on the Baron right now. They have a little bit of vision ripped away. The scuttle seems to still be up for Fred Brion, so there's some information around that zone. And getting to the Drake is their primary objective. That is for Fred Brion to try to set up that soul point. But Damwon Kia are just making it so difficult. Teleport to the bottom lane here.
Yeah. Morgan set up for a potential flank, or at least to group up with his team, who look to be taking the southern entrance to the river. Vision available. Henna was spotted out there as Showmaker. Infernal Chain's not going to land. Bowling Ball lands onto Delight here, but not really going to be too much to come of it.
The longer the fight goes, the longer the neutral goes, way favors Damwon Kia. Fred Brion have to be decisive. They have to do something fast, or Damwon Kia will just simply burn their health bars or take the Drake away. You cannot be indecisive here, and Fred Brion do finally decide to walk away. But this is a huge win for Damwon Kia because they have the fast track now to mid and the Baron.
And also Lava is now sort of caught in the wrong spot here. Good Everfrost is going to land onto Showmaker here as the World Ender doesn't get too much done. You can see that Showmaker wants to increase the aggression just a little bit in this game, and so far they've been successful. This is 12 more kills than we had at this time last game.
Damwon Kia a little bit indecisive about whether they were going to rush straight to Baron or if they wanted to try to collapse onto Morgan, who was pushing that bottom wave in. They don't get either. Morgan gets away for free, and they actually do not start Baron. You can see Showmaker and Duckdown were rotating towards it, then backed away, and now Fred Brion come over here, check that it's not being started, they confirm it, place a ward. So Fred Brion kind of hanging on by a thread in this game, and the thread is starting to really feel the tension. But there's still a chance, there's still a hope, there's still the miracle. 30-minute team fight, you know, maybe we go to an Elder. We're 2 for 2 on Drakes at the moment, but I don't know if this is one of those games where you can last long enough just because this comp has somewhat of an expiration date because of things like the Zhonya's on the Ezreal, the Zhonya's on Canyon here. It's just so difficult to actually get that backline kill, even when the Camille and Galio go through.
I thought you were going to say, like, if the sand runs out in both of these Zhonyas at the same time, the game just ends or something like that. And I'm like, I've never seen a game last that long. And maybe that's a mechanic that doesn't exist. But at this point, believe anything.
I think the hourglass is, the idea is that the sand is just going to the other side. That's what the cooldown is.
Yeah, I think that's a quote from Days of Our Lives.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think the hourglass, the sand runs out, but then it's on, you just flip it and it comes back. I don't think it ever just falls out of the hourglass entirely unless it's shattered.
Yeah, that's true. You have to flip it though, don't you?
It's true.
Yeah.
And Fred Brion are looking to flip this game, but
ooh, nice segue.
Yeah.
That was clean. I was a big fan. I'll try and give you some more of those. As Canyon is tidying up his jungle. Henna levels up to level 13.
Notice
very
the
exciting
control wards in the inventory here for Damwon Kia as well, knowing that if they can see the flank coming, they can punish it. If they see Morgan on an off angle or Umpty and they just collapse on him and kill him, that's just it. Even a solo sleep from Canyon to catch that flanker, blow them up and take the 5v4 fight with their superior range and long-term damage, it's good enough. So just put all those control wards in the inventory. They right now are holding 7 of them across the 5 players. If I counted that correctly, I think I did.
Yeah.
Just got placed, and they're looking to control vision. Look at all the control wards they have around Baron. They're like, yeah, just not going to leave anything up to chance. Just sit back and scale.
Indeed. Fred Brion do have decent Baron vision now put together as the bowling ball does go slightly wide. It's not a strike. Not a gutter ball, but didn't actually hit the pins.
Yeah, it was a 7-10. It was a tough one.
Yeah, no, it's certainly split. You don't really want to we're not going to judge him for that one. Morgan comes up towards the top side, tries to tidy up that lane. Is now Umpty, not going to get knocked up by the grand entrance as he flashes to get himself out of the way. That is a trade of flashes between himself and Kellen, but you could say that potentially the Wukong's flash is a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. And once again, Damwon Kia have this wave pushed in, and they have the choke point littered with wards. Fred Brion have no information. This looks like a very slow and boring game, and in some ways it is, I guess, but the way that Damwon Kia are taking this Baron is the safest possible way. And Fred Brion have to walk into all of this vision. There's no flanks available. There's no way to catch the back line. And Dum could just freely farm this wave, back off, and then be like, oh, are you guys going to come contest Baron or not? Because if you don't, then we'll take it, and if you do, we'll kill you. It's kind of a win-win, slow, boring style. It's very LCK, but it's going to win out in the end unless Fred Brion could somehow subvert this. And they just don't have any opportunities. There's no flank angle, there's no prio in bottom or top, and they're not being decisive enough, which is why this is not really the Fred Brion way. When they play this slow late game, normally there's a Corki shooting rockets at least or something like that, but this is a comp that needs to kind of all in, and their windows are closing. I'd say they're basically closed at this point.
I mean, it's a comp that relies on initiation.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was what Fred Brion should have played into, because their initiation is not really their calling card, one could say. The exact opposite is probably closer to what they're great at. And they are great at it, you know. It's no shade, but this is certainly playing against what has been their most natural play style. Tenet is pretty big though. 4, 2, and 0 right now. Does have 3 items complete.
Sorelda's just finished for Duckdom. He has his teleport on cooldown, so can't come back right away. He's going to take a while. But I think that he has plenty of time. Fred Brion don't have the damage to actually burst down this Drake. This just looks disastrous. When you watch Fred Brion move around the map right now, they're not able to push in very much. Like you can see Lava gets a wave crashing into that inner, but it's not really low health. It's not actually threatening anything. It's going to force Nuggery to go farm it up. But Showmaker's like, all right, just hang around the Baron. They're not taking it. And I'm going to grab the third ocean.
Well, they are going to teleport in on top of that Tomb of Traits there as True Shot Barrage flies over Delight's head. And they know exactly... Okay, never mind. They've just decided not to do that. The Drake is still leashed here by Showmaker.
Yeah, he dropped it for a second, but is gonna restart it here. And
okay.
He was very quick to react. Like he came over right away, and you know, I know it sounds like a weird circumstance where it's like, oh, there's a lot of like start a Drake, walk away. It's a very boring game, but this is the kind of meta you're in, and the risk is so high for Damwon Kia. One mistake, and Fred Brion are back in this game. They take Duckdom out, grab a Baron, get map control, and suddenly it's their game to lose. So Damwon Kia have to play this very slowly.
I mean, it's not up to Damwon, right? They're already winning. They're just going in to take whatever they want. And Fred Brion, they're the team that has the onus on them.
Yeah, it's like your move.
Yeah. And it's like Damwon, they're playing a game of chess, right? And they're like on that chess app, and they're just waiting. They're just waiting. They're like, please just take your move.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got checkmate ready.
And Fred Brion, if they don't make a move, will lose on time. Very much like that chess app you're talking about.
Straight up how it works.
Yeah, and 7,000 gold the lead, but the bigger problems, the compositional strengths, the map control, and now Damwon Kia have wrestled enough of it away that they can start this off, and they have enough damage to take it down pretty quickly.
They certainly do. Lilia does so much damage to Baron, and Umpty can't get in here. It is just a free Baron. True Shot Barrage lands onto Delight as now Canyon looks for his opportunities very, very fast, and they've already taken down the Nautilus. Damwon Kia, can they actually win the fight, though, that ensues? Showmaker gets on in there. Henna's trying to be huge, manages to take down the Ezreal, but he's overstepped. Showmaker is going to say goodnight as Umpty gets himself out. No, it's actually Morgan that gets himself out. Umpty is going to be the sacrificial monkey. And now Morgan is doing his very best to make the escape. Kellen, I don't think you win the 1v1. But he's still going to try and take him down. Okay, there's the heroic entrance. Blasco, and he's like, yeah, no.
Just wants to delay him so Showmaker can come and catch him. And he also stops the execute from coming through, which Morgan would have very likely been able to get if he was untouched for that amount of distance, especially with these turrets up here.
Yep.
So Kellen resets aggro. We'll do it again.
And now Showmaker, the buffer is nice. But Showmaker, can he actually chase down Morgan? Is the question here.
Well, what's really interesting about this is this buys a lot of time for Fred Brion. Like, this is actually pretty significant how much time Showmaker's spending instead of pushing mid. But he will get
Infernal Chain! one, and that's going to be it. Kellen steals the kill. I love it.
He's like, man, I did all the work for you, Showmaker. You could have been just pushing mid. I'm going to get the kill. Thank you very much.
Exactly, exactly.
I was
well
very,
deserved.
I was very concerned when we saw the flash from Canyon to look for the engage because the sleep comes through fairly late. When Damo and Kia have Canyon with the stopwatch, he survives here, and then he does so much damage in this fight. First Q goes off, second Q goes off. I think he gets one more here. Nope, actually goes down off to the second. But it's really the power of the Aatrox in this fight, this extended fight with all that burn damage from the Qs here, that wins it out for them. Like, there's no longevity, like I said several times in the comp here for Fred Brion. They can't win long fights.
Oh no.
Unless
Absolutely.
they get several kills in the first 3 seconds of it.
Yeah, no, it's not really a thing, especially if Canyon's able to start stacking himself up and getting those big multi-man sleeps. Speaking of sleeps, it is a very tired Henna. True Shot Barrage is going to get a lot of damage, as you can see. Henna has to go back to the fountain, but does hold on to his life for now. And it's 11,000 gold to lead. Damwon Kia are absolutely destroying this game now. After that Baron did go down, they're still with 35 seconds left on that one. Bowling ball goes wide. Someone just trying to set up this bot wave. Nuguri throwing houses around. Fred Brion back on the rip. Let's see whether they can answer anything. See if this engage comp can actually work. And so far, not able to find anything.
Yeah, it's hard to even, like, we're doing the kind of glass half full angle here for Fred Brion when in reality there's about 2 eye drops worth of water in there. Like, well, what can they do? Like, where's the engage? And even with Canyon flashing in for a somewhat delayed sleep there, he has Zhonya's, he's fine. Still gets off multiple big Qs. And now he's an Oblivion Orb.
Yeah. Oh, the Randuin's coming on through. The Frozen Heart now complete. 6 items for Doc Dum. And Fred Brion have basically an all AD comp. We're actually talking about Damwon and the amount of damage that they have in each iteration. And we didn't really talk about Fred Brion that much, but Galio doesn't really do a lot of damage.
He has, I mean, he's doing a lot more than most Galios with the build that he has, but, you know, he has a needlessly large rod. That's pretty rare, you know, for the game.
But he needs it, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he's the only one.
Yeah, and it's problematic when you look at all these armors coming through. Like I mentioned, the Zhonya's armor on Israel. Now he has a Frozen Heart and a Zhonya's. So how can you ever kill Duck Dom? I think the answer is you can't. He died once this game. I think it'll be the last time.
Yeah, Henna did manage to find the angle, get on top of him. Fred Brion, best friends club though. They are together. And together they can achieve anything.
And Morgan on an angle here. If you can catch Kellen, that'd be great, but I think you need to kill the DPSs.
Ow. Okay, Umpty takes a fair bit of damage there. Delight as well. Softens up. That's a decent hook as Henna diving on forward. They managed to take down the Rakan before anything happens. Immediate cleanse gets Henna out of danger, but now they're grouped up. Can Showmaker actually make this one happen as the World Ender has come down? A fantastic ulti through from the Galio, and there's Henna's double kill in the end. The Ezreal does go down, and there is your answer, Wolf. That's how they do it. The power of friendship is still there.
It was such a great split up on the fight. They were decisive. They pulled the trigger, and Showmaker is forced to retreat early on in the fight. He actually cannot get a big Gnar ult off in this engage. Fred Brion now with so much standing gold on the map. Bounties are up, and they are going to have several turrets worth to go through here.
Oh my goodness, these bounties going to be giving them so much money.
Bottom turret still up, almost down as well, so as soon as Morgan gets over there, he can pick that up. And they can go straight to this Baron in 45 seconds when it is up, if they can control the vision around it. And in this fight, it's Morgan, long-range flank here. Look at how far away Showmaker is. And they see blood in the water. They find their angle. And unfortunately for Nuguri, he's not able to make a huge impact here. They instantly take out the Rakan, but look at Nuguri. He has to defensively ult, and he's on the wrong side of this fight. Canyon also going down very early. He's forced away, only hitting Morgan here, while Nuguri is completely zoned away. There's no long-term damage here. Eventually they take out the Ezreal.
Lava's ult is fantastic, though. Like, Morgan and him just getting straight on top of the Ezreal. No way that he can get out.
He's just
chained.
chained.
Ultimatum.
Yeah, he's just chained there. And now look at the kills here for Henna. 8-3-1. He's full build. He has his Guardian Angel.
Yeah, that is a very big Kai'Sa. As you can see, gold still in favor of Damwon, but not by as much as it used to be.
And, you know, Fred Brion didn't fully get control of that Baron pit, so it's not like they were able to actually secure that on spawn. Damwon Kia actually still have the fast track there. There's a lot of wards they'll have to clear through, but one step at a time here for Fred Brion. Stopwatch for Umpty now available, so you can go a little bit deeper, will last a little bit longer. Death Dance is, a plenty.
Oh, yeah.
Even Anathemas now for Delight, actually, as we get super late in this game. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Ezreal to stay alive. Like, it's a lot stickier, this composition.
I actually really like Anathemas in this game because you can build a whole bunch of armor and then Anathemas the Lilia to avoid dying to her. So, sort of kind of sorts it out. It's probably not where the Anathemas actually put at the moment because he hasn't built up that much armor yet. That could be a thing for later in the game if it does go that far. As Bowling Ball connects, okay, just explosion onto Canyon. He goes into his Onions, and can he stay alive is the question. Hannah not going to be going to sleep because the Lilia is in fact dead, but the Nara into the wall is fantastic. He goes down to the GA as now Showmaker gets so much health back with his Gore Drink, a massive amount of knock-up, but the Ezreal is still going to go down. The solo lanes of Damwon are the only ones left standing, and Fred Brion will get the Baron.
The Gore Drinker value is massive, but once again, Canyon overextended out in no man's land, is nearly blown up as Zhonya's only buys time. And if Showmaker and Nuguri had turned that fight, I might have to retire as a caster right then and there. The Gore Drinker value was huge. I guess that item is still relevant, but it's not good enough to turn things around. Fred Brion, time after time, taking these miracle fights they have no right to take, and it's all just one small overextension. Look at where Canyon is here. He throws a bowling ball, they know where he is. Instantly Hex Flash into the Q here from Delight. He doesn't have vision of where Nuguri is, but when he sees the bowling ball, he knows he has to be exactly around here. Hex flashes over, sets up the engage, and even though Showmaker and Nuguri buy so much time here, it's great. Also, the Hextech ultimatum on Duckdom as they collapse on the cannon, so he can't help. Both carries are trapped on opposite sides of the fight. That was some good team fighting. Great reaction there to seeing the bowling ball over the wall. Fred Brion still in this.
They absolutely are. They've got the Baron for another 2 minutes as well, so they should be able to claim the gold lead if they can get down and pick up some of these turrets that are still standing. Showmaker will at least help grab that blue buff for Duckdom.
Delight has just been so... I mean, this is a changed man since we saw him first step onto the LCK stage.
Absolutely.
Love to see it.
13 out of 14 kill participation. Fantastic stuff here from the Nautilus this game as Fred Brion set up for a bit of a siege. They got double siege minions. And there's not a lot of counter here for Damwon with the fact that they have Na and this Aatrox as their solo laners. Lilia as well. It's very difficult to get towards these siege minions and they just stand there. Passivity wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the story of this best of three. Although, you know, very different types of slow passivity, but we're passivity at the end of this one. And it's been proactive play, in fact, from Fred Brion at the last parts of this that have actually given them an opportunity.
Well, here's an engagement. They get in front of the Justice Punches. Lava goes golden, trying to buy some time to allow Umpty to get here. The Cyclone doing some work, but Damwon Kia have them where they want them. Showmaker goes golden. There's the GA from Umpty as Showmaker flashes his way out. But is the rest of the team going to be so lucky as there's a Nara into the wall? Hannah, Killer Instinct to get himself out, but the boulder is still going to land, and somehow all of Damwon are still alive. All of Fred Brion is still alive, and why am I surprised?
I mean, the fruit here is actually going to be pretty valuable for Fred Brion, and if they can grab this soul, they're going to get all that extra healing. They won't need to back. They can push. No steal is very close again from Duckdom. This guy is insane. 40 seconds left. They will just Baron Power recall home to get those heals off. But Damwon Kia retreat at the last possible second. This is all on collapsing onto a Galio at level 18, who does have his Zhonyas available. So a lot of time is bought here. Then Umpty, who has GA, it's at no risk to him to actually hit a massive Wukong ultimate onto literally everyone on Damwon Kia. He has GA, so he doesn't care. Delight comes in with a big ultimate. Showmaker's out of the fight. And then Hannah, almost killed here by Nuguri, teleports behind Nuguri with the Killer Instinct, and Damwon Kia just do not have the health bars to stay in this fight. Even though Duckdom's at full health, they don't have control, they won't have vision there in the brush, and they have to concede the point.
Yep, too many buttons available and no vision, so they can't face check. Damwon Kia now at risk of a flank as Duckdom pressing forward, as you can see. Umpty presses the Cyclone button, doesn't find a whole lot of value as there is a Nard that's also relatively mitigated. Kellen goes golden as well, battle dance to get himself out, and it's a complete cacophony in this fight, but the Galio has gone down early. Anna also taken down as it's a double kill for the Ezreal. Canyon is still at full health this time, and I have a feeling Fred and Brion, they almost did it, but it was not quite enough. A triple for Dom in the end, and this time, Damwon Kia do win the team fight.
The game is not over yet. We still have 5 minutes to Elder here. Soul is on Frederick Brion's side. You can see the frantic shot calling here coming through from Umpty. Calling Morgan, are you going to push top? Are you going to look for deep wards? Probably just back off and defend. But, I mean, I say the game is not over. We're at 41 minutes. I think it may be.
Oh, yeah. I think
25 seconds on the Kaisa.
Yeah, the death time is long enough, and I understand, Wolf, because
I thought
I wanted
it to be longer.
Yeah.
I mean, Morgan's here, but it is over. It is over.
It is. The Nexus will go down, and Damwon Kia will get the 2-0. But it still feels like one of the longest series we've had. It was an absolute marathon. And it was all going so well for Damwon, honestly.
Yeah, I just really, I got in over my head in the hype there when there were two great fights.
Yeah.
For Fred at Brion, and
it looked like they were coming back. It looked like they were regaining control. But then, unfortunately, they slightly overstepped.
I just loved those fights, too, in the late parts of the game because it was so much about how coordinated Fred at Brion could be or how well it would be played by Damwon Kia defensively. And in the last moment where they try to kill Dom, he's unable to die. I mean, he just simply has too much to peel for himself and gets out. Death timers along. I thought we'd get one more of those fights, but no, it's 42 minutes. It felt like the first 20 took forever, but the last 20 flew by for me.
No, it was a very exciting last series of events.
I have to vote for POG, and it's tough, man.
It is definitely.
I think it's gonna have to be Dom though for me. He played so well in those fights. Positioning was super good.
And when he missed position, Damwon lost those fights, right? So certainly a big moment for the man on your screen right there, Dom. Definitely proving, especially in the laning phase, right? Both games, Dom and Kellen were absolutely fantastic. Of course, Henna and Delight not necessarily known as our premier bot lane here in the LCK. However, still very, very good. Noguri getting a big cheer from the crowd as well. It was, you know, not his most dominant series that we've seen, but I think it's going to take a bit of time for Damwon to get back on their feet.
I think there will definitely be some weeks here where we see some rocky 5v5 fights because everyone has to get completely on the same page. And Khan was such a vocal player who was then replaced by Birdall, who was a rookie and very quiet. Nuguri, obviously a lot more vocal, more like Khan, but has been out of his element for a little while, played in a team where even if you wanted to be vocal, it was a language barrier. So there will be some growing pains, but I think one thing is definitely true. The drafting of Damwon Kia was very clean in both games, and they are all about the scaling. And it seems like teams that are doing that right now are winning more often.
Yeah, Fred Brion certainly had that idea as well, but the execution wasn't quite there. Still just a very strange series, to be perfect.
Look at my hair after this series, man. I've been like grabbing my head the whole time.
It was a wacky one. This is the first fight where Fred Brion really did fall into a hole. But the way that they managed to claw their way back, I imagine that the Deskers were preparing for a slow one, and then things went a bit haywire.
Yeah, there's so many of these fights where there's just so much CC layered amongst these 10 players that it's really quite hard to even fathom what is happening at once. There's a lot of these fights I'd like to watch like 6 times. This was one of the best ones here for Frederick Brion. Nuguri is zoned away. Lava's Zonia's, and his positioning here is so perfect. Then the very last second where they Hextech Ultimatum on top of Dom. Because he's in his Zonias, isn't doing any damage. The second he comes out, he's punched by Lava, so he's just chain CC'd. Frederick Brion definitely had their moments here, and not a team that is a stranger to playing Galio Camille, but I think it was one of the comps they struggled to win with. And I was surprised to see them play 2 more tempo-based comps and 2 more execute the AD carry style comps here, but they almost turned it around.
They absolutely did. I mean, this last fight, you could see Dom was just trolled by the minions to no end, trolled by the decoy as well. But this was the fight where things really fell apart.
Dom, he cannot be killed here. He has his Zonias, and this time there's enough peel for him. He's able to Arcane Shift back, and at this stage, he's like, yep, it's done. It's over, because I have too much free damage. No one can threaten me anymore. You guys used all your tools. And I thought, you know, okay, Elder's coming up, like there's going to be a chance here for Freddy to defend, but no, there's just too much pushing power, way too much damage. They push to end, and let's see that Duck Dom damage at the end, 37,000, nearly 38.
Yeah, and as you can see, the goal graph certainly shows that things went a little bit wrong for Damwon Kia towards the end of that game.
Reddit took a bite out of that lead for a second.
Indeed. And once again, we have a 5th game of the night and 7 Drakes of the elemental variety in it. So I'm very happy about that one as well.
It's been a roller coaster today. It really has.
It certainly has. This series, I don't know, it was very emotionally charged, even though there wasn't a whole lot of action. It really was. And I think that Fredit Brion versus Damwon Kia is a special matchup in that regard. You know, you just never really know where you're going to end up.
10 times the kills in that game. We went from 3 to 30. All right, that's it for us.
Yeah, that is it for us. We are going to throw it to the gentleman on the desk, and they could say goodnight. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for your wonderful contributions to today's game. We definitely needed it, as it was definitely a roller coaster even for us watching back here, as we had some meditation times and actually a really fun banger game here for number 2. As Chronicler, what did you think about that one?
I really liked it. It was very back and forth up until the end, at least. And I want to talk a little bit about both the draft and like how Fredit Brion played it out, because this is obviously extremely cohesive draft. I think Damwon Kia had the opportunity to really, really slam down the win and maybe pick Swain instead of Aatrox. Aatrox was, I actually think Showmaker had an incredible performance, and it's still good into dive, but it's like Swain would have basically just completely demolished Fredit Brion here, I do feel like. But Fredit Brion comp, very cohesive, classic Edgar draft. It might not be a team fight comp, but dive is still a very clear game plan. It's press your buttons, find a target, blow them up. And then from Damwon Kia, obviously sacrificing laning phase with that Ezreal, that Rakan. Lilia using it as a flex, which I really liked, which was well done as well. And overall, I think into what Fredit Brion had drafted, all right, could have been a little better, but as we saw, was actually able to deal with a lot of what was thrown at them.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually a big fan of Fredit Brion just going back to what gets them potential wins against better teams, right? It's like this team, you know, they're not a team that consistently makes playoffs or anything like that, but they go ahead and they pick this thing where it's like, we're all gonna press our buttons, we're all gonna get in there, and on paper, it can be easily countered and it can be shut down, and it's not the greatest draft, it's lacking a lot of damage, but it gets them wins. They win with it, so I'm like, okay. They go back to it.
It's cohesive, it's strong, and it does fit in the power of friendship type of style that Fredit Brion definitely excels at.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. But at the end of the day, Damwon Kia were able to stave off a lot of that pressure. And there were a lot of close moments in this match, as we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here and break down some of those moments.
And you might see Dogum is level 17. That's because the actual point where this game really started was not the 10k, 11k lead that Damwon got. But the moment where it all went wrong, where Delight, who really would have been my POG vote, had Fredit Brion 1, found a great engage, some miscommunication where Nuguri is actually jumping out even though he's Mega Gnar, and the rest of his team doesn't really get the CC that Gnar can provide, and finds a really, really big moment. And from that point onward, you do see that even with all the stopwatches being bought, even with the fact that Lilia and Aatrox are having a field day playing into dive, misexecution still gets punished appropriately. And Fredit Brion, even though I don't think they play dive very well in lane, where a team like RNG most notably, this is basically the quintessential RNG comp, would do a lot previous to that, as soon as laning phase is over, Fredit Brion still looks the same.
Yeah, it was really cool to see them kind of pulling this out in a meta where it just felt like this might be impossible. But let's take a look at highlight number 2 and break down that as well. This fight over the mid lane, which Wolf kind of broke down really nicely. Cannon throws the ball and Delight's like, all right, let's go.
It's again Delight. You wanted them to win. I mean, I'm not saying you specifically, even though it is also you specifically, because I know you had a vote for them.
A prediction on the line.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really, to me, Delight and Hannah that played this so incredibly well. The rest of the team is mainly creating space. Hannah was, I think, ended like 10-4 by the end of that game. Delight's engages were so good. And I really would have liked for the Brion to take the win, because I do feel like they were setting up for it with all these continuous engages and them being the one that set the pace.
Yeah, and it would have gone to a game 3. I think that would have made the perfect roller coaster series, right? Where it was total snooze fest to actually a banger and the potential comeback in that case. But let's take a look at highlight number 3 as well, which kind of topped off the game, as at the end of it all, it just was barely not enough here for Fred and Brion.
And this time around, you do see that there is full knowledge, and the whole fight feels a lot more disjointed. Also note that Hannah is basically unable to actually get a lot of damage down on key targets here. A lot of the damage going into Showmaker, going into Nuguri, who are very tanky. And this time around, Dokdam is able to stay alive. Canyon doesn't get 100-0 at the start of the fight, which happened like, I think, the 2 fights before this. That's definitely a big one. And that's where the Zonyas and the late game value of Damon's team comes in.
Yeah, Dokdam, you were pointing this out as well. It felt like his item build was perfect for this, right?
Really
all
good.
the armor,
Yeah, I really liked it.
You're perfect against the dive. You're in Ezreal in the first place, so he just played that excellently well. But let's see who does pick up the player of the game for this one. It will be Showmaker on his Aatrox, and I think a lot of what happened in the earlier parts of the game as well will contribute to this win.
Classic Showmaker. Well, yeah, I want to play Aatrox. And Aatrox is actually really strong into this composition, specifically because of how dive comp likes to play out. And Aatrox loves it when there's a bunch of champions that run into him. And most notably, generally also not going to be focused on 100-0ing him, right? Because you see here is that if he's like just in the front line and he's taking chip damage, but he's not the one being focused, Aatrox is one of the very few champions that, despite all the nerfs to sustain, is still going to sustain a whole lot because it's such an inherent part of his kit. And then the amount of healing he does with Board Drinker, the knockups he's able to hit, the amount of attention he's able to draw. Well, the reason why I voted for him, I assume there's going to be a lot of votes for Dokdam as well, because playing even Ezreal. Oh, no, there we go. It's only
just
one.
Wolf.
It's just Wolf. I respected Wolf. I thought about it as well.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, I really like Showmaker's early to mid game control, or yeah, that he was able to find on the Aatrox.
I'm happy with the Dokdam vote. I think, you know, that early purchase of the stopwatch really kind of won my heart. And,
I know, it always does.
Will. We also had that earlier with Singed, Lehens buying stopwatch very early on. Thank you, Lehens. But yeah, this kind of makes sense. You know, I think everybody kind of noticed what he was able to put out in the earlier parts of the game as well. So we do have the interview ready, guys. Let's throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
담원기아의 캐년 선수 쇼메이커 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Here joined by Tamon Kia's Showmaker.
네, 오늘 2대0으로 프레디 프리온을 꺾으면서 서머 첫 승을
Congratulations,
기록하셨습니다.
guys,
승리 소감
and
들어볼게요.
congratulations on picking up your first victory of the split by beating Freddy Brion.
후반에 좀 실수가 나온 게
I'm glad, but at the same time, we made a lot of mistakes in the mid game, so I think we have to get rid of all the mistakes in order to have a cleaner performance.
일단
First off, I'm happy that we got a clean to a victory in the first match of the split, but as long as we can get rid of all the mistakes we made in game number 2, things will be fine. And Nuguri is finally back, the boy we were all waiting for to come back here in the LCK. So how was playing with him again on stage after such a long time? We are actually, you know, kind of used to it, but at the same time, I mean, like, I wasn't like feeling too special about it. So yeah, it was good. I liked it. Yeah, we figured. What about you, Showmaker?
저도 뭐 크게
Same.
뭐 별로
I wasn't too surprised or like was like shocked. I mean, because he's been with us for a long time, so we were all pretty much used to it. And we were expecting some more kind of aggressive picks for Nuguri, but it was actually Sejuani that Nuguri played for the first time back on the LCK. I mean, yeah, Nuguri is really good at, you know, aggressive picks, but also he's really good at, you know, picks like Sejuani, as you can see, Nuguri on camera. Yeah, so
그래서
yeah, Yeah, so I mean,
다양하게 했던 것 같습니다.
Nuguri can pull off many different styles.
블리 선수 얘기 그만하고 경기 얘기로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
Then let's get back onto game number 1.
어마어마했습니다.
The game was really close, not having any of the action in the early game. The first blood finally was scored at 34-minute mark into the game. Why do you think that happened? I think it's mostly because of the meta right now, and also early on. Our champions didn't really have the power spike, so we were waiting for the later phase. But I was also not seeing such a late first blood coming. And Showmaker, yeah, we could hear that you were like, this is a legendary game where we still don't have a first blood. So how are you feeling playing that game? I have never had this kind of a game before in my life, and I was pressing tab, and it was like 30 minutes into the game, but it was like 0-0 on the kill score, so I thought it was a little bit funny. Kenyan, you got the POG on Wukong in game number 1, a champion that was on a 0-5 losing streak here in the LCK. So some people said this could be a trap card in the current meta. So Kenyan, what's your thought on that Wukong pick? I think Wukong, Viego are the meta picks right now. You know, they're all right. I guess Wukong was on a losing streak for some reason, but I don't know why. I think Wukong is still very good. In what kind of comp can Wukong pop off? I mean, is a really good, you know, blind pick champ. You know, he can fit into any kind of comp. He can be always blind picked. He doesn't really require a specific comp. And then we had Lilia jungle, and then Aatrox mid. A very different comp and style compared to game number 1. Could you kind of break down your strategy for game 2? During the champ select, we realized that opponents had a lot of melee picks, so we were kind of thinking of what could be a good choice into their comp, and then Danny kind of suggested Aatrox to counter them, and I thought it was a really good pick. And just like you mentioned earlier, Freddy Brion was doing a really good job around team fights in the mid game. Were you guys worried that Freddy Brion can actually turn the game around? Kind of, you know, but still, as long as we kind of focus up and play better, we will be able to still kind of capitalize on enemies' mistakes. So we were looking for that angles and finding some setups to secure the game. Well, I mean, I know that both you, Showmaker, and Kenyan said having Nuguri back doesn't really makes you guys feel any special, but the opponents are very excited to see him back in the LCK. He's even adding more pressure. What do you think about that? Not really. I've just focused on, you know, just improving ourselves, playing better. Having Nuguri back on our roster doesn't really add more pressure or like make us kind of feel a lot more nervous on stage. I think we are still just focusing on our own performance as a team. Lastly, is there any message over to the fans, and what are your goals for the summer split? I hope we can pick up more of a victory just like we did today, and more of, you know, strong victories, and I hope we can win the summer split in order to make it to the Worlds directly as a first seed. What about you, Kenyan? Me too. Winning LCK. And also, I always appreciate all the support from our fans, and we will always do our best in order to bring the best performance possible to repay your love and support. This will be the end of the interview from Kenyan, Showmaker, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation, as it's always heartwarming to see Kenyan and Showmaker up there. I'm sure we'll get some Nuguri interviews here in the near future as well. Those are always a lot of fun. We're going to take a look at the standings here as we have finished 2 days of the LCK. There are only 2 teams left to play. It is T1 and Live Sandbox. They will be playing tomorrow.
Good luck with that one, Sandbox. I'm sure T1's going to need some time to kind of adjust and you know, get back in form after what was an MSI that was very long. and also not the result that we were looking for. But it's still Sandbox versus T1. So wonder who's going to join at the top of the standings after tomorrow.
Definitely a good question, Chronicler.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the matches for tomorrow, a closer look, as you were giving us a little bit of a spoiler. It is Live Sandbox up against Kwangdong Freaks and T1 up against Nongshim.
Excited. I can't wait. I thought they were going to play each other, but that's not how it works.
That's not the matchup.
That's not how it has to work. And I'm personally excited to see Live Sandbox because Prince is coming back, and that might provide a team with a little bit more stability because they had some in previous years and they had none last splits. Let's hope. And it's going to be you and me.
That is the way it goes. You and I will get a taste of the scaling meta and the fun.
It's Sandbox.
It is Sandbox, and it is T1, so it should have action, but I don't want to give any promises. This was a day of the LCK. We very much enjoyed it, and we hope that you did as well. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
제가 MSI 때 죽었을 때 그런 생각이 나면서 마음이 아팠어요.